Sweet Revenge by Fern Michaels. Prologue. Isabel Flanders walked out of her apartment, careful to lock the door behind her. She sniffed the cold February air, then drew a deep breath. The fresh air smelled wonderful. It was mid-morning, and it was Valentine's Day. Always a romantic, she smiled. She wondered if she was too old to hope for a special Valentine from a special someone. Yep, she was too old. She took another moment to savor the crisp, cold air. She'd been confined to her apartment for the last 3 weeks with a gruesome case of the flu. It had all started at New Year's with both Myra and Charles coming down with the miserable bug. Then, one by one, the sisters had all gotten the flu. She was the last to recover, and she knew her colleagues were waiting for her at Pinewood to start her mission, which was already 5 weeks past schedule. While she was in a hurry to get to Pinewood, it was still Valentine's Day, and she had something she had to do. Something she had done on this day every year since the accident that had rendered her helpless for longer than she cared to admit. Isabel started the engine of her Honda and waited for the heater to kick in before she slipped the car into gear. She knew she was punishing herself by driving past her old office today of all days. So what if fellow architect Bobby Harcourt, her one-time fiancé, bought into her downfall and then dumped her after the dark stuff hit the fan? So what if Bobby ended up marrying the very woman who brought about her downfall? So what? That was then. This was now. Now, with the aid of the Sisterhood, she was finally going to get her revenge for what Rosemary did to her. Bobby, too. She was driving now, mindful of the time and how long it was going to take to drive out to Pinewood in McLean, Virginia. First, though, she had to rub her nose in her own stupidity one more time. How could she have been so wrong about Rosemary and Bobby? Back then, she'd been on top of the world with her business, her engagement, and the rosy life that lay ahead of her. Being Architect of the Year gave her every right to expect things to progress accordingly. How wrong she'd been. Isabel pulled the Honda to the curb and parked. She stared out the window at the building where she'd labored 18 hours a day to build her business. It was now a real estate office. She wondered if any of the employees of that real estate office ever slept there at night the way she used to sleep on the sofa when she was under the wire. Did it matter? Those days were gone. Still, she didn't move, her mind wandering back to what she called her lost years, years spent trying to earn a living, trying to forget Rosemary Hershey's betrayal, Bobby's too. In the beginning, after the trial, after Rosemary Hershey, she'd cautioned herself to take it one day at a time, but that hadn't worked, so she'd taken the physical route, exercising, running, hiking, and biking. She knew now that all those things had kept her going, kept her sane, kept her alive to fight another day. And always in the back of her mind was the hope, the desire, the determination to get her license reinstated so she could go back to the work she loved. Now, if things went the way she hoped they would, she'd climb back to the top. She had the guts to do that. She was prepared to claw her way back if she had to, and in the end, she'd make Rosemary Hershey and Bobby Harcourt sorry they had ever tangled with her. Revenge was going to be so sweet. Her eyes sparkled with what was to come. The next stop was St. Andrew's Church, where she had expected to marry Bobby Harcourt on Valentine's Day. A lifetime ago? Damn close. Isabel watched an elderly lady wearing a black shawl over her head trying to maneuver the steps with her walker. Isabel opened the car door and sprinted forward to offer help. The woman smiled up at her.
"What a sweetheart you are for helping me. I can do it, but it takes me forever. I come here every day as I live just around the corner."
The steps safely conquered, Isabel returned to her car. Sitting here wasn't going to do anything for her. Right then, she made a promise to herself that she would never go down this section of memory lane again. Her eyes still burning, she turned on her signal light and moved slowly into the traffic. An hour later, she cruised through the open gates of Pinewood and pulled up next to the row of parked vehicles. All of the women were here. Parked next to Alexis's Mini Cooper was Catherine's 18-wheeler. Next to Catherine's rig was Nicky's BMW, and beside that was Yoko's nursery van. All present and accounted for. Well, almost. Julia wasn't here, would never join them again, and yet she was here. Her spirit was with them all. The kitchen door opened. A grin blossomed across Isabel's face when she saw Myra and the rest of the Sisterhood with their arms outstretched in welcome. "I'm here! I'm here!" she shouted as she ran forward. 1. The women laughed and hugged each other as Myra and Charles stood to the side, beaming with pleasure. Myra reached for Charles's hand and snuggled her own with his.
"Just in time for lunch," Charles said. "In honor of this cold, blustery day, we have vegetable soup and homemade bread. Unfortunately, Myra tells me it isn't quite as good as the bread she received as a tip in Kalorama during Nicky's mission, but she did say it was good. I regret to say I didn't churn the butter, but it is soft." "I'll take it," Catherine said. Everyone knew about Catherine's ravenous appetite. It was said that she would eat anything that wasn't nailed down. Charles added 2 more logs to the kitchen fireplace, and Myra carried one of her heirloom soup tureens to the table. "It smells heavenly, dear," she said, real happiness ringing in her voice. "Charles started the soup at 5 o'clock this morning. He made an apple pie, too, with apples from the root cellar. Remember when you girls picked them in the fall?" They ate lunch and chattered like magpies, happy to be together again after their long hiatus. And then it was time to adjourn to the war room to begin business. Myra Rutledge called the meeting to order, and then Charles stepped down from his bank of computers that would have been the envy of the White House war room itself, if they had ever known this particular room existed.
"Let's run through old business first. Before you can ask, Nicky, there is no news on the Barringtons, who were to be your original mission. I personally take responsibility for that fiasco. I'm not giving up on any attempts to locate them, nor do I want you to give up hope either. The main thing we can be grateful for is that all the horses are safe and the Barrington farm is deserted. Not only is it deserted, it is crumbling to the ground. 5 days ago the property went up for sale. From what I've been able to gather, it appears that the property was turned over as a quitclaim deed, and the new owner immediately put it up for sale. Myra has placed a bid on the property, but we haven't yet heard if that bid has been accepted or not. The reason I'm telling you all of this is because it enters into Isabel's mission. But before I get to that, do any of you have anything to say? Any questions?
Is there any news on Paula Woodley or her husband, the National Security Advisor? Alexis asked. Charles allowed himself a brief smile.
It's not beneficial to any of us to continue a dialogue with any of the parties after a mission is completed. When we walk away completely, never to return. However, I did pick up a few tidbits on the Internet. Mr. Drudge seems to have information that had not previously been released.
And that would be what? Catherine asked.
That the NSA is back in the loving arms of his wife. He resigned his post with the administration under pressure, according to Mr. Drudge. In addition, it seems the President has not seen fit to call or visit his NSA. Mr. Drudge speculates to the why of that, but has no concrete answers. It appears we will have to stay tuned for further informative gossip.
What about the 3 special agents found in the NSA's backyard? The President's secret little force? Nicky asked cautiously.
Hogwash, says the President. The 3 men in question did not belong to a special presidential squad, as was reported, since no such squad exists. The President said the 3 men were in fact FBI agents. The Post's star reporter, Mr. Ted Robinson, says he has proof that what he reported is not hogwash. His proof is being held by the Post. It's over and done with, and we're all moving forward now. It won't behoove any of us to dwell on the past. Having said that, I suggest we get down to business and decide how best to help Isabel with her case.
Myra pointed to the orange folders that had been placed in front of each of the women.
"We can follow along with Isabel, but I think it will be better if she tells us in her own words what happened to her and what she wants done."
Isabel took a deep breath as she looked around at the women. She cleared her throat. "As you all know, I'm an architect. I had my own business, which I worked at 18 hours a day. I designed shopping malls, high-rises, churches, you name it, and my name was on it. I moved 3 times to accommodate my business as well as my staff. At the time, I was also engaged to a man named Bobby Harcourt. I was supposed to get married on Valentine's Day. That was several years ago. I hired a young woman called Rosemary Hershey. She had just passed her boards, and I thought she was just right for our office. She was a real go-getter, dedicated, beautiful, made a great impression. She was a sharp dresser and a hell of an architect, with great innovative ideas. Isabel looked over at Nicky. Rosemary was my Allison Banks, the woman who almost ruined you. Almost is the key word in your case. In my case, Rosemary Hershey did ruin me. In less than 6 months, Rosemary became my right-hand woman. I started to depend on her more and more. In a way, it was a godsend because it freed me up to spend more time with my fiancé. Isabel's voice turned wistful. I was so happy during that time. Then I came down with a vicious head cold that ended up settling in my chest. I started to doctor myself because I was stupid and didn't want to take the time to sit in a doctor's office. I was a hair away from having to give a presentation to pitch for the contract for a new shopping mall in Pennsylvania. Everyone in the office worked together to help, including Rosemary. The day I had to make my presentation, I was sick as a dog and was swigging cough medicine by the bottle. I was also running a fever, so Rosemary drove me to the presentation. On the way, there was an accident. Isabel licked at her dry lips as she struggled to continue. I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I was in the hospital, and I couldn't remember a thing about the accident. Then I developed pneumonia. They told me the alcohol content in my blood was high, that I was drunk and had run a stop sign. A family, a mother, a father, and a little girl of 2 were killed, and Rosemary was severely injured, too. Everyone sued me. I believed what they said, that I had been driving. Bobby made himself scarce and finally disappeared altogether. I lost everything trying to defend myself. When I didn't think it could possibly get any worse, it did. Rosemary said I'd stolen her design for the shopping mall. She said we were arguing in the car, and that's how I ran the stop sign. I couldn't prove otherwise. Rosemary saw to that. In the end, they believed her, and I lost my license and my business. It took almost a year for my memory to return, and even then it was just in little bits and pieces. But by then all the damage had been done. Another year went by as I tried to earn a living. I went to see Rosemary, to plead with her. She laughed in my face. When I was leaving her big plush office, I ran into Bobby and found out that he and Rosemary were engaged. He couldn't look me in the eye. A couple of months later, I saw in the paper that they got married. Of course, I wasn't invited to the wedding. Shortly after that, I went to see Nicky. Without any kind of proof, there was nothing her firm could do for me. She helped me get a job that paid the bills, but I couldn't work in my field again. "And you didn't scratch that bitch's eyes out?" Catherine barked, outraged. I knew if I touched her, I would have killed her. The only thing I could do was walk away. Rosemary is at the top of her game now, clients standing in line to hire her. Bobby is her partner. Since Charles got my license reinstated, I've started over and actually have several small clients. I have to supplement my income with odd jobs just to make my rent, but I'm surviving. Myra tapped her pencil on the tabletop.
"What would you like to see happen to this awful woman, Isabel?"
I'd like her to tell the truth. Then I want to see her stripped of everything she holds dear, including that miserable husband of hers. I don't want to believe he was in on it with Rosemary, but common sense tells me she needed a cohort. By the way, the two of them took all my clients. Something also needs to be done for the family who were killed. My insurance didn't pay the family's heirs that much. Rosemary got there first with her lawsuit and got just about all of it. My umbrella policy was for $3 million. She got $2.5 million, and the family got the other $500,000. When I went to see Rosemary, I asked her if her conscience bothered her about that family. Do you know what she said to me? She said, "Get real, Pollyanna. We'll just have to make Miss Rosemary eat those words now, won't we, girls?" Alexis drawled. The others nodded. Charles stepped down from his computers and said, "Myra and I have come up with a plan. We would like you to consider it when you think about Rosemary's punishment. Our plan depends on the sale going through on the Barrington property next door, so at the moment it is nothing more than an idea." Nicky settled herself more comfortably in her padded swivel chair. "Let's hear it then, Charles." Charles looked like a Cheshire cat as he smacked his hands together.
"Since Myra has the wherewithal,"
he said, referring to Myra's vast fortune,
"to do pretty much as she wishes, we took the liberty of renting a very posh, high-end suite of offices on K Street in the district. It will be the new offices of Isabel Flanders, architect. Anyone wanting to confer with Miss Flanders can only do so by appointment. Since you've had your license for a year now, Isabel, we've managed to give you an impressive resume to match your offices, courtesy of some of my friends," he added, false modesty ringing in his voice. If the women wondered about the why or the how of what Charles was saying, they didn't mention it out loud. They knew better. In their eyes, Charles, a former MI6 operative, could do anything, thanks to his network of spooks, spies, and the covert world he'd worked in until his cover was blown. When Myra had told the girls that Charles was on first-name terms with the Queen, they never again questioned anything he did or asked of them. "What that means is that Isabel can take credit for designing a theme park owned by a friend in California. She can also take credit for a brand-new mall that's about to open in Chicago. Another friend. Anyone curious enough to make inquiries will run up against a brick wall. The new offices will have impressive plaques, citations, blow-your-mind pictures of Isabel with dignitaries. There will also be an article in the papers today, courtesy of the AP Wire Service, announcing that my friend on the other side of the pond is requesting Isabel's presence for a memorial she is considering. It doesn't matter if the event materializes or not."
"Whoa! Way to go, Charles!" the girls squealed in unison. Charles preened and bowed low. In spite of himself, he burst out laughing.
"Sometimes it pays to have friends in high places."
Myra was so excited she almost broke her pearls, which she was never without.
"Can you imagine the look on this Rosemary's face when she hears about that? Whatever would we do without this dear man?"
Charles's cheeks turned pink as he cleared his throat so he could continue.
"Now, if the sale goes through and Myra is able to purchase the adjacent property, she's going to contact several architects to bid on the project she's considering. There are several very large firms in the district, but the two we are going to be interested in are Rosemary's and Isabel's. Rosemary will know she's being pitted against the woman she ruined. It should prove interesting."
"Charles, that is so devilishly clever," Nicky said in awe. Charles twinkled.
"Yes, I thought so. Since today is Valentine's Day, I'm taking my lady love to town. We're going to pick up Judge Easter and have a nice dinner out. You're all more than welcome to stay or leave. We'll reconvene tomorrow at the same time."
Nicky felt enormous relief. She'd been wondering for hours how she could possibly get away to join Jack on this all-important Lover's Day. She did her best to feign indifference by saying, "I think I'll head for my office. I'll see all of you tomorrow." Isabel was the only one who opted to stay at the farm. The others said their goodbyes and drove away. Left to her own devices, Isabel sat down at the kitchen table and sipped at her cold cup of coffee. A mighty sigh escaped her lips. What would she do when her mission was over and she was vindicated? Neither Charles nor Myra had said anything about her continuing to work in the fancy new offices, and she didn't have the nerve to ask if she could take it over. The rent alone scared her out of her wits. Maybe she could open a small office somewhere and just be a one-woman operation. The thought of being vindicated left her feeling lightheaded. Maybe she needed to go outdoors and run till she dropped. She wished then, as she often did, that she had family to call on, but there was no one but a great-aunt that was so distant she couldn't even remember her name. All her friends were gone, and she hadn't bothered to make new ones. The Sisterhood was her family now, Myra and Charles her surrogate parents. Maybe someday she'd meet a man who would make her blood sing the way Bobby had. So many maybes. Life was suddenly becoming interesting again. Isabel smiled, then grabbed her lightweight jacket and went for her run. 7 miles today. In the car, Nicky called Jack on her cell phone. "I've been sprung. I'm all yours for the rest of the day and night." Jack groaned.
"Nick, I can't get away until at least 4. I'll try for earlier, but I can't promise."
"Do your best. I'll cook us a nice dinner and—"
"And?"
Nicky laughed. "And I'll leave it to you to fill in the blanks. Bye." She heard Jack groan again as she ended the call. Jack gathered up his topcoat and briefcase and left his office. He had 15 minutes to get to court. It was sleeting when he hit the street, the stinging spray hitting him smack in the face. He walked with his head down, hunkered into his topcoat. "Hey, Jack, slow down," a voice called to be heard over the driving wind. Jack turned to see Ted Robinson on his right. "Can't. Gotta be in court. Walk along with me. I hope the hell you weren't here to ask me what to buy your lady love, the one with the bodacious ass, for Valentine's Day." The reporter loped alongside Jack, his breathing heavy. Finally, he had to slow down. "Well, yeah, that too. But I need to talk to you about something else first. How long are you going to be in court?" 30 minutes, if all goes well. Want to grab some lunch? Listen, I have to sprint the rest of the way. I'll meet you in the lobby, okay? 40 minutes tops. "Yeah, sure." Jack felt bad for his friend as he sprinted off. Ted still wasn't up to snuff since he'd had his spleen removed following an almost fatal beating by some very special federal agents. Jack had taken care of that little matter, but he still felt guilty over the beating Ted had suffered. Jack barreled through the security and raced down the hall to Judge Easter's courtroom. He blew in like a gust of wind, shrugging out of his topcoat as he raced to take his place just as Judge Easter stomped her way to the front of the room and saw Jack wiping at the sleet on his face. "Nice to see you this morning, Mr. Emery," she barked. "Happy Valentine's Day, Your Honor," Jack replied, grinning. The judge blinked before she settled back in her chair. "I'll stand. The Honorable Judge Cornelia Easter presiding," the bailiff barked to be heard in the back of the courtroom. 40 minutes later, Jack was on his way to the ground floor where Ted Robinson was waiting for him. "How about the rusty nail?" Jack asked, referring to his steakhouse a block away. "Sure. I'm in the mood for a big, thick steak with onions and mushrooms. I'm getting tired of eating tofu. Maggie is a vegetarian, so I have to be carnivorous on my own time. So what do you think, Jack? Flowers, candy, jewelry, or all of the above? What? Are you seeing anyone? What are you getting her? Who is it? Like I'm really going to tell you her name. Tomorrow I'll see it in that damn paper of yours. I'm going the flower route. Champagne-colored roses. I ordered them yesterday. You're only going to get leftovers now." "Why'd you wait so long?" "Because I didn't know what to get her. She does have a bodacious ass, doesn't she?" Jack held the door to the rusty nail open for Ted to enter.
"That she does, my friend. Now, if you really want to win some points with Maggie, get something for her dog. Women love it when you include their pets. I read that somewhere, so don't blame me if it doesn't work."
He shrugged out of his wet topcoat and hung it up next to the booth. Then he plopped down and swiped at his wet head with a wad of napkins.
"What a shitty day,"
he mumbled.
"So I know damn well you didn't come all the way to the office to ask me about Valentine's Day. What's up?"
Ted grimaced as he waited for the waitress in her skimpy, almost non-existent uniform to take their order.
"I'll have a porterhouse steak, medium, twice baked potato, and a side of onion rings, and I'll have a Miller Lite."
"I'll have the same," Jack said.
"She must be freezing,"
Ted said, jerking his head in the waitress's direction.
"Nah, those girls have to hustle. In case you don't know this, buddy, they wear those skimpy outfits so dumb schmucks like us tip big. So what's up?" "I don't know for sure. Maybe something, maybe nothing. I'd like your spin on it."
Ted whipped up a folded section of the Post, a small column highlighted in yellow. Jack reached for the paper, his eyebrows shooting upwards. Shit, shit, shit. The ladies of Pinewood were on the march again. 2. The moment Nicky heard the ping of the alarm system going off, she ran to the foyer to throw herself into Jack's arms. "Oh, I've missed you. It's been—"
"A whole week. I missed you more,"
Jack said, nuzzling her neck, loving the way she always smelled like wildflowers, even in the dead of winter. He held out the florist's box with its huge red ribbon. Nicky accepted the box, oohing and eyeing over the gorgeous champagne-colored roses, her favorite. She quickly put them in a vase and then carried them into the living room to the coffee table. That way they could both enjoy the flowers while they cuddled on the couch after dinner. She wiggled her finger to show Jack she was wearing her engagement ring. He smiled from ear to ear, knowing that in the morning it would go back on the chain around her neck and then under whatever she was wearing for the day. She could wear it on her toe for all he cared, as long as she wore it. "How's the weather out there?" Nicky asked as she led Jack back to the little breakfast nook where they would have their romantic candlelit dinner.
"Rain, sleet, a little snow. The roads are freezing. By morning, if this keeps up, we'll be socked in."
Jack wiggled his eyebrows to show what he thought about that.
"What's for dinner?"
"Your favorite. Leg of lamb, Irish potatoes, mint jelly, baby carrots. I made yeast rolls. And I baked a blackberry cobbler. Just for you, Mr. District Attorney." Jack looked down at the pretty table setting, the linen tablecloth, the matching napkins, the fine crystal, the gleaming silver, and the decorative china. What he really liked were the blue candles that smelled like blueberries. His sister always used to chastise his mother for never using her fine things. "They're for company," his mother would always say. The only thing was, they never had company, not even at Christmas. Nicky said she liked to use her things every day because they made her feel good. She even had a baccarat crystal glass in the bathroom that she used to gargle with. Now he had one, too. His glass was on the left. Nicky's was on the right.
"Give me a minute to change my clothes and I'll be right back."
"Take your time. By the way, I have a present for you, too." Jack took a swipe at her rump as he left the kitchen. He was back in 10 minutes wearing jeans and a navy blue sweatshirt that said Georgetown Lacrosse on the back. He was like a kid again.
"Can I open my present now?"
"Well, sure," Nicky said as she settled platters on the table and then opened a bottle of Jack's favorite Merlot. She sat down and waited for him to untie the ribbon and open the small flat box. Finally, when he had ripped at the paper and at the Scotch tape holding the box together, he stared down at the present.
"Oh, wow. This... I can see you put a lot of thought into this. I don't know what to say. Honest to God, Nick, I'm speechless."
Nicky leaned across the table, the light from the blue candles casting her in an almost iridescent glow. Her voice was soft, solemn. "The big question is, will you accept this gift from my heart?" Jack stared at the woman he loved and replied just as solemnly,
I accept. The big problem is this. With such a tribute, where can I put it? I'm assuming it's a secret.
Nicky reached for the burled walnut plaque with the bronze faceplate that proclaimed Jack Emery an honorary member of the Sisterhood. This makes it official, Jack. You don't have to accept. You said you were committed to me, and committed to me means you're committed to the Sisterhood. It's not too late to back out. Jack reached for her hand over the leg of lamb.
I'm in. I'll do whatever I can to help you. In secret, of course.
Of course.
Now can we eat?
You betcha. Hours later, after dinner, the pair cuddled together on the comfortable sofa.
Bring me up to date, Nick,
Jack said. When Nicky was finished outlining the plan they had for Isabel's mission, Jack fished around in his briefcase to show her the article Ted Robinson had given him at lunch.
He's already on to you guys. I have to say, you're pretty clever. What are the chances of Myra getting the property?
Actually, she has it, but she may not know it yet. Isabel called from the farm around 3 and said that the realtor had called to say her client had accepted Myra's offer. She said she tried calling both Myra and Charles, but their cell phones must be off. So yes, she's got the property and it's a go.
Is that guy Charles so influential he got the Queen to go along with him on that news release that hit the paper?
Yep.
Damn.
Jack, can you dig out the old files on Isabel's case? I have them in the office, but I don't want to pull them out now and draw unwanted attention. The firm has picked up a few more clients through word of mouth from some of our more loyal clients. I'm not going to replace Jenny. I learned my lesson when I hired Allison to take Barbara's place. Perhaps down the road, if our client base increases, I'll give it some thought. Right now, Jenny's death is still too raw with me, and all the partners at the firm. What's going on in the DA's office? Jack poured from a second bottle of wine.
Same old, same old. Crime never stops, you know that. I had to appear before Judge Easter late this morning. She's no fun anymore. She used to crack up the courtroom with her one-liners. She's all business these days, and I understand that. I did wish her a happy Valentine's Day, but she gave me the evil eye, so I shut up.
Ted?
Yeah, well, Ted is something else. Ink runs in that guy's veins. He's got something going with Maggie Spritzer these days. So what he doesn't come up with, she does. He was pretty excited about the little article I showed you. He sees political intrigue and governments colliding, that kind of thing. He knew immediately who Isabel Flanders was, not because of a lawsuit way back when, but because she's a member of your, little group. Now he's on the alert. Maggie, too. Don't worry, I have the inside track with Ted, and he owes me now.
Nicky twisted around in the corner of the sofa so she could see Jack better. Does he know about us? That you're staying here?
Not to my knowledge. He fishes around from time to time, wanting to know if I'm seeing anyone. If push comes to shove, I'll call in Marcy, one of my assistants, to pose as my girlfriend. She's engaged to a really nice guy, so don't get worried. If it happens, it will all be play acting for Ted's benefit. Ted knows I'm staying here in Georgetown, but I don't know if he knows it's your place or not. I tend to think he doesn't know, or he would have needled me. In other words, so far so good.
Nicky yawned elaborately. Oh, are you really okay with being an honorary member of the Sisterhood?
Yes, I am, and I'm going to hang my plaque on my side of the bathroom. You should call it the Sisterhood plus one brother.
Nicky laughed. You bank the fire and I'll lock up. First one in bed gets to... Jack was like a living, breathing streak of lightning as he beat Nicky to the bed with a minute to spare.
You were saying?
He grinned.
Charles, I feel so guilty about fibbing to the girls.
Myra, you didn't fib. Cornelia said she would have dinner with us, and then she changed her mind. You didn't know she was going to cancel when you told the girls we were going to stay in town for the evening. It's too late now. We're almost to Sunstar Farms. It will be so nice to see Neely again.
Charles, Isn't she the most fascinating woman? She's just this little bit of a thing, and yet she rode to a Triple Crown for Blue Diamond Farms. She says she loves being back at her old homestead here in Virginia with Hatch. They're retired, the way you and I are supposed to be retired. I know she's going to jump at the chance to help us. My father took me to Blue Diamond Farms when I was about 16. It was just wonderful and beautiful. But it wasn't the famous horse farm that Neely turned it into in later years. Actually, Blue Diamond Farms has the distinction of being the most famous horse farm in the world, with so many Kentucky Derby winners that I've lost track. All thanks to Neely. My father and my mother knew Maud and Jess, Neely's adoptive parents, for years. Neely had just come there to live when I first met her. We lost track of one another for a while, but when I got back from Europe, I made it my business to look her up again. We may not see much of each other, but we never lost touch.
Charles was almost giddy.
When news of Neely Diamond Clay coming to our neck of the woods gets into the papers, Rosemary will pitch a fit. I have the whole script in my head, Myra. We'll have to get Isabel to pose for pictures with her.
I know, dear. Oh, my, it's starting to sleet. That is sleet, isn't it?
Yes. We only have a mile or so to go. Everything looks so depressing in February. I think it's the worst month of the year. Neely is expecting us, isn't she?
Myra waved her hand under Charles's nose.
Earth to Charles? No, dear, she is not expecting us. Nellie only told us she couldn't do dinner on our drive into town. You and I decided on the spur of the moment to drive here. Not to worry. Neely loves company just the way we do, as long as it's the right company. Oh, look, there's the arch and the sign. We're here, and not a minute too soon. Tap the horn, dear. I so love it when people are waiting in the doorway to welcome you. Oh, I can't wait to see Neely. I think it's been 3 years, maybe 4. We spoke on the phone last week, though.
Charles smiled at the excitement in Myra's voice. He loved to see her so happy and excited. He was looking forward to spending time with Hatch, Neely's husband. The ladies could gossip, and he and Hatch would smoke good cigars, drink fine brandy, and tell tall tales. He obligingly tapped the horn.
Look, the door is opening. They're waiting for us. Oh, this is so wonderful, Myra squealed. Neely,
she shouted as she ran toward the front porch before Charles could even bring the car to a complete stop.
Myra,
Neely said, running down the steps to embrace her old friend. Charles went over to greet Hatch, who towered over Charles by at least 8 inches. The men shook hands and manfully clapped one another on the back. Neely offered up one of her famous Black & Decker handshakes before she loosened her grip to hug Charles.
This is such a nice surprise. Come in. Hatch and I are bored out of our minds. We were doing crossword puzzles to pass the time. I know I should have called ahead, Myra said, linking her arm with Neely's, but it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Charles and I need your help, but we can talk about that later. Let's visit. Coffee would be nice. Do you have anything to do for the horses?
It's all taken care of. I have wonderful people these days. Hatch and I are just like 2 old fogies waiting around for someone to need us. When they don't call on us, we do crossword puzzles. You know the coffee is always on in my house. Hatch is a little worried as we're expecting an ice storm. It looks to me like it's underway. You and Charles may be marooned here for a few days. What could be nicer? Myra laughed.
There's nothing better than spending time with old friends over a good cup of coffee. Let's sit in the kitchen and catch up.
Wonderful, Neely beamed. 3 days later, on a cold but bright and sunny February afternoon, the ladies of Pinewood sat around the kitchen table eating lunch while they waited for Myra and Charles to get back from their trip.
Are you sure it's the same Neely Diamond, the one who won the Triple Crown? Alexis asked.
Nicky laughed. The one and the same, and she's agreed to help us with Isabel's mission, only her name these days is Neely Littletree. And yes, she rode her horses to the Triple Crown, not once, but twice. The first woman to do it, too. The town will turn out the red carpet for her since this is horse country. She's a great lady. I only met her twice, but she sure is a woman you never forget. Being in the horse business and all, I'm hoping she might know or maybe heard something about the Barringtons.
I don't understand. What can she possibly do for Isabel?
Alexis asked. Window dressing. Photo ops for Isabel. It's Myra's PR machine kicking in. To make Rosemary livid in the hope she does something stupid. It will be obvious to everyone that Isabel will have the inside track. That will make Rosemary green with envy. She's going to start poking around, trying to find out how Isabel got back on her feet and how she got her license reinstated. Since she's the devil in the woodwork, wouldn't you be a little nervous as well as angry that the woman you ruined is back on top? Nicky said. Myra is hosting a dinner party at the Silver Swan to kick off this huge endeavor, and will invite every notable she can find, even the governor. Photo opportunities out the kazoo. Rosemary's invitation will conveniently get lost in the mail, only to arrive in her mailbox after the dinner party. How's that for devious? The women laughed for a long time. 3. The sign outside the building was simple and stark, with a single name on it, Rosemary Hershey. Anyone caring enough to wonder who Rosemary Hershey was had to enter the building and ask the skinny receptionist with the see-through hair and fake nails. If Rosemary was within earshot of the person doing the questioning, her reply was always succinct. K-I-S-S. Keep it simple, stupid. Then she'd blow an airy kiss to the person who had asked the question and walk away. Bobby Harcourt didn't like the sign, and had had many heated conversations with his wife about his name not being on it, even though he was a full partner. During each one of those conversations, Rosemary would remind her husband that she'd used her settlement money to buy the building and start up her own firm. Bobby had been in the picture at the time of the accident, and she'd made him buy into her firm, but by that point the sign had already been commissioned, and there was no room for his name on it. Bobby had gone along with the whole thing because of the bedroom gymnastics, but, like most things, even that side of things had worn thin, and he'd later married Rosemary and bought into her firm because it seemed like the thing to do at the time. Now, though, the whole thing was starting to get under his skin. He was a damn good architect, and had made Architect of the Year 2 years in a row, just as Rosemary had, but she had only won 1 year. He was the workhorse on the firm, and Rosemary was the show horse, filly, if you will. All 3 plaques hung in the lobby of their office building. Bobby no longer looked at the sign on the door or the plaques on the lobby wall. Today, just like every other day, he entered the building, the morning paper tucked under his arm, and headed straight for his office with its spectacular view of the Washington Monument. He stopped at the receptionist's desk for his messages, hating how sleazy the young woman looked. He'd spoken to Rosemary about the receptionist's appearance, and all she'd done was cluck her tongue and ask him if he wanted a lawsuit on his hands. It wasn't just the way the young woman looked. It was her stupid name as well. Sasha. No one named their kid Sasha, except maybe a Russian mother. This Sasha was from Mud Creek, Mississippi. White trash, all 90 pounds of her. He rather suspected that Rosemary kept her on because Sasha made her look beautiful, which she was, but she was also a cold, relentless, heartless bitch of a woman. He'd found that out as soon as the honeymoon was over, much to his regret. Bobby looked at his watch. 10:15, time to ruin his wife's day. He smiled as he crossed the hall to her suite of offices. He rapped on the door and opened it without waiting for a response.
Got a minute, Rosemary?
Yeah, sure. How'd the Rotary breakfast go? Any gossip? Bobby looked at his beautiful wife, Spun sugar candy was what she always reminded him of. No matter what time of the day or night, she always looked like she just stepped out of a bandbox. Perfectly coiffed, expertly made up, exquisitely dressed, subtle perfume that never seemed to fade, and always with her 24-carat smile that was as phony as the caps on her pearly white teeth.
"Actually, I did hear quite a bit of gossip," he said, feeling smug, "but you aren't going to like it. You know, Rosemary, it was your turn to do the Rotary breakfast this month."
"Oh, Pooh, you good old boys didn't need me there. All you do is tell risque jokes and pretend to shock me. So what's the gossip? And for heaven's sake, why won't I like it?" Bobby shrugged inside his tweed jacket.
"Because, my darling, it has to do with Isabel Flanders, and we both know how much you despise her."
If he was expecting a reaction, he wasn't disappointed. Rosemary stopped what she was doing and just glared at him. Bobby thought for a minute that she looked frozen, but she recovered quickly. That crazy woman. What did she do now?
"Evidently something good. The Queen of England commissioned her to design some kind of memorial. She did get her license reinstated a while back. I saw it in the newsletter, so you must have seen it too, even though we never discussed it. Roscoe Cummings, who heads up the Realty Board, said Isabel signed a lease on some very impressive office space. She's got contractors working around the clock. Roscoe said, and this is a direct quote, 'Her offices will make yours look like a dump, Bobby.'"
"Really?"
Tongue-in-cheek, Bobby said, "Really?" Terry McGovern said he spoke to Isabel one day last week about some of the furnishings she's buying, which, by the way, according to Terry, are the high end of high. Lots of plush furniture, paintings, tons of marble and mahogany. He said it's probably costing her about $300,000 just to outfit the place, 9 rooms in all, so you can imagine the kind of rent she'll be paying. Rumor has it she paid for a full year in advance, but it's just a rumor. Max Turgold said he heard Isabel enticed 2 heavy hitters from New York to join the firm, and another guy from California who is hotter than hot. They're bringing along their own roster of clients. Guess Isabel hit the mother lode. If all that's true, this outfit is peanuts compared to what she's starting out with. Guess we better look to our laurels."
Rosemary fingered a set of blueprints, but Bobby could see she was upset. "Wait till they find out about her past," she snarled. Bobby wagged one of his fingers.
"No, it's funny you should say that. Roscoe said everyone knows about it. Isabel didn't pull any punches. She's got beaucoup bucks, so who cares? And the rumor is that now that she has all those beaucoup bucks, she's talking about reopening her case. She said she was shafted. I always thought the same thing myself," he added slyly. "You know why I always thought that, Rosemary?" Not bothering to wait for a response, he continued, "Because Isabel never drank. She was a 1 glass of wine kind of person, and she never even finished that. Sometimes she'd have a beer, and she'd never finish that either. Yet they said she was drunk. They said it because you told them that."
Rosemary bared her teeth. "The next thing you'll be telling me is you made a mistake marrying me and dumping Isabel. She was drunk that day. Go check the police report. They did blood alcohol tests on her." Bobby ignored this.
"See ya. Gotta get ready to go to that pioneer luncheon, unless you want to take my place."
"For God's sake, you just had breakfast." "All right, I'll go, you weasel," Rosemary snarled. Bobby walked across the hall to his office, closed the door, and flopped down on his ergonomic chair. He felt lower than a snake's belly at his sense of satisfaction. He should have walked out of his marriage and this partnership a long time ago. Bobby Harcourt, last one out of the gate, his claim to fame. He thought about Isabel then because he always thought about Isabel when he was unhappy. They'd had a good thing going back then. Isabel with the laughing eyes and ready smile. Workaholic Isabel. Isabel who never drank. He'd tried telling that to the police, but they wouldn't listen to him. He'd testified in court, but no one had believed him. They didn't believe him when he said Isabel was a cautious driver and would never have run a stop sign. They didn't believe him when he said Isabel would never steal someone else's work. Of course, he'd testified after Rosemary. Poor, poor Rosemary with her injuries, wearing all those different braces, crying into a lacy handkerchief. With 9 men on the jury, Isabel was dead in the water. He'd tried to visit Isabel in the hospital, but he hadn't been permitted to see her because he wasn't family. He didn't know until much later that she'd almost died with pneumonia. After the trial, Isabel went off somewhere to lick her wounds. He'd tried everything he could to find her, but she seemed to have dropped off the face of the earth. Little did he know at the time that she had just moved across town. Wounded to the quick over Isabel's rejection, he'd allowed himself to wallow in Rosemary's attention. Before he knew what was happening, he was having a torrid affair with her that was more about lust than anything else. Bobby looked at his day planner, meetings out the kazoo. Screw the new clients. They now had so many they couldn't handle them all. He called through to the secretary he shared with Rosemary. "Cancel all my appointments. I'll be back by 3 o'clock. If Rosemary wants to know where I am, tell her something came up. If she needs me for anything, tell her to call my cell phone." Bobby reached for his overcoat and left the office. Brad Olson was an old friend. He'd see him even if he had to cancel someone else to fit him in. It was time to find out where he stood legally, both business-wise and marriage-wise. His gut told him it was time to bail out. Something was going on, and he sure as hell didn't want to be around when it all went down. Rosemary tugged at her short powder-blue skirt before she opened the door to the meeting room at the Holiday Inn. If there was one thing she hated, it was these civic meetings where everyone had to make nice to each other, and then, when the meeting was over, the little cliques tore each other to pieces. The meeting was nothing more than a gossip session under the guise of what's new in our field. The Pioneer Club dated back to the 1930s, when Cyrus Canfield, the town's leading architect, formed it after being forced into retirement at the age of 73. It was a way for Cyrus to keep his hand in the business and to stay as up-to-date as he could with the young whippersnappers who were fighting tooth and nail for their share of the building boom. When the club first met, it boasted 7 members. Today, there were a good 300, not that they all showed up at these little monthly luncheons, where everyone had to pay for their own lunch and drinks. It was still a gossip session, and most of today's members were young in comparison to Cyrus Canfield and his original band of retired architects. These days, the pioneers allowed women, but only because Sadie Longberry had filed a discrimination suit against them. Sadie had said in her lawsuit that even on her worst day she could outthink, outrun, outwork, and outdrink any member of the pioneers, and that just because she was a woman they had no right to exclude her. Judge Cornelia Easter had heard the case. She had agreed with Sadie and had ordered each member of the club to pay Sadie $200. Sadie walked away with a little over $24,000. Then she did what any red-blooded 50-year-old woman would do. She got a facelift and perky breast implants and managed to find a toy boy hot enough to melt her brand-new acrylic nails, and all within 3 weeks. Then she took the rest of the money and ran full-page ads in the local paper denouncing the Pioneer Club until the money ran out, and she never once set foot in a Pioneer Club meeting. Sadie then proceeded to form her own organization that boasted 400 active members. Isabel Flanders had been president 4 years running. Bobby was the treasurer. Rosemary had never joined. Rosemary gave her miniskirt another tug and plastered a smile on her face before she entered the room. She was aware instantly of 2 things. 1, the tension was high. 2, Maggie Spritzer from the Post was sitting at the table munching on a chunk of cheese right next to the Post's star reporter, Ted Robinson. Because the meetings were always as boring as the lunch itself, The reporters usually opted to call the president after the meeting to find out if anything new or noteworthy had gone on. She looked a little further down the long table and was stunned to see the Chronicle's leading reporter, Zach Elderman. Her belly did a flip-flop. Her smile intact, her expensive perfume wafting about, Rosemary greeted everyone at the table as she took her seat. This was not going to be an ordinary meeting of the Pioneer Club. Toby Wiseman brought the meeting to order. He whittled away at the dry, boring business on his agenda before he finally said, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new game in town with a whole new bunch of players. We're all going to have to watch our P's and Q's from here on in." "What are you talking about, Toby?" Rosemary asked, as if she didn't know the identity of this new player in town.
"I'm talking about Isabel Flanders. Surely you heard. It's all over town. My godwoman, the Queen herself, has commissioned Isabel to do some sort of memorial for Buckingham Palace. It doesn't get any better than that."
Rosemary feigned indifference. "Oh, that," she drawled. "I'm not impressed. I wonder whose work she'll steal this time to pass off as her own. I'd like someone to tell me how she got her license back." "Oh, I can tell you that, Miss Hershey," Maggie Spritzer chirped. "The board only suspended her license for 5 years and gave her a $200,000 fine. The board said they wouldn't give back the license until she paid the fine. Miss Flanders paid the fine, and then donated another $50,000 to the board to disperse to ailing and retired architects housed in the nursing home you all had built years ago. The board lifted the suspension 5 months ahead of schedule, and Miss Flanders is back in business. I'm surprised you didn't know that. It was in the paper last week." Ted Robinson flipped open a dog-eared notebook and said with relish, "Miss Flanders issued a statement through her office manager. While I don't want to quote her verbatim, what she said in essence is this: I'm back, and I remember all the people, my colleagues, who turned away from me when the case against me was circumstantial at best. I'm reopening my old case because the statute of limitations has not run out. In the meantime, she plans to aggressively seek new business for her new firm. She also said that all those people who testified against her had better hire some damn fine attorneys because she's going to war." The smile on Rosemary's face finally slipped away. "Why are you all looking at me like that? If Isabel wants to go after everyone involved in that ugly mess, let her. I certainly have nothing to hide. A jury found her guilty and saw fit to award me compensation for my injuries. The board revoked her license, not me. The woman is just another architect like the rest of us. She's no Frank Lloyd Wright, for God's sake." Ted Robinson looked down at his notebook. "According to Miss Flanders' spokesperson, Miss Flanders used the word perjury quite a few times when preparing her statement. However, she didn't name names. Is there anyone here who would like to make a comment?" "Don't insult me," Rosemary said. She looked around the table, mentally counting all the men she'd slept with over the past 5 years. She noticed they had a hard time meeting her gaze. Tamara Wheatley, a mousy woman with thin hair and oversized glasses, leaned toward the 2 reporters.
"Do either of you know if it's true that Myra Rutledge bought the Barrington farm and is going to turn it into something like that famous racing farm in Kentucky? I think it's called Blue Diamond, owned by the woman who won the Triple Crown. I heard that she's a personal friend of Mrs. Rutledge, and she's called on her for help. Supposedly she's going to be asking for bids from all of us. If what I've heard is true, that's $100 million project, possibly more. That's going to be fodder for the newspapers for months to come."
Rosemary felt sick to her stomach. She reached for a piece of cheese she didn't want. She could feel the heat of the moment start to creep up her neck into her face. "It's true," Maggie Spritzer said. "Mrs. Rutledge is going to close on the Barrington property sometime this week. I called her myself yesterday, and she confirmed it. She said she's going to host a dinner party at the Silver Swan and will be inviting all the dignitaries, the governor, and all you architects, so she can tell you what she wants in person. She said Neely Diamond Clay will be in attendance to further elaborate on what is needed. Maggie looked around at the shocked and awed expressions on everyone's faces. I'm surprised none of you knew this. Would anyone care to give me a quote, make a comment? Rosemary nibbled on the cheese in her hand. She wondered what her voice would sound like if she made a comment. She decided silence was her best friend. Carla Peabody said, Aside from the dinner at the Silver Swan with some dignitaries, what makes this deal so spectacular? Of course, my firm will submit a bid, but why this huge interest? Myra Rutledge is a wealthy woman and does stuff like this all the time. A racing stable is not new to the state of Virginia. Ted Robinson closed his notebook and stuck it back in his pocket. This is just my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, so hear me out. I think it's news because it's rumored that your fellow outcast, Isabel Flanders, has the inside track. What say you now? The group was saved from replying as the huge double doors opened to admit waiters and waitresses ready to serve lunch. Okay, I'll just report that you were all dumbfounded, Ted said, getting up and then holding Maggie's chair for her. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. It looks, interesting. Rosemary Hershey jabbed her fork into her fillet of sole, wishing it was Isabel Flanders' neck. 4. Outside, in the blustery February wind, Ted Robinson walked Maggie Spritzer to her car. They eyed each other warily, their reporting instincts kicking into high gear. Both their noses had picked up something in the pioneer meeting, and neither of them was willing to confide in the other. They might share a bed these days, a bottle of wine, hold hands and whisper sweet nothings in each other's ears, but they would never consider sharing thoughts, notes, nuances on a possible story. When it came to a byline, it was every man for himself and no hard feelings. See you tonight, Ted said. It was more of a question than a statement. Not tonight, baby. I have things to do. Maggie's eyes twinkled. I'll call you. Ted frowned. His eyes didn't twinkle. That's supposed to be my line. Damn, being a woman, Maggie had probably picked up on some hot tidbit he'd failed to notice because he was a miserable, shit-kicking man. The twinkle in her eyes was all the proof he needed that she had an edge. Well, he'd never groveled in his life, and he sure as hell wasn't going to start now. Dinner? Breakfast? He asked, groveling. Sorry, can't. I'll call you. Well, once a groveler, always a groveler. When? When you hear your phone ring, it might be me. Answer it. If it isn't me, wait for the next ring. Bitch. Bastard, Maggie said, driving away. Ted walked back to his car. He should follow her. He really should. Instead, he shrugged and started his engine. Another visit to Jack Emery was called for. Ted drove across town to the courthouse, parked, worked his way through security, and finally made it to Jack's office, where the district attorney immediately threw his pencil across the room at the sight of him. Jesus, Ted, what now? I'm up to my eyeballs in a high-profile capital murder case. It's looking like I'm going to have to try this one myself, which means I will have to move into this place as I'll be here 24/7. Jack could feel his stomach muscles crunch into a knot. He hoped his feigned indifference to whatever Ted was going to tell him was working. You get a break morning and afternoon. It's the law, so take it now, and then I'll get out of your hair. We can go to the cafeteria. Are you nuts? If you step foot in that place, you get sick. Okay, we can go to Moe's for coffee. 15 minutes and that's it, Ted. I'll take it. I want to run something by you. I thought you had a reference desk at the paper. When did I become your primary source? Jack said, holding the door of the elevator. When you got lily-livered and told me about the ladies of Pinewood. Suck that up, Mr. D.A. Yeah, well, that was then and this is now. I'm out of that mess. I thought when I squared it for you that you were going to let things lie. Ted walked through the revolving door,
the wind driving him backward. "It's supposed to get warmer tomorrow." "Oh, yeah? How warm?" Jack asked, struggling to walk against the wind. "Maybe 40. "Shut the hell up, Ted. 40 is for Eskimos. Tell me it will be 80 degrees tomorrow, and you will have my undivided attention," Jack said as he opened the door to the greasy spoon called Moe's place. It was so hot and steamy indoors that Ted's glasses fogged up straight away. Jack started to sweat as he shouldered his way to a spindly table at the back of the diner, where he bellowed for 2 coffees. Everybody bellowed for coffee at Moe's. "Christ, this is even worse than the last time I was here," Jack griped. "It tastes like licorice and someone's sweaty sneakers. Spit out whatever you brought me here for before this shit kills me." "One of the ladies of Pinewood is flying high, Jack. She's throwing money around like she's printing it herself. From low income and qualifying for food stamps, all of a sudden she's spending like she won the lottery. Since she belongs to that little group out there in McLean, my gut tells me Myra Rutledge has got to be backing her." Jack tried another sip of coffee. It wasn't any better than the first. He slid the heavy mug to the center of the table. "Myra Rutledge is a philanthropist. So what? What's that bloodhound nose of yours telling you? Who are you talking about anyway?" Ted gulped at his own coffee. "I can't believe you don't like this coffee. Isabel Flanders, that's who. It tells me the ladies of Pinewood are getting ready to pull another event. It's been about 4 months since they hit the National Security Advisor, and don't even pretend they weren't responsible for that stunt. We both know they were." Jack sighed. "What do you want from me? Did I tell you I'm involved in a high-profile capital crime? I am. I don't have time for this crap." Ted settled his glasses more firmly on his nose. "You're good, Jack. I'll give you that. You know what I think, old buddy? I think you're involved up to your eyeballs with those women. I hate to admit that never occurred to me before. Maggie also pointed it out to me. That would make you a pimp or a shill, Jack. Maggie's got a lot on the ball. She also blew my mind when she asked me what you were doing living in Nicky Quinn's house in Georgetown. I didn't know that, Jack. I felt like a fool when she told me." Shit, Jack thought. But he said, "And you're been out of shape because you think I should have told you that, right? Well, old buddy, I hate to prick your bubble, but there's a logical explanation. Nicky is living out at the farm. I asked her if I could rent the house until I found a place of my own. We don't have a hate-on for each other, Ted. We were engaged at one time. We're still friends. At least I hope we are. We share a lot of good memories. I traded on those memories when I asked for the lease. She obliged. Here, take a look," Jack said, flipping open his wallet. He withdrew a single sheet of paper folded over enough times to fit in his wallet. He unfolded it and handed it over. "All properly notarized and everything. I pay her $1,100 on the first of every month. I have to change the light bulbs, take out the trash, water the plants, shovel snow, rake the leaves, etc. Satisfied?" "Do you always carry your lease around with you?" "I don't even know where mine is." Jack grimaced as he drummed his fingers on the tabletop. "I don't have to explain how and why I do what I do, but because I'm a nice guy, I will. I didn't have my briefcase with me the day I signed the lease. I just folded it up and put it in my wallet. To tell you the truth, I forgot about it till just this minute. If you want, I'll fax Maggie a copy of it for her perusal." Jack was relieved to see Ted shrug. The lease had been Nicky's idea to cover his ass. "Anything else?" "Do you know Bobby Harcourt?" "Can't say that I do, should I?" At one time, Bobby Harcourt was Isabel Flanders' fiancé. I did a story on him a while back. I thought he was a stand-up guy. He used to fly Tomcats in the Navy. Any guy who can pull 9.5 Gs in a Tomcat has got to be a good guy. He married the chick that ruined Isabel Flanders. See where I'm headed with this? No, Ted, I don't see where you're headed with this. Flying airplanes makes someone a good guy? A grown man going by the name of Bobby? Is he a pretty boy? Ted favored his friend with a sour look. Maggie seems to think he's good-looking. Tall, works out, dresses well, good architect. Gets manicures, blow-dries his hair. Why is it that women notice stuff like that? Harcourt made Architect of the Year twice in a row, and his wife made it once. That Flanders woman made it twice, too. Now, she's a looker. The Hershey broad, not Flanders. And this means what? I don't know. I was hoping you could tell me something. You're on your own. Did I tell you I'm working on a high-profile capital murder case? Shit, yes, 3 times, Jack. Give it a rest. You're in charge of that office, so don't pull that garbage with me. Help me out here. Those ladies at Pinewood are going to go after Bobby's wife, aren't they? Myra is shilling for Flanders, and the others are helping. It makes sense.
Jack rummaged in his pocket for money to pay for the coffee. He slapped some bills on the table.
Is that your assessment or Maggie's?
This is the end of disc number 1. Please continue listening on disc number 2. This is disc number 2.
Myra is shilling for Flanders, and the others are helping. It makes sense,
Ted said. Jack rummaged in his pocket for money to pay for the coffee. He slapped some bills on the table.
Is that your assessment or Maggie's? Contrary to what you might believe, Jack, just because I'm sleeping with Maggie doesn't mean I share my sources or my info. I also have a mind of my own that I use on a regular basis. Maggie and I are independents, and adversaries to a certain point. I bet Maggie is just using you for sex. Think about this, Mr. Reporter. You gotta sleep sometime. Women are sneaky. They go through your things when you're asleep, especially after you just had sex and you're down for the count. They have all these little tools, hairpins, nail files, hat pins that can pick a lock. Chew on that one for a while, and just remember, you heard it from me. I really have to get back to the office. What's your next move, you intrepid reporter, you?
Jack guffawed.
Like I'm really going to tell you,
Ted said huffily as he shouldered his way through the crowd that was waiting in line for their table.
Tisk, tisk. Then don't come sniffing around my office, and when that lady you're sleeping with screws you over, don't come crawling back to me for help.
Outside in the driving wind, Ted pulled a watch cap out of his pocket and settled it on his head. Jack's hair started blowing in all directions. He pulled his coat collar up as high as it would go and stared at his friend.
Let's cut the shit, Jack, and get serious. You said you wanted those women caught. If you don't feel like that any longer, I'll fade into the night and not bother you again. Wherever the chips fall, they fall. I just feel that I'm closing the gap between me and them. Reporters' instincts.
Jack pretended to think.
I still feel like that, he lied. I just don't see how I can be of any help. Sometimes you're like a bull in a china shop. You need to cover your ass, Ted. Those women are smarter than both of us put together. And remember, there are 7 of them, plus that English guy, not to mention the English guy's buddies. Those guys are still out for your blood, and mine too. Just because we took out the first string doesn't mean the second string isn't warming up in the bullpen. Be careful, Ted, okay? Did I tell you? You have a high-profile criminal case to prepare for. Yeah, 3 times. I get it, Jack. See ya.
Jack watched his friend trudge off into the wind. He pushed his way through the revolving door, smoothed down his hair, and then walked over to a quiet corner where he called Nicky to tell her what just happened. Was he a snitch? Hell yes, he was a snitch. But he was also a bona fide honorary member of the Sisterhood. He didn't want his ass to get kicked out of the organization by a bunch of savvy women who wouldn't think twice about slicing off his dick and pickling it just for fun. Nicky stared across the table at Isabel's empty seat. She raised her eyebrows at Myra, expecting an explanation for Isabel's absence.
Isabel's in town, hard at work on the public relations plans we laid out for her. Has anyone heard anything, gossip, speculation, anything at all during the last few days?"
Nicky waggled her index finger. "I heard something a short while ago, but I will only tell you if you can accept it for what I say it is, and don't ask for my source. Otherwise I can't say anything."
"You got it. Tell us what you know," Catherine said.
Nicky fought the tickle in her throat. She chose her words carefully, and hated that she couldn't tell the others that Jack was her confidant. "If you all recall, Isabel told us about the Pioneer Club that meets once a month for a luncheon to discuss whatever it is that architects discuss. Mostly, I'm told, it's a gossip session. This time there were 3 reporters there. 2 we have to worry about, as they're from the Post and are personal friends of Jack Emery. The other reporter, Zach Elderman from the Chronicle, as far as I can tell, poses no threat. He was probably there simply to get the scoop on Isabel. From what I've been able to gather, these little luncheons or get-togethers are not usually attended by reporters because one has to pay for one's own lunch and drinks. The reporters usually call the acting president after the meeting for the highlights." Isabel chose that moment to slip quietly into the war room and take her seat. The others smiled at her. "Every day there is a new tidbit in the local papers, so we have to believe that Myra's PR blitz is starting to work. Rosemary Hershey, the lady who did our Isabel in, is usually the life of the party, so to speak. Today she wasn't her usual self. Normally she wears provocative clothing, lots of cleavage, shows a lot of leg and flirts with all the old geezers, and the young ones, too. When one of the members made the announcement that Isabel was reopening her old case, it seems Rosemary turned green. I think it's safe to say that Operation Rosemary is underway. She won't be sleeping well from here on in." Nicky allowed herself a small smile. "There's more. Bobby Harcourt, Isabel's ex-fiancé, who is now married to Rosemary Hershey, and who is also a partner in the firm that she started up with her ill-gotten gains, went to see a lawyer today to ask what his rights were in regard to his marriage and the business. His lawyer called Donna Frankel, with whom he is having a relationship. Donna is a partner in my firm. Donna called me, and now I'm telling all of you. It looks like Bobby might be trying to bail out on Rosemary." Alexis played with the medallion she was wearing around her throat.
"Well, that's a lot of news. What do we do now?"
"We wait," Myra said. "Charles is checking into Miss Hershey's finances, and a few other things, too. Charles drove into town to pick up our invitations. We'll meet after dinner to address them. You girls can do that while I plan the dinner party at the Silver Swan. I have to make a decision as to delivery of the invitations. What do you think, girls? Should we messenger them, overnight them, or just send them first-class mail?"
It was unanimous that Myra should send all the invitations by special messenger.
"All right, special messenger it is. Are we out of line by making it black tie? The governor is going to be there. He loves black tie affairs, as do I."
"Definitely black tie," the women agreed.
"Very well. We're done here, girls. Please continue with whatever you were doing before I joined you. Would you all care for some coffee?"
"Not if you're going to make it, Myra," Catherine said.
"Your loss,"
Myra quipped as she left the war room. "Girls, I have a question," Isabel said. "What do you all think it would take to drive Rosemary Hershey over the edge? I don't think me coming out on top is enough punishment for that bitch. She killed 3 people. Shouldn't we make her pay for that? Look," Isabel added vehemently, "that bitch has to pay for all the panic attacks I had over the years. Those damn things rendered me useless. I almost killed myself trying to work through them. By God, I want to see her pay and pay and pay for that."
"How did you escape going to jail for vehicular homicide?"
Alexis asked. 2 of the jurors weren't convinced, and they ended up giving me 10 years probation, 5 years community service, a hefty fine, and I lost my license. I guess they thought that was punishment enough,
In fact, it was way too much, since I didn't do what they charged me with. But the jury spoke. That was the end of it, Isabel said. Then our goal should be to make sure Rosemary gets the real punishment, whatever it would be without the jury's charitable decision. 10 to 20 years or so in the slammer without parole sounds about right to me. She took 3 lives. We can make this happen, can't we, girls? Catherine said. Oh, yeah, Alexis drawled. I do like the way that sounds, Yoko smiled. Nicky laughed. What do you have in mind, Catherine? The women shivered at Catherine's evil laughter. Isabel simply smiled. Isabel sat alone in the war room after the others left. Sometimes she just needed a bit of what she called me time. This was one of those times. She looked around, marveling at the high-tech room that would play such a big part in her mission. She leaned back in her chair and let her thoughts run wild. She was so close, so very close to vindication. It almost seemed surreal. She gave silent thanks for her sisters who were going to make it happen. She thought about the crippling attacks she'd gone through over the years. The first time she had one, she'd gone to a free clinic to find out what was wrong with her. A kindly nurse helped her, gave her a hotline number to call, and a mentor had helped her through the worst of it. She shivered when she thought back to how she'd gasped for breath, certain she was going to die. The shaking, the lightheaded feeling, the spike in her blood pressure. She was worthless for hours after one of her attacks, until her mentor told her she could talk herself out of it, work her way through the attacks with physical exercise. God, how she'd suffered in the aftermath of Rosemary's betrayal. She was fit now, hale and hearty, as her mentor said. The last attack had been 18 months ago. These days, in her free time, she counseled others who were in the same position she had been in. She loved talking to the women at the crisis center, telling them her story, promising them they could and would conquer their panic attacks. She realized now that she would never walk away from the crisis center no matter how busy or famous she became. She owed the center her well-being, and she would never forget it. Isabel got up from her chair, pushed it back under the table, and prepared to leave the war room. Her gaze drifted to the corner where Julia's chair was turned to face the wall. She offered up a snappy salute to her fallen sister. "It's my turn, Julia," she whispered. "I wish you were here to help. I miss you. We all miss you. I'll never forget you either." 5. Rosemary Hershey slammed on the brakes of her champagne-colored Mercedes, made an illegal U-turn, and headed for the elegant townhouse she shared with her husband. Shared was the key word here. The townhouse was hers. This car was hers. For the last 10 months, she'd tried to figure out a way to buy out Bobby's share of the business without bankrupting herself. They both knew the marriage was over. All they did was squabble at the office and at home, too. When something was over, it was over. But the marriage was tied to the business in more ways than one. The big question was, did she seek a divorce first or make the buyout offer first? She had an excellent line of credit at the bank she dealt with. Maybe she should apply for a loan so that when they checked her finances, Bobby's end of the business would show up on the P&L sheet. The bank didn't need to know she planned to divorce him. She could use the loan monies to buy him out and keep her own funds intact. It was a given that Bobby would take his clients with him, unless her lawyer turned out to be smarter than his, which she didn't think would be the case. For months now, she'd been toying with the idea of hiring a new lawyer, a female attorney. She could concoct some kind of story that would make the lawyer sympathize with her. Rosemary brushed at her hair in frustration. She'd thought her scrambling days were over. Now she could feel her world starting to teeter right under her feet, and it was all Isabel Flanders' fault. She wouldn't be one bit surprised if Bobby still had feelings for Isabel. The thought made her furious. So furious that she almost ran a stop sign. She slammed on the brakes a second time and was rewarded with blaring horns. "Screw you!" Rosemary shouted.
She drove another block before she barreled into her parking space opposite the townhouse. She sat for a moment staring at her house. It looked like a narrow, skinny building, and it was, but she'd purchased the building next to it, leaving the door intact. Inside, she'd knocked out walls and ended up with a 4,200-square-foot abode. She had 4 bathrooms, 3 fireplaces, a state-of-the-art kitchen, a huge family room, and a huge home office that she shared with Bobby. She'd lucked out when she bought the building and had had the renovations done while the building was still under construction. Today, the house was worth almost $2 million. She refused to even think about all the time she'd had to sleep with the contractor so he would whittle the price to what she wanted for both units. Rosemary locked the car and looked around. It was a lovely neighborhood, with huge trees, manicured lawns, and colorful flower beds during spring and summer. A fitting place for someone like her. No children running and romping, and no mangy dogs pooping and peeing on the pricey landscaping. Bobby didn't like it. He said it reminded him of some sort of Stepford community. In the beginning, Bobby had wanted a house with a backyard so he could putter. Bobby also wanted a dog. He'd gotten over that notion in a hurry. Bobby was a stupid man. She'd only married him to get back at Isabel Flanders. It was time to get rid of him once and for all. In her bedroom, which she didn't share with Bobby, Rosemary took off her designer suit and hung it up. She wasn't going back to the office, so she pulled on a warm jogging suit. It was a beautiful room, a perfect backdrop for her delicate, beautiful persona, she told herself. She'd had it decorated in yellow and pale green with a white carpet. Bobby said it hurt his eyes and always felt like he was sucking on a lemon when he entered the room. Bobby was a hunter green, deep burgundy, dark brown kind of guy. She always felt like she was on a hunting trip when she condescended to even enter his room. Once Bobby had suggested that when they got around to having sex, they should do it in the hallway, and then neither of them would have to enter the other's room. Rosemary tried to remember the last time she'd had sex with her husband. When no date came to mind, she gave up because she simply didn't care. In other words, Bobby who? In her office, Rosemary went straight to her custom-made desk. The safe she'd built into the floor right under the bottom drawer beckoned her. She hadn't trusted the contractor to install it, so she'd done it herself by going to a class on home repairs at Home Depot. While it was a sloppy job, the safe was intact and secured with bolts. When the desk drawer was in place, you couldn't tell the floor had been cut up and a safe installed. Even Bobby didn't know about it. Telling Bobby about the safe would have meant sharing herself with him. She wasn't a sharing person. It took some people a long time to figure that out. When they finally did, it was too late. Rosemary ignored the urge to open the safe, opting instead to flick through the Rolodex. For some reason, the name of the law firm she wanted eluded her, but she knew she'd copied it down at one point and had added it to the Rolodex. It was one of those things you do with no rhyme or reason to it. Halfway through the Rolodex, Rosemary threw her hands in the air, unable to come up with the card for the law firm she had in mind. Then she started from the back and found the little card almost immediately. NBJ Legal Offices. She wondered why she'd put it in the back. She read her scribbled notes. A 12-woman law firm. Women helping women. Sharks. Barracudas. Just what she needed. A female lawyer that was either a shark or a barracuda. She smiled as she dialed the number listed on the card. She hung up before the call could be completed. What did the MBJ stand for? Probably something to do with the original founders of the firm. Vaguely, she remembered reading something at one time about the firm in the Lifetime section of the local paper. Rosemary was about to redial the number, but she withdrew her hand a second time. Something niggled at the back of her mind. She'd never been one to ignore her instincts or her hunches. Maybe she needed to rethink this particular move, or possibly do a little research on the firm. She got up from the desk and started to pace. She touched this and that, looked out the window, paced some more, and then made her way to her state-of-the-art stainless steel kitchen. She didn't want to lose any of this, not one little thing, not after what she'd gone through. Well, that wasn't going to happen. Still, she felt uneasy, the conversations at the Pioneer luncheon still fresh in her mind. Isabel Flanders. She had thought she was done with her. For all intents and purposes, Isabel Flanders was dead to her. But now Isabel was rising from the dead with a big club in her hand aimed straight at her head. "Well, dearie, that isn't going to happen," Rosemary snarled. While the coffee dripped, she walked back to the office, calmly picked up the phone, and called the MBJ law firm. She spoke quickly and confidently. "This is Rosemary Hershey. I'd like to schedule an appointment with one of your senior partners." The chirpy voice on the other end of the phone said,
"Miss Hershey, we only have one senior partner, Nicole Quinn. She's booked through the end of March. Would you care to schedule an appointment with one of our other fine attorneys?"
The end of March? Isabel Flanders could club her to death by then. No, I need an attorney now. Where are the other senior partners? I was under the impression there were 3 partners.
"Yes, Miss Hershey, there were 3 partners when the firm was founded, but 2 of our partners passed away. Miss Quinn is the surviving partner."
Rosemary didn't know why, but the news stunned her. "I have to think about this. I'll get back to you if that's all right." Rosemary walked back to the kitchen to pour herself a cup of coffee she didn't want. Normally, she allowed herself 1 cup of coffee in the morning. If she drank more, her nerves would twang for the rest of the day. But she wasn't going anywhere now, so what difference did it make if she twanged all over the place? She almost jumped out of her skin when the phone rang a few minutes later. She backtracked into the kitchen to look at the number on the caller ID. Bobby. "What?" she barked down the phone. There were no pleasantries.
"You have 3 clients sitting in the lobby. Is this any way to run a business, Rosemary? Are you coming in or what?"
"No, I'm not going back to the office. I have a blinding headache, one of my migraines. I can't see straight. I called in and left a message that those appointments were to be canceled. Fire that woman, Bobby, and do it as soon as you hang up. Then call the employment agency and get a temp until we can hire someone permanently."
"What brought on the headache, Rosie? Was it the Pioneer luncheon? Guess you heard more than you wanted to, eh?"
Bobby needled. "Shut up, Bobby, and stop calling me Rosie. You know I hate it. Stop slobbering all over yourself because I did not, I repeat, I did not hear anything at that luncheon that I didn't already know." "This is what I get for doing you a favor." Rosemary cut her husband off in mid-sentence by hanging up the phone. Maybe she didn't need a lawyer after all. Maybe what she needed was a private detective with lockjaw. Then again, the minute you took someone else into your confidence, things started to go wrong. She'd handle this herself. She'd done okay going it alone, so there was no reason to think she couldn't do it this time, too. For starters, she had to find out where Isabel lived and where all this sudden new money was coming from. Isabel had to bank somewhere, and there were a lot of bankers listed in her private Rolodex. Right now, she had to go on the assumption that Isabel Flanders was her arch-enemy. Rosemary knew a thing or 2 about damage control. She flipped through the Rolodex, pulling out card after card. What good was it knowing influential people if those influential people didn't come to your aid when they were needed? The war room was silent, the only sound coming from the whirring fans overhead. Lady Justice stared down at the women from the 3 large monitors. In the center of the table were 2 glossy white boxes filled with invitations.
"This box," Myra said, "holds the invitations we're going to send to every architect in the area, asking if they would like to be included in our project. There is an RSVP card with an envelope that will be included. The second box contains the invitations for our dinner at the Silver Swan. We will be addressing the envelopes for both boxes, but will not messenger the dinner invitations until it is time. Did we make a decision in regard to Rosemary Hershey's husband, Bobby Harcourt? Since Miss Hershey goes by her own name, they appear to work independently of one another, and I think we should send separate invitations. Mr. Harcourt will receive both. Miss Hershey will get the first one, but her dinner invitation to the Silver Swan will arrive a day too late. Each person attending will have to show their invitation at the door. Rosemary will be turned away if she shows up without one."
"Sounds like a working plan," Alexa said as she reached for an envelope. "How you doing, Isabel?" Catherine asked. "Happier than I've been in a long time. I jumped in with both feet. Tomorrow Neely Diamond Clay arrives, but she's only going to be here for one day for the photo call. I'm really looking forward to meeting her and having our picture taken together. Rosemary will turn green when it hits the paper. I understand Neely can't stay long, but will come back any time we need her. I am beyond excited," Isabel said. Nicky turned around to get Charles's attention. "Any other news, Charles?" "Actually, there is a little news. I've managed, and don't ask me how, to create a small problem with Miss Hershey's credit cards."
"What exactly does a small problem mean, dear?" Myra asked.
Charles allowed himself a small smile.
"It means she no longer has them. I'm working on her driver's license at the moment. I expect it to disappear from the system any second now."
Nicky turned all the way around in her chair, her expression full of awe. "Do you mean as in poof, and it's gone with no record of there ever being a license issued to her?"
"Exactly," Charles said proudly. "I'm toying with the idea of erasing her business license, too."
"Why?"
Yoko asked. Charles laughed out loud. "Because I can. I'm quite confident I can erase the woman's identity completely. She won't be able to prove she was born, but only if we need to do that. Time will tell if such drastic measures are called for."
All the women could do was stare at the former MI6 operative in awe, simply grateful that he was working on their side. Isabel blew Charles a kiss of gratitude. 6. Maggie Spritzer's nose twitched as she let her gaze sweep across the newsroom to where Ted Robinson was poring over a stack of photocopied material. She knew what he was looking at, because she had the same material on her own desk. Page after page of the Post's coverage of Isabel Flanders' trial years ago. Maggie covered the high-powered gossip that went on in the nation's capital, and she had to wonder why Ted was interested, since he was the in-house expert on political intrigue. He hated gossip, especially political gossip. She wondered if she could force herself to sink low enough to indulge in some pillow talk with him. She decided she could. Maggie meandered her way around desks and cubicles before she found a straight path that would take her to Ted's desk, which just happened to be on the way to the bathroom. "Hey, sweet cheeks, what you up to this morning? Looks like a slow day today. Want to get together this evening? I was thinking I'd split early and make a nice meatloaf with mashed potatoes, gravy, biscuits, and some fresh string beans. I might even whip up a peach pie if I can find some fresh peaches at the market. You can bring the wine." Ted looked up, his eyes suspicious.
"Is this in lieu of the phone call you never made? Just because we sleep together from time to time doesn't mean I'm easy." "Okay, I love meatloaf, but if you have any ideas about picking my brains, give them up."
"Baby, baby, baby, I wouldn't dream of poaching on you. If you want my opinion, the system shafted Flanders. Sounds to me like someone is giving her a second chance, and I'm all for it. I heard she was a kick-ass architect until that Barbie doll Rosemary Hershey took her to the cleaners. I'm going to try and get an interview with her today." Ted leaned back in his chair and then propped his feet up on the desk. Jack Emery's words ringing in his ears about how women went through a guy's things after sex when the guy was sleeping. He made a mental note to buy some no-dos on his way home. He wondered if he talked in his sleep.
"I'm just feeling guilty with no news to work on. She's all yours," he said, pointing to the clippings on Isabel Flanders. "Good luck on the interview. What time tonight?"
Maggie pretended to think, crunching up her face, her freckles forming a tight bridge across her nose. 7:30 should do it. If you can't make it, call me. Ted waved airily, his thoughts on where he was going to stash his backpack when he arrived at Maggie's. There was no way in hell he was going to ignore his buddy's sage advice when it came to women. No siree. He went back to Isabel Flanders. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Maggie go out of her way to avoid walking past his desk again. Devious. She was definitely up to something. He preened at his sharp instinct. Jack Emery 101 on women. He started to make notes. He scribbled furiously. IF says falsely accused, lost everything, including fiancé, BH. 1 of 7 women, Pinewood. Ted made a long line of question marks. LOP, ladies of Pinewood. More question marks followed. Next to the question marks he made a second row of dollar signs. Myra Rutledge buys horse farm next to her own. More question marks. Even a rookie reporter would come up with the obvious, that Myra was funding whatever Isabel Flanders was up to. But what was she up to? Vengeance. Of course. Ted reached for a red pencil and circled the word. Then he made a crude red star next to the circle. But she couldn't extract vengeance on her own. Oh, no, she needed help. Who better to help her than the ladies of Pinewood? L.O.P. Aha! Ted leaned back, gave his chair a solid push, and whirled around 3 times before his feet could hit the floor. The ladies of Pinewood were going to go after Rosemary Hershey. That's where he had to start. Never start with the result, start with the cause. Hershey was the cause of Isabel's demise, and she would ultimately... What? He gathered up his papers, stuffed them in his bedraggled backpack, shrugged into his jacket, and left the newsroom. He could feel Maggie's eyes on his back. He made one stop in the paper's library, where he spent an hour printing out everything he could find on Rosemary Hershey. When he was finished, his stack of papers was a half-inch thick. They also went into the backpack. Ted hit the lobby at full throttle and then sailed through the revolving door to wind, rain, and cold air. Christ, how he hated February. He should be on some warm island, sunning his ass off, preferably with Maggie Spritzer. For one wild moment he envisioned himself rubbing coconut oil all over her freckled body. The thought, while titillating and giving him a hard-on, had to go. He was on the hunt for a story, and there was no room for suntan oil, freckles, or lustful reactions. 20 minutes later, Ted breezed through the security and made his way to Jack Emery's office. What he didn't see was Maggie Spritzer trailing behind him in a dark-colored poncho. Jack groaned when he saw Ted standing in his office doorway. "You're starting to give this place a bad name. What the hell do you want now? Listen, pal, you cannot keep coming here like this. People are starting to talk. I mean it, Ted. Call me, but stop coming here. What's with you, anyway?" "I got it. I know what's going on. I just need to pick your brains a little before I forge ahead. Mind if I sit down?" "Hell yes, I mind. You need to get your ass out of here." "Oh, fuck," he muttered under his breath. Ted looked up and immediately turned pale. "Is that who I think it is?" "Damn straight it is. The second string. Can't you smell him? Those jerks all smell the same. It must be written in the spook manual that they're to wear cologne capable of overpowering whomever they're trying to beat to death. See where he's going? My boss's office. If you leave now, it will look more suspicious. Make it quick, Ted. What do you want?" "A rundown on the Flanders woman. Those ladies of Pinewood are gearing up for something. I can smell it. Maybe a sting. Look, if they ream your ass out, just say I'm here on that high-profile capital case you're working on. They gave the assignment to someone else, but no one here has to know that." Okay, I'm leaving," Ted said, stuffing his notebook back into his backpack. "I'll call you later." "Can't you forget you know me and my phone number?" Jack said, his eyes on his boss's office door. Ted grinned. "Yeah, I could, but I'm not going to." "You're precious to me, Jackie," he said, blowing Jack a kiss as he left the office. It took every ounce of Ted's willpower not to turn and look at Jack's boss's door. His breathing was shallow and harsh as he made his way down to the lobby of the building. It was still rainy and windy. Ted let his thoughts run wild. What the hell was the second string doing in Jack's office building? Like he didn't know. The power of wealth and pure raw power. In other words, Myra Rutledge and Charles Martin. He felt a degree of satisfaction as he made his way down the windy street. He was glad no one could see how badly he was trembling. Under his breath, he muttered over and over, "There's nothing to fear but fear itself." Jack Henry 101 on fear. What a crock. Jack busied himself doing nothing but scrolling down Amazon.com on his computer. He tried to keep his eyes off Seymour Ridley's office door. He didn't think Ridley could be intimidated, but what the hell did he know? If the second string of gold shields was as powerful as the first, he was going to be standing in the dark brown stuff within minutes. Jack clicked off Amazon and turned around to see a shadow cross his well-lit desk. He sucked in his breath when he looked up. 6'2", 210 pounds, full head of hair, gleaming white teeth, light suntan. In February, Jack's ribs started to ache at the sight of the man.
"Yeah?" he said calmly. "Chuck Nevins. Just wanted to say hello. How's it going, Mr. District Attorney?"
"Smooth as silk, Mr. Nevins. Boring, but smooth."
"Thought you might like to know my colleagues are still undergoing physical therapy."
"And you think I want to know this? Why? Obviously you have me mixed up with someone who gives a shit. Do those friends have names?"
"Nah, they're anonymous. Just 3 guys without spleens."
"Ah, those guys. Want to go for 4? Jack said, standing up. "Listen up, you overgrown gorilla. Don't fuck with me. Stop with the theatrics already. They only make you look stupid. By the way, real men don't blow-dry their hair. Now take your fucking ass out of my office. You're smelling it up. And another thing, no one wears polo anymore. It's passé." Nevins narrowed his eyes.
"You're a wise ass, Emery. That's going to be your undoing."
"You can't shut me up. I'm a taxpayer. I have rights. Didn't you learn anything from Watergate?" The door closed softly behind Chuck Nevins. Jack watched until the man was out of sight before he turned his gaze to Seymour Ridley's office. His stomach started to crunch up when Ridley beckoned him. He pretended to scribble a few notes on a blank piece of paper before he made his way through. Seymour Ridley could have worked as a Donald Trump look-alike, right down to the straw-like blow-dried hair.
"Sit down, Jack, and tell me what that bird said to you when he stopped by your desk."
He introduced himself, reported on the medical conditions of some of his buddies. I made a few snide comments. He called me a wise ass when I said he couldn't shut me up because I was a citizen and a taxpayer. I don't think he believed me. I didn't lie, did I, Seymour?
"Are you still working on all that crap you told me about a while back? I thought I told you to lay off unless you had concrete proof. 2 sources outlined in blood and willing to testify in court."
"I dropped it after they beat the crap out of me. I did what you said, Seymour."
"Is there any truth to the rumor that you took out 3 of his guys with a bunch of, ninjas?"
Jack snorted.
"I wish. The short answer is no."
He lied with a straight face.
"What did he want?"
Ridley laughed.
"He wants me to fire you."
Jack gaped at his boss.
"Did he say why?" "Said you get in his way. He showed me a lot of impressive credentials. I showed him your court record and told him you were the best of the best. He did some more blustering, but stopped short of threatening me when I asked him how he'd like to see his name above the fold in the Post. What's going on, Jack? Why has Robinson been here so much? We should be charging him rent."
Jack debated for all of 5 seconds before he responded. He couldn't find one good reason to lie. "He picked up where I left off, Seymour. He's on to something and comes by to pick my brain. That's as much as I'm involved. Ted has an axe to grind now. He's minus a spleen these days. He says he's okay, but he's not. It's going to take a while for him to totally get back in the groove.
And you know reporters, they're like elephants. They never forget.
Ridley peered over the top of his glasses. Jack thought he looked like he was trying to make up his mind about something. It wasn't the look in his eyes. It was the way his fingers were drumming on the desk.
So, in fact, you signed off on something you can no longer pursue.
Jack eyeballed his superior.
More or less. If Ted needs me, I won't let him down. It's the best I can do right now, Seymour. I swore to uphold the law. What else do you want me to say? Not a thing, Jack. I'd just like to know where my people stand. You're a hell of a prosecutor, almost as good as myself,
Ridley said, without a trace of modesty.
All I ask is that you try to keep this office out of your extracurricular activities. If you find yourself up to your knees in shit, call me. Your knees, Jack, not your ankles.
Jack nodded.
About those credentials. Jesus, Jack, this is the nation's capital. Every dude walking down the street has credentials, some more impressive than others. If you're referring to those eye-catching presidential gold shields, let's just say I wasn't impressed. I know some influential people on both sides up on the hill. Don't go off half-cocked is all I'm asking.
Jack nodded again as he walked out of the office, his shoulders straighter than when he'd walked in. He knew he had to call Nicky quickly and alert her to what Ted was about to do. Cell phone in hand, Jack walked over to the window and looked down at the traffic below. All he could see was pelting rain, umbrellas, and people running to and fro. There was a traffic jam at the corner. Even though he was on the 11th floor, he could hear the blaring horns.
"Can you talk?"
Jack asked when Nicky answered her phone.
No, not really. But I have good ears. What you got?
Jack told her. Nicky thanked him and then clicked off. In the lobby of the building that was going to be Isabel Flanders' new home, Ted sauntered over to the newsstand to pick up a copy of the Chronicle, his competition. He whistled when he snapped the paper open to see a picture of a smiling Neely Diamond Clay astride her Triple Crown horse. It was an old picture, but that wasn't what made him whistle. It was the picture of Isabel Flanders standing next to Neely Clay.
"The plot thickens,"
he muttered as he folded up the paper into a cylinder. He walked over to the sign-in area, signed his name, showed his credentials, and was allowed to advance to the elevator. Reporter's privilege. He saw her at the same moment she saw him. She quirked an eyebrow just the way he did. Ted unrolled the Chronicle.
"I was wondering, Miss Flanders, if you'd care to give the Post a comment."
Isabel pushed the yellow hard hat she was wearing further back on her head. "What would you like me to comment on?"
"A few things. What was it like to meet Neely Diamond Clay?"
Isabel relaxed a little. She knew who Ted Robinson was, Jack Emery's buddy. "It was very interesting. I was in awe. She's quite a lady. Actually, I met her by accident. I was out at the farm site looking around, and there she was. I didn't know there was a reporter there until he stepped forward to identify himself."
"Would you care to comment on Rosemary Hershey and your past baggage?"
"No, I wouldn't care to comment. That's a personal matter."
"Fair enough,"
Ted drawled. He waved his arms about.
"Pretty impressive. Care to comment on the high rent in this building?"
"No, I wouldn't care to comment," Isabel said, her eyes narrowing.
"Would you care to comment on the ladies of Pinewood?"
Not bothering to wait for a response, Ted continued.
"Are you ladies preparing to take on Rosemary Hershey to make her pay for what she did to you? That's what you do, isn't it? Like that national security advisor. I lost my spleen over that little deal. I just thought I'd throw that in as a tidbit of interest."
Isabel's heart pounded inside her chest. For one split second she thought she was going to faint. "What in the world are you talking about? By the way, how did you get up here? This is a secure building." Ted flashed his credentials.
"You didn't answer my question, Miss Flanders."
"No, and I'm not going to either. It might be a good idea for you to leave now before I call security."
"Is that your comment? If it is, I want to report it verbatim."
Ted thought the architect looked like a startled deer caught in headlights. 7. Charles listened with amusement as the ladies of Pinewood clustered around Alexis to hear about her most recent date. He stacked and stapled his papers as he tried to concentrate on what he was doing, but had to admit what he was hearing was more interesting than what he was doing. At times he found himself saddened at the women's jaundiced, jaded view of men, even though he understood how and why they had the attitudes they had. He waited for the finale to Alexis's story. Yeah, and then what? Isabel demanded.
Did he kiss you, try to swallow your tongue, what? Catherine asked.
Alexis sighed. None of the above. He shook my hand, said good night, and went home. He said he had a pleasant evening.
Get out of here,
Nicky said, disbelief ringing in her voice. Did you wear that red dress we picked out for you? The one that screams, "Come to Mama, baby"? Alexis sighed again. Yes, I wore the red dress and the red shoes. He said he had to go home because his sitter couldn't stay past 11 o'clock because she had school the next day. He has a 5-year-old boy. Myra chirped up.
But that's wonderful, dear. It shows he's a family man and conscientious. Did he make another date with you?
No. He said he'd call. We all know what that means. Maybe the red dress was too much for him to handle. Maybe I shouldn't have worn the red shoes, too. Brady did like him, though. His name is Braden Gunderson. He's a partner in some computer company in the district.
Isabel groaned. Just tell me he doesn't drive a pickup truck.
Actually, he drives a burgundy Jaguar convertible. The whole back seat, even though it's quite small, was full of his son's stuff. He talked about his son all night, and I talked about my dog. It wasn't very romantic, but it was nice and comfortable. First dates are usually horrific.
When do you think he'll call? Catherine asked. You must have a feel for what he's about.
Alexis rolled her eyes.
He's not going to call. I'm too much woman for him. The truth is, I think I scared him. I suspect he's looking for a mama for his son. The kind who will cook, clean, and run the boy to and fro. Right now, that is not on my agenda.
Charles silently cheered her on as he stepped down from the bank of computers he constantly monitored.
Are we now up to date on Alexis's social life, ladies? Can we proceed with the business at hand?
Catherine flipped him the bird.
Any time you're ready, Charles.
Charles settled into a chair next to Myra.
First things first. From this minute on, Isabel must be able to account for her time with a witness, around the clock. I've arranged for everything. Now, this is what we're going to do.
The women watched as Charles separated his files.
We're going to do a mail campaign where Rosemary Hershey is concerned. Pictures of the family killed in the accident, copies of the different articles that appeared in the newspapers, different pages of the transcript of the trial. Each day she will receive a new piece of mail. We're going to play with her mind. We'll be sending the mail from different towns, Arlington, Alexandria, Vienna, Springfield, and so on. Nothing will be sent from McLean or the district. Of course, Miss Hershey will immediately blame Isabel, but she won't be able to come up with any proof. Isabel will be beyond such shenanigans.
Charles handed a folder to Alexis.
This is the family that was killed in the accident. Their names were Thomas and Patty Myers. They were taking their little girl, Diane, to the ear doctor in town. Diane was 2 years old. They left behind a little boy named Tommy, who is now 7 years old. His grandmother is caring for him. After the lawyers were paid, and let me say here, the grandmother didn't have a very good lawyer. She walked away with very little. The lawyers took the lion's share of the settlement money. What was left, she put in a trust for the little boy's college fund. They're managing, but just barely. The grandmother's name is Irma Myers. Thomas Sr. was her only son. Patty was the daughter she never had but always wanted. A wonderful little family. Alexis, I want you to go to their home and make contact. I have a cover story all made up for you. You'll take this Game Boy for Tommy,
Charles said, handing over a boxed gift.
Tommy wants one desperately, but it is not in their budget. I want current pictures. I want confidences shared by Irma about her family. Then I want you to promise her that Tommy's life will be made as whole as we can make it. You're going to be a new insurance investigator who decided to reopen their file. When the insurance company paid out, they left a pending sticker on the file. It's your job to finish off the report and put it to bed. Do you have any problems with this, Alexis? No? Ladies?
The others shook their heads.
That's it? We're going to send things in the mail? When do we get to the good stuff?
Catherine asked, a stupefied expression on her face. Charles allowed himself a brief smile.
How do you feel about breaking and entering, Catherine?
Catherine leaned forward.
Now you have my attention. What are we looking for?
Money. Aside from Miss Hershey's business account, a joint checking account with very little money in it, I haven't been able to find where she keeps her money, which tells me she's got it in the house. She's one smart lady, I can tell you that. Everything she did on paper. That means she borrowed money from the bank and used their money to build and buy her house, start up the business, buy her cars. By the way, she has an excellent credit rating and pays her bills on time. It's my opinion that she has a crackerjack accountant. Now, Mr. Harcourt is a different story. His finances check out 100%. He has a robust brokerage account. He has a healthy 401k plan, certificates of deposit, and a personal checking account with quite a few zeros in it. His share of the profits from the business are all accounted for. But then he is a top-notch architect, so it is to be expected. With the exception of being married to Rosemary, the man has a sterling reputation. Miss Hershey's share of the business profits do not show up anywhere, nor does her settlement money. I suppose it's possible that it's offshore somewhere, and I just haven't found it yet. What I really think is, she's got it in her house somewhere. The woman is paranoid, that much we know. She lied, cheated, betrayed Isabel, caused an accident that killed 3 people, and showed absolutely no remorse. That alone convinces me that if she went to those lengths out of greed, she isn't going to trust her money anywhere but with herself. What I want you to do is to go to her home, find where she keeps it, but don't touch it. For now, we just want to know she actually has it. The woman is an architect. She's more than capable of building a safe into her home that no one knows about, not even her husband. But I may be premature in my thinking where Mr. Harcourt is concerned. Catherine and Yoko will do the breaking and entering. Isabel will be overseeing the remodeling of her offices. Myra will be up to her ears with the farm next door. Nicky, you will start to figure out a way to get Miss Hershey's money to the Myers family so that no suspicion is aroused. Assuming we find it, of course.
Isabel's voice became a whisper. What about Bobby? I feel like I'm not contributing to my own mission here. All I do is sit at the new office and watch the renovations. Isn't there something I can do?
But you're needed at the office site, Isabel. And as for Bobby, I guess it will depend on whether he was involved in the ugly things that Rosemary did. We'll deal with that when the time comes.
Charles said. What about the reporter who came to see me the other day?
At the moment, Mr. Robinson is just sniffing around. We have him in our sights.
We have him in our sights. Nicky felt a chill race up her arms. That had to mean Jack was in their sights, too. When do we start? Yoko asked.
Right now. Isabel is heading for her office. Nicky is going to her office. Myra is going to the farm next door. Alexis, here are the directions to the Myers home in Arlington. You can mail the first letter on your way. Catherine and Yoko, here is the address to the Hershey home. I took the liberty of placing a few necessary objects on the kitchen counter for you. You all know how to disarm a security system, so that will be the first thing you do. There are 2 rather small, state-of-the-art metal detectors that will indicate a metal safe. Check all the walls, the floors, the garage, the bathrooms. Go through the place with a fine-tooth comb.
How sure are you that neither of the Hersheys will return home?
Reasonably sure. I will be outside the Hershey's office. If either party leaves, I'll call you on your cell. I'm assuming they will both be busy getting ready to design the new horse farm since the invitations went out last week. We gave everyone a rather short deadline for just this reason. I think it's safe to say you have a good 2 hours. Be quick, but be thorough. Good luck, ladies.
Bobby Harcourt, tie off, shirt sleeves rolled up, turned around at the sound of his office door opening. The stool he was sitting on at his drafting table squeaked as he made a full swing in his wife's direction. "What do you think you're doing, Bobby?" Bobby's eyebrows shot upward.
Say again?
"I said, what do you think you're doing?" Bobby looked at his wife and wondered what he'd ever seen in her.
I'm getting ready to start designing a top-of-the-line horse farm, Bobby Harcourt style. Why are you asking? Did you run out of ideas? Or is this where the rubber meets the road, meaning there are no designs for you to steal?
Rosemary stomped her foot. "Oh, no. No. Only one design comes out of this office, mine. Be very careful what you say, Bobby, because it could come back to bite you in the ass. Do not, I repeat, do not say anything like that to me ever again." The squeaking stool swiveled back around. Bobby reached for his personal invitation. He waved it.
This invitation, personally addressed to me at this office, reads, "Dear Mr. Harcourt, you are being asked to submit your designs for my new horse farm." Then it gives the specs they want, and it is signed by Myra Rutledge. Every architect in town got one. You got one, Rosemary. I saw it in the incoming mailbox.
"One design goes out of this office. Cease and desist, Bobby, or you're out of here," Rosemary snarled. Bobby laughed.
"I'd like to see how that threat holds up in court. You better keep your voice down unless you want everyone in this office to hear you. It doesn't work that way. I own half of this business. Before you can ask, demand. I already checked with my attorney. I'm prepared to buy you out. If you want, you can make me an offer and I'll consider it. And, Rosemary, I'll be filing for a divorce before the week is out. I'm going to charge you with all kinds of good stuff."
"What?" Rosemary screeched. "Buy me out? You're crazy, Bobby. What do you mean you're divorcing me?" Not bothering to wait for a reply, Rosemary's voice rose shrilly. "Oh, I get it. You sleaze. Now that Isabel is a front-runner with what appears to be money to burn, you're going to go after her. Well, it isn't going to work."
"Oh, yes, it is going to work. I've had it with you sleeping around, your backstabbing and all that other shit you pull in the guise of being a top-notch architect. We never had a real marriage. You've never been a wife. I wanted kids. You said you did, too. I don't see any kids, do you? Maybe you think I've been asleep at the switch, but I haven't been. My decisions have nothing to do with Isabel Flanders. I want out because I think you're finally going to get your comeuppance, and I don't want to be around to see it. And I want to be able to testify if it goes to court. If I'm married to you, I can't testify. Same principle as hanging with a dog. You're bound to get fleas. Close the door on your way out, Rosemary."
Rosemary glared at her husband. Her heart was beating so fast and hard she thought Bobby could hear it. She needed to have the last word. "One design goes out of this office. Mine."
"Fine. I'll rent office space somewhere else until we settle things with the business."
To prove that he meant what he said, Bobby started to pack up his things. Speechless, Rosemary could only sputter as she stomped her way back to her own office. Blind with rage, she slammed the door so hard she thought she'd broken the stained-glass panel she'd personally installed. She started to pace, and then a knock sounded on the door. Was it Bobby, wanting to apologize? Not in this lifetime. Rosemary jerked on the doorknob, a vicious comment on her lips, and saw a tall, gangly man staring at her. She knew him from somewhere. Whoever he was, he probably wasn't important, otherwise she would remember him. "What is it?" she asked. Ted Robinson flipped out his press card. "I'm doing a human interest story on Patty and Thomas Myers. I wonder if you would care to comment." Rosemary looked genuinely puzzled. "Who?" Bobby took that moment to open his office door. "The people you killed a few years back, darling. Tell your lawyer to call my lawyer if you need to reach me." Whoa! What had he just stepped into? Ted looked at the couple. The pair of them looked like two spitting alley cats. He tried to blend into the woodwork, hoping the couple would throw caution to the wind and give him something juicy. Instead, Bobby hoisted the box he was carrying up to his shoulder and walked down the hallway. Rosemary then slammed the door in Ted's face. "Hey!" He turned the knob and opened the door a crack, not sure if the angry architect would slam it on his nose. "You didn't give me a comment. Should I print your response?" "What response, you jackass? I didn't give you a response." "You sure did, ma'am." Ted flipped the button on his mini recorder. Rosemary's puzzled "Who?" was loud and clear, followed by her husband's explanation. "I can go with that," Ted said, smiling. "Do that, you vulture, and I'll drag your ass through every court in the land. Now get out of this building before I call the police. From this moment on, you're trespassing." The door slammed in Ted's face again. Satisfied that he'd stirred up a hornet's nest, he grinned as he made his way to the tastefully decorated lobby, the walls of which were lined with built-in fish tanks. If he remembered correctly, Bobby Harcourt was the one who designed those fish tanks. Maggie had done a feature story for the Sunday edition. She'd even named the colorful fish. Impressive article, as he recalled, and Bobby had won an award of some kind for the design. Outside, in the frosty February air, Ted was reminded again of how much he hated this particular month. The raw gray day grated on his nerves. It must be true what they said about sunshine versus gray, cloudy days, and the effect they have on one's emotions. He felt like picking a fight with someone. Across the street, and out of sight, Charles Martin debated for all of 5 seconds. Should he follow the reporter or Bobby Harcourt? Bobby Harcourt, of course. He'd promised the ladies of Pinewood that he would keep Rosemary and Bobby in his sights. Just to be on the safe side, he called Catherine on her cell phone to tell her he was following Bobby, but didn't know what Rosemary's agenda was. "Stay alert," was the best advice he could give under the circumstances. They were pros now, and would do whatever they had to in order to get away unscathed in the event that Rosemary Hershey decided to go home in the middle of the day. 8. Alexa steered the Mini Cooper up the narrow driveway and parked. It was a neat-as-a-pin piece of property. She knew in the spring the flower beds would be a rainbow of color, and the old trees with the gnarled trunks would create beautiful shade for the little Cape Cod house. Now, though, it looked barren and lonely. She climbed out of the car and made her way to the front porch. There wasn't a doorbell that she could see. She knocked on the door and waited. When it opened, Alexis stared at a tall, gangly woman with steel-gray hair and wire-rimmed glasses who was wearing a flannel robe.
"Yes,"
she said. "Mrs. Myers?"
"Yes, honey, that's me. What can I do for you?"
"My name is Pamela Nolan. I'm with the insurance company that covered your son when the accident happened. I need to talk to you. We've decided to reopen the case." Mrs. Myers bit down on her lower lip.
"I thought that was all over and done with. What good is it going to do to reopen the case? But, yes, come in. I'm just getting over a bad bout of bronchitis. That's why I'm home today. I really don't see how I can help you, Miss Nolan."
Alexis seated herself in a deep, comfortable tweed chair. She looked around. The inside of the house was just as neat as the outside. The mantel was covered with photographs of little Tommy and, she assumed,
Big Tommy, his dad. She cleared her throat. I think it will be easier on both of us if you just tell me what you know, from the time you were notified until the end of the court case. I don't take notes, but prefer to use a recorder. That way nothing gets lost. If you object, I can take notes.
The recorder is fine, miss. The police came to the door. I was playing checkers with Tommy. I was babysitting. They told me what happened. It took the police 3 hours to get here. The accident happened 10 miles away. My son and his little family had been dead for 3 hours, and I didn't even know it. I was playing checkers. To this day, I don't understand how I didn't feel something, sense something. It was a lady officer who came to the door. She was so young, and I could tell she didn't want to have to tell me the bad news. She said my son ran a stop sign and hit the lady architect. I said that had to be wrong. My son was a very cautious driver, especially when he had the baby in the car with him. My son was a wonderful father and husband, and he always treated me with love and respect. Mother knows her son, Miss Nolan, but no one would listen to me. I had to get a lawyer. He sided with the police. He billed me an astronomical amount of money. In the end, the car insurance did not pay. We tried to sue the lady architect. There were 2 of them in the car. That lawyer wasn't any better than the first one. In the end, when it got to court, I had to sit there and listen to the lady say all kinds of terrible things about my son and the other lady in the car. The jury gave her a lot of money. They awarded little Tommy $500,000, but by the time the second lawyer took his fee and I paid off the first lawyer, there was only $40,000 left. I was able to put $31,000 into a college fund for Tommy. The reason I kept the remaining $9,000 was to pay for the funerals. Are you here to tell me you want to take the money back?
Tears gathered in the eyes behind the wire-rimmed glasses. No, ma'am. I'm here to tell you we think there was something wrong. We aren't going to close out the case. We keep pending files for 6 years. I agree with you that something was wrong. What that means to you and Tommy is that we are going to reopen the case and do another investigation. Tell me something. Is this where you lived when the accident happened?
Why, yes, it is. Oh, I see. You think because the address on all the legal papers was my son's address, it might make a difference? I told you, my lawyer wasn't very good or thorough. He didn't even have a secretary. This address never appeared on any of the legal papers. By the time the case came to trial, my son's house had gone into default. I just didn't have the money to pay the mortgage and the utilities. It's all I can do to keep up with this house. I was hoping to retire this year, but my meager pension won't support both Tommy and myself. I have to take him to a free medical clinic for poor people because I can't afford the insurance. And before you can ask, I can't bring myself to touch the money in the bank. My son wanted his children to go to college, and Tommy is going to go no matter what. Oh, there's the school bus. Excuse me, I have to get his cookies and milk ready.
Alexis felt like crying. She wished Rosemary Hershey was standing in front of her so she could jam her foot down her throat. The door opened, and a little boy with blonde hair and eyes the color of cobalt bounded into the room.
"I'm home,"
he bellowed before he noticed Alexis.
"Hello, ma'am. I'm Tommy Myers."
"Hi, Tommy. I'm Pam Nolan, and I have a present for you. Here," she said, holding out the gift box. The boy made no move to accept the gift.
"I'm not allowed to take gifts from strangers."
"Well, that's a good thing, but I'm not a stranger. I think your grandmother will let you accept it. Why don't you go in the kitchen and ask her?
Okay. What is it?
He asked curiously. A surprise, Alexis laughed. I think it's something all little boys want. The boy scampered off and returned within minutes.
She said yes.
There you go, Alexis said, handing over the gift box.
Oh, wow! A Game Boy! Grandma, the lady gave me a Game Boy!
Did you say thank you, Tommy?
No, Grandma, I didn't. Thank you, ma'am.
Then run along to the kitchen for your cookies and milk. I need to talk some more to this lady. The boy disappeared in seconds. That was very nice of you, Miss Nolan. Tommy wanted one for Christmas, but it just wasn't in my budget. Alexis hated lying to this nice lady. Still, she had a job to do, and she hoped the woman would forgive her when things were made right. I need to take some pictures of you and Tommy. Do you mind? If it will help you, not at all. Do you really think there's a chance you can clear my son's name? I don't care about the money. Mrs. Myers, I think there's more than a good chance I can do that. I need to ask you to do something for me. If anyone comes around asking questions, I don't want you talking to them. Even though what you say might seem harmless, it could ruin our investigation. We need to be very clear on that. Tommy, too. Children tend to chatter. I can do that. Tommy is very good about obeying the rules, just like his daddy was when he was little. We'll do whatever is necessary. Goodness gracious, if you're planning on taking my picture, I better get dressed. The robe is fine, Mrs. Myers. 30 minutes later, Alexis, armed with a stack of Polaroid shots, climbed into the Mini Cooper and was on her way back to Pinewood. Meanwhile, Catherine picked the lock on the Hershey house and immediately went to the alarm panel on the wall. Charles had said she had exactly 1 minute to disarm the system. A blizzard of numbers raced across the high-tech gizmo that spit out the code in 27 seconds. Done. How stupid is a code of 0711? She must have gambling instincts. She looked around. Looks like no one lives here. A little too stark for my taste. How about you, Yoko? It's an architect's dream, I guess. Sharp lines, lots of chrome. I don't personally care for stark black and white. I like color. Which floor do you want? I'll take the second floor. You cover this one. There's no garage, so that makes it easier. The women separated, each carrying a metal detector. Catherine made her way down the upstairs hallway, looking in one room after the other. 4 rooms and 2 full baths. Well, what have we here? His and hers bedrooms?
This is the end of disc number 2. Please continue listening on disc number 3. This is disc number 3.
Catherine made her way down the upstairs hallway, looking in one room after the other. 4 rooms and 2 full baths. Well, what have we here? His and hers bedrooms? First, she tackled Bobby Harcourt's bedroom, liking the coziness of it. The bed was neatly made, and nothing was out of place. His closet was just as neat, his suits and casual wear carefully aligned. Shoes, polished and shined, sat on shoe trees. The drawers were just as neat. No hiding places here. Everything was so tidy it was suspect. And yet, there was no sign that a maid worked here. Maybe the couple had a once-a-week cleaning lady. Catherine hoped today wasn't the day a domestic showed up with a bucket and mop. Bobby Harcourt's bathroom was as neat as his bedroom. There was no water on the sink, no toothpaste specks on the mirror over the vanity. Shaving gear neatly stowed in a zippered leather bag. Today's wet towel was hung up neatly, no water on the floor. The toilet seat was down. His mother must have trained him well early on. The linen closet held burgundy towels, bed sheets, and bathroom supplies, extra aftershave, soap, and shampoo. All were neatly arranged. The medicine cabinet was almost empty. A bottle of Advil, a prescription bottle of penicillin with 2 tablets left in it, a bottle of mouthwash, and some breath mints were the only things it contained. No hiding places here. The couple's joint home office was next door. Catherine walked around, opening drawers and closets. The closets held supplies. The drawers held more supplies. Bobby's desk and drafting table were tidy, whereas Rosemary's looked like a work in progress. Catherine waved the metal detector over the walls. She listened intently for a beep to signal that there was metal somewhere. Nothing so far. Yoko appeared in the doorway. The downstairs is clean. Nothing in the freezer. They must eat out a lot. There are a lot of takeout containers in the refrigerator. Nothing in the washer, the dryer, or the microwave. The places where people tend to hide things. The foyer closet has nothing but winter wear. There are no boxes anywhere. There's nothing in the kitchen cabinets other than dishes and pots and pans. I checked the fireplace, and there are no loose bricks, nothing hidden. No pictures on the walls. This place is cold and stark. Did you find anything? No, not yet. Take Rosemary's bedroom. I'll finish in here. Yoko trotted off as Catherine started waving the metal detector. She blinked when she heard the beep, at first faint, and then stronger as she moved closer to Rosemary's desk. Yoko, I think I found something. Quick, wave your detector, see if it beeps. It must be the floor. This desk is custom-made, Yoko said. It's mahogany and heavy. It would take 4 men to move it. The other desk looks like they got it at Staples. The metal detectors continued to beep as the 2 women struggled to move the desk. It wouldn't budge. Catherine looked at Yoko. This is stupid. If the 2 of us can't get this thing to budge, that woman wouldn't be able to move this desk on her own. All we're going to get for our efforts is a hernia. I'm thinking if she is hiding something, she would want to be able to get to it, and not have to call in a moving company to shift the desk every time she wants to check whatever it is she's hiding. Yoko was on her knees. The drawers? A false bottom? Before Catherine could blink, Yoko had the bottom drawer out. Catherine peered into the depths of it, but there was nothing there but sticky pads, a ruler, and a few drafting pencils with fine lead points. Yoko reached for the metal detector and waved it around. Whatever it is, it's here, under the desk drawer. If you notice, Catherine, the drawers are oversized, as is the entire desk. You can see where someone cut out the bottom of the desk. When the drawer is in place, you would never know something is under it. Should we pry up the boards? Catherine looked at her watch. We still have time, and Charles hasn't called back. I think we need to know what's under the floorboards. Yoko's tiny hands worked quickly. The boards came up easily to reveal a square gunmetal gray safe with a dial. From what they could see of the safe, it looked to be about as big as a microwave oven. 2 flanges were bolted to the studs underneath the floor, securing the safe in place. Catherine sat back on her haunches. This is one very clever lady. I never would have thought of this. Safes usually go in a wall behind a picture or in a closet somewhere. I'd say this lady is hiding something that she probably doesn't even want her husband to know about. Yoko's eyes popped when Catherine's cell phone rang. Catherine flipped it open. She listened and then snapped the phone shut. Charles thinks Mr. Harcourt is on his way home. Charles is following him. I don't know how much time we have. Quick, Yoko, put everything back. I'm going to run out and move the car down the street. Hurry. Her hands trembling, Yoko slipped the floorboards back into place and then struggled to put the drawer back on its track. She broke into a sweat when the drawer wouldn't fit. She sucked in her breath and tried to calm herself before she tried a second time. This time the drawer slid neatly into place. At the door, she realized she didn't have the metal detector. She ran back for it, her breathing ragged, and then she bolted down the steps. She heard the key in the lock, realizing the alarm was in daytime mode, which meant it wasn't armed. Well, there was nothing she could do about that now. Besides, Catherine had the electronic device that would reactivate it. She raced toward the kitchen and let herself out the back door. She forced herself to walk toward the parking area as if she belonged there. She crossed over the barrier and then walked out to the street and down to Catherine's car. Charles was parked directly behind Catherine. Catherine floored the gas pedal and roared down the street as Yoko gasped out what had happened.
"He's going to know someone was in the house. The alarm wasn't armed, and there was no way to relock the back door. Do you think he'll call the police?"
Catherine's face was grim. "I doubt it. He'll probably think his wife forgot to lock up if... And this is a big if. She was the last one to leave. If he was the last one to leave this morning, then yes, he might suspect someone was prowling around inside the house. Will he call the police? Maybe, maybe not. Nothing was taken, so that rules out robbery." Charles said when Mr. Harcourt left his office he was carrying a huge cardboard box on his shoulders like he was moving out. That's a guess on Charles's part. He drove to a lawyer's office still carrying the box. When he came out 40 minutes later, he didn't have the box. He drove straight here. Charles is going to monitor the house. We're to go back to the farm. She turned to look at her friend. "Are you okay now, Yoko?"
"Yes. I thought he was going to catch me."
"All's well that ends well. At least we now know that Miss Hershey has a safe. We know where it is if we have to make a second visit."
"Did Charles say if he had heard from Alexis or Nicky?"
"No, he didn't. Hey, want to get a burger? An adrenaline rush always makes me hungry."
"I could eat an egg roll, but not a burger. You shouldn't eat so much red meat, Catherine. It is not good for you."
Yeah, like a deep-fried egg roll isn't going to clog your arteries. We'll get you an egg roll, and I'll get a burger. How's that?"
Yoko giggled. "Fine."
9. His reporter's nose quivering, Ted Robinson stopped mid-stride, whipped around, and walked back to Rosemary Hershey's office. He crossed the street and pretended to look at a display of American tourister luggage. The plate-glass window afforded him a clear view of the architect's office. He looked down at his watch. If his reporter's instinct was working at top speed, the lady should be exiting about now. He waited to see if his quarry would hail a cab or drive. He made a quarter bet with himself that she was too agitated to drive. 2 minutes later, he congratulated himself just as a second cab slid to the curb. "Follow that cab." Damn, he'd always wanted to say that to a cabbie. "There aren't any cops around. Come on, make a U-turn and let's go. $20 plus tip if you keep up with the lady's cab." "She do you dirty or something?" the cabbie said, getting into the swing of things. "Hell yes, she cleaned me out. Stashed the family car somewhere, closed out the bank account, and is selling off the furniture." "Damn, you just can't trust dames these days. You think she's got something on the side?" Yeah, that too. I gotta catch her, though. Look, her cab is stopping. What's that building?" "A bunch of law offices, insurance companies, and a couple of dentists. Oh, yeah, a couple of accounting firms, too. I bring fares here all the time. Looks like she's going after your skin, buddy. Maybe your teeth, too." The cabbie laughed at his wit. "You got a lawyer?" "Damn straight. A real shark," Ted said, as he dug in his pockets for the fare, the tip, plus the $20 incentive he had promised. "Thanks, cabbie." He hopped out, head down in case Rosemary turned around and saw him. She didn't. Even from where he was standing, he could see the anger in her face, the veins bulging in her neck. Ted followed the architect into the lobby and watched her go over to the directory. She signed in, waited to be issued a badge, and then walked to the elevator. He waited until she stepped in and the door closed, saw where the elevator stopped before he walked over to the sign-in desk. He picked up the pen and looked like he was about to sign his name when he suddenly slapped at his forehead. "Damn, I forgot the envelope. I'll be back in 10 minutes. The security guard just looked bored. Outside, Ted took a deep breath. Son of a bitch. What was Rosemary Hershey doing at Nicky Quinn's law firm? He knew that's where she was going because she'd pressed the right floor button. The Quinn law firm had the entire floor. Hiring an attorney You jackass, he told himself. Why else would she go to a lawyer's office? So, something had gone awry between her and Bobby earlier at the office. Divorce? Business squabbles? Maybe both. Ted walked around the corner to the parking lot to see if Nicky Quinn's BMW was there. That's when he saw Maggie Spritzer's Honda. Shit. Nicky stood at the window of her office sipping a cup of tea. As she stared out at the sea of cars in the parking lot, she wondered, and not for the first time, if she was really meant to practice law. She was so far off track these days with her activities in the Sisterhood, she doubted she could ever get back into the swing of things. It simply wasn't the same anymore. Her two best friends, Barbara and Jenny, the two friends she'd started the firm with, were gone now, both victims of tragic accidents. Both had been pregnant at the time, and neither Judge Easter nor Myra would ever have grandchildren. Why, she wondered, do I feel so guilty because I'm still alive, going on with my daily life? Nicky felt her eyes start to puddle up. She missed her friends, truly, truly missed them. Barbara's fiancé was long gone, living in New York and married with 2 children. She never saw him or heard from him anymore, except for a Christmas card. She wondered if Jenny's husband would send a card next Christmas. He also had a new life, with no place for old, sad memories. Jenny's husband had moved to New York, too. They would connect for a few more months until the legal end of Jenny's share of the business was settled, and then he'd fade out of her life as well. That left only Jack and herself out of the group of 6 old friends. "I want out," she said under her breath. "I don't want to practice law anymore. I can't keep breaking the law with the Sisterhood and come back here and pretend I'm on the side of law and order." Easier said than done, she thought, as she heard a knock on her door. Maddie poked her head in. "I need to talk to you a minute." "Come in, Maddie. Close the door. Don't tell me Allison Banks is out there." Nicky shuddered, remembering the temporary attorney she'd hired and fired. "If it's bad news, I really don't want to hear it."
"No, that bitch is history. There's a new client in the waiting room. She looks like she's about to explode any minute now. Who do you want me to assign her to, or do you want to take it on?"
"What's her problem?" Nicky asked.
"She's an architect. I've actually heard of her. I've seen write-ups on her in the Sunday paper. She says her husband is trying to screw her."
"Not in the literal sense," Maddie said, blushing.
"He wants a divorce and to dissolve their business. She said she thinks there's another woman involved. Sounds juicy to me. In case you're interested, she's wearing a fortune in clothes and jewelry."
Nicky walked over to the desk and set her cup down. She was amazed to see that her hand wasn't trembling. Lordy, lordy, someone must be sprinkling fairy dust around, and she was fortunate enough to be standing under it. What were the odds of something like this happening? 1,000,000 to 1? 2,000,000 to 1? "Assign her to Opal Cantera. Did you tell the client what our standard retainer is?"
25 big ones. She didn't blink. In fact, she was searching for her checkbook, but I told her that would come later. "Opal it is, then."
Nicky kicked off her shoes, plopped down on her chair, swung her long legs up onto the desk, and let her breath out in a loud swoosh. She clicked on her cell phone and pressed her speed dial. She didn't wait for a greeting. "It's me, Charles. You are never going to believe who is sitting in one of our offices."
"Rosemary Hershey."
"Charles, how do you do that?"
"It just stands to reason that she's going to want to hire an attorney about now, and what better attorney than a woman in your office? She certainly wouldn't want to go back to the attorney she had when she duped the insurance company and Isabel. Like I said, it stands to reason. Is there anything else?"
Deflated, Nicky said, "No, that's it. Bye, Charles." Nicky sat quietly for long moments, staring out her window, contemplating her future as a lawyer. She jumped when her phone buzzed. She pressed the button in time to hear Maddie's voice.
"Boss, you have 40 minutes to get to the courthouse. Traffic's a bitch out there."
"Okay, thanks, Maddie. I'm on my way." Nicky slipped on her shoes, checked her makeup, straightened her skirt and suit jacket. She fluffed her hair with her fingers before she grabbed her coat and briefcase. Having no desire to run into Rosemary Hershey, she took the stairs for 3 floors and then the elevator to the lobby. She debated whether to take her car or walk to the courthouse. Her heels weren't that high. She could use the exercise. If she hadn't been in such a hurry, and if she wasn't thinking about seeing Jack Emery after she filed her brief, she might have seen Ted Robinson hugging the buildings behind her, and Maggie Spritzer window shopping on the other side of the street. Jack Emery hoped the sparkle in Nicky's eyes and the rosy glow on her cheeks was because of him, and not from the sharp winds outside. He smiled from ear to ear as he left the courtroom, Nicky at his side.
"What brings you down here at this time of day?"
"I had to file a brief before court closed for the day. I wanted to see you. Can you leave now, or do you have to go back to the office?"
"I can leave. Do you want to go to dinner or straight home?"
He leered at her, making his wishes clear. "Let's go home. You can pick up some Italian. I'll meet you there if you're sure."
"I need an hour at the most. Damn, I hate this weather. Do you think spring will ever get here?"
Jack leaned forward.
"I feel like I should kiss you. I want to."
He turned when someone clapped him on the back. He waved a colleague off and stepped backward.
"I'll see you at home. Hey, anything going on I should know about?"
Nicky crunched her face into one of dismay. "You aren't going to believe it when I tell you. I'll have the manicotti. Is there any wine at home?" "Home." Jack smiled.
"I bought some over the weekend. Make a fire."
Nicky looked around before she blew a kiss that Jack returned before she headed for her car in the parking lot. In the doorway of Squire's pub across the street, Ted Robinson watched the couple. He felt like he'd just been socked in the gut.
"Well, you suspected it, Mr. Ace Reporter, so don't be so surprised,"
he muttered under his breath as he walked off. His next stop, the house in Georgetown, to see if the couple were all set to canoodle for the evening. Nicky inched her way into traffic and headed for Georgetown. She looked forward to spending a nice, relaxing evening, sharing her thoughts with Jack. Her eye on the traffic, she reached down for her cell phone and hit the number 2 on her speed dial. Maddie's voice came over the wire. "Maddie, it's Nicky. I'm on my way home. How did it go with our new client?"
"She's a strange one, Nicky. She doesn't do or say anything until she consults the stars. Opal said she consulted some book she carries with her before she would even talk. She left a retainer and said she would call us back to see what day the stars say will work to her benefit for her next appointment. According to Opal, Miss Hershey's affairs are on the complicated side. She's interested in a divorce. That's how she put it. Interested. She doesn't want to give anything up, and she wants to find a way to keep all of her company and not pay her husband a cent. She said her husband hooked himself to her red wagon. Look, she's strange, I'll grant you that, but we've had a lot of strange people walk through our doors."
"So she didn't schedule a second appointment, but she did pay the retainer?"
"Yes, boss, that sums it up."
Nicky's mind raced. "Okay, thanks, Maddie. By the way, I won't be in tomorrow. Call me on my cell if Miss Hershey gets clearance from the stars." She forced a laugh she didn't feel. It was 5:30 when Nicky found a parking spot on the street, 4 doors down from her house. It was already dark out, so she didn't pay attention to any of the other parked cars. As she walked against the wind, she didn't see Ted Robinson across the street from her, or Maggie Spritzer on her side of the street. Nor did she notice the nondescript dark car 2 doors from her house, or its single occupant. Inside, as she changed into more comfortable clothes, Nicky called Pinewood to speak to Charles. She repeated the conversation she'd had with Maddie. "Maybe we can bring in her obsession with that hocus-pocus stuff."
"Good thinking, Nicky. Are you staying in town this evening? Did you remember to mail the letter?"
"Yes, Charles, I mailed it from Alexandria. I'm going to stay in this evening and have some scrumptious Italian food, listen to some good music, and build a fire. It's quite cold here and exceptionally blustery. I'll see you tomorrow." It wasn't really a lie, Nicky told herself. She was going to stay in this evening, she was going to have Italian food, and she was going to build a fire. She just didn't say she would have company. She hung up the phone and ran downstairs, where she swept the fireplace clean before laying a stack of logs. She turned on the gas starter and was rewarded with a burst of shooting flame. She looked around, expecting to see a mass of clutter because Jack was not a neat person. She smiled at how neat and tidy her living room was. Good old Jack. He was trying, doing all the right things. She couldn't wait to snuggle in his arms. Outside in the dark, windy evening, Ted Robinson hunched inside his flannel-lined jacket, completely unaware that Maggie Spritzer was on the other side of the street with easy access to the alley behind Nicky Quinn's house. It looked like Nicky Quinn was in for the night. He felt like smashing the windshield of the car he was hiding behind when he saw Jack Emery loping down the street.
"You fuck, you lied to me to my face,"
Ted swore under his breath. He was a sharp enough reporter to recognize the bright red and green striped shopping bags that held take-out Italian food. So there was going to be a tete-a-tete inside tonight.
"I have your number now, Mr. D.A.,
Ted whispered. 10. Rosemary Hershey dialed her husband's cell phone for the 50th time since returning to the office. When there was no answer, she tossed the phone across the room. She blinked when she saw the cover break off and rattle across the hardwood floor. She was alone, everyone from the office long gone. It was almost 9 o'clock, and she was still here, doing nothing but stewing and fretting. She looked around her office. It was a mess. She should tidy it up, but if she did that, she would never be able to find anything. Her intention, after returning from the law firm, had been to start her design for the McLean horse farm. So far, she hadn't made a mark on the clean paper tacked to her drafting table. She knew squat about farms, especially horse farms. She had planned to fly to Kentucky to take a look at Blue Diamond Farms, but she hadn't had time. Then she tried to figure out a way to have a design come out of her office and take the credit for it. Bobby had chopped her off at the knees on that one. Now he was gone. She rather thought he'd come slinking back at some point. Then again, if he was seeing Isabel Flanders again, that wasn't going to happen. White-hot rage ripped through Rosemary at the thought of Isabel Flanders. How had things gotten off track so quickly? She yanked at the middle drawer of her desk to pull out the 3 books that she consulted daily. She flipped through the pages till she found what she wanted. Today's date, her sign, which was Virgo, the worst sign of the zodiac according to some people, and today's message for her. The first message read, "Tread carefully today. All is not what it seems." Rosemary snorted. The second message was, "There are unseen forces working behind the scenes against you." The third message sent a chill up Rosemary's arms. "Everything today is colored gray. Be careful all the color doesn't leave your life." She shoved the books back into her desk drawer. She slammed it so hard that a container of pencils toppled over. She booted up her computer and waited, then moved her mouse to the icon she wanted. Her horoscope for the day appeared immediately. Why was she doing this? Why was she torturing herself? She'd read the computer-generated message earlier, just as she'd checked the 3 books the moment she set foot in the office this morning. Her gaze lowered to the screen. "An ill wind has swept into your life. Prepare for a storm." She clicked the mouse to read the forecast for tomorrow, even though she knew what it said. She then checked the 3 books in the drawer again for tomorrow's forecast. Her face drained of all color when she reread the forecasts. She slumped back in her chair. That's when she noticed the pile of mail sitting in her in-basket. How could she have forgotten to check the mail? Bobby's announcement, that's how. She rifled through it, bills, advertisements, announcements, a thank-you card from a client, and a white legal-looking envelope with no return address. She ripped at it and pulled out a picture of a toddler with a nimbus of gold hair, a beautiful, chubby little girl sucking her thumb. Rosemary's hands started to shake. The picture fell to her desk, her lips pulled back into a snarl as she recoiled back into the depths of her chair. It was the child. Well, she wasn't touching that. She reached for the phone with a shaking hand. She dialed a number she knew by heart. "James, this is Rosemary. I need an emergency tarot card reading. I know it's late, but you have to do this for me. Please, I'll pay you double, triple if necessary. I can be there in 30 minutes. You will? Oh, thank you. Thank you, James. Yes, I said triple. I know you prefer cash. It's not a problem. Bye, James." Rosemary grappled in her purse for her sunglasses. She put them on and then fumbled around inside her desk drawer for a pair of tweezers. She picked up the Polaroid snapshot with the tweezers and carried it to the bathroom sink, where she burned it. She rinsed the curled black ash down the drain. Then she removed her sunglasses, washed her hands, and tossed the tweezers in the wastebasket. This never happened. 90 minutes later, Rosemary slumped back in the chair across from James, the tarot expert. In the dim yellow light, her face was pasty white, her blonde hair straggly, in need of a brush. She struggled to find her voice. "How? I don't understand. How could things turn so black, so quick? 2 weeks ago you told me my card said I was on the high road with things falling into place just like I wanted them to."
Things change, Rosemary. Good winds, ill winds, new people entering your life, old people exiting your life. Change is constant. What does the baby mean to you? There's never been a baby in your cards before. Do you want to talk about it?
"I don't know," Rosemary lied. "What is there to talk about? You just painted everything black." Her voice turned desperate. "Can't you read the cards again?" James looked at the clock on his desk.
"It's late, Rosemary. Why don't you go home, think about this, and come back tomorrow?"
"I won't be able to sleep. Please read them again. I'll pay you the same triple to read them again."
"Rosemary, that's $600. Are you sure you want me to do this again? You're very upset. Are you sure you can handle this?"
Rosemary shrugged out of her suit jacket. She ran her fingers through her messy hair, making it worse. "You just rocked my nice, beautiful world from under me. Of course I'm sure. I'm tougher than I look. Now do it." 40 minutes later, James gathered up his cards as Rosemary burst into tears. "What the hell does all this mean?" James struggled for a soothing tone.
"It means this is a time of transition for you. It's up to you to make sense of it all, Rosemary. I can only tell you what the cards say. Do you want me to drive you home?"
Rosemary gathered herself together. "No, I don't live that far away. I just can't believe that there wasn't one positive in the whole reading. I'm beginning to think this is all a bunch of claptrap. Mercury is in retrograde. That might account for some of the negative aspects." She counted out $600 bills. "I can't believe I'm paying you $600 for you to tell me my life as I know it is about to be ruined." James pocketed the money.
"Sometimes the readings are temporary, Rosemary. Sometimes they are meant as a warning to give the person time to rectify certain situations."
"Well, that would be peachy keen if I knew what the hell you were talking about, James. Rectify what? I don't know what any of this is all about." Rosemary lied again as she fished around in her bag for her car keys. "I feel like evil forces are out to get me." James debated for a few seconds before he responded.
"Rosemary, that's not what the cards said. Weren't you listening? The cards indicate that there is an evil force whirling about you. You have to find a way to purge it or succumb to it."
That's garbage. Do I look evil to you? Well, I'm not. I never heard such rubbish in my life. I guess I should thank you for doing this so late at night. James shrugged. He couldn't wait for tomorrow when he would go back to work at his nice normal job in the deli department of the public supermarket, where he didn't have to deal with people like Rosemary. Tarot card reading was just a sideline for him, something he really enjoyed doing for friends. It was an easy way to supplement his income. He had to admit that the 2 readings he'd conducted tonight were the 2 worst he'd ever done. Rosemary wasn't the only one who was upset. Who was this strange woman who wanted to have her cards read every 10 days or so? When he had finally bolted the door behind her, he slumped against it. He hoped she would never come back. He sprinted toward his bedroom, shed his clothes, and hit the shower. A while later, a towel wrapped around his middle, James gathered up the cards, tossed them into a trash bag, and carried it out to the hall and the laundry chute. Now he was rid of her. First thing tomorrow morning he was going to call the phone company and request an unlisted number. Rosemary let herself into the house. She walked over to the alarm pad and was stunned to see that it wasn't armed. "Bobby, are you here?" she shouted, not caring if she woke him up. When there was no response, she ran through the house, calling her husband's name over and over. She blinked when she saw his empty bedroom. She ran to the office, turning on lights as she went. His side of the home office was even neater than before, because everything was gone. Bobby was gone, and he hadn't bothered to set the alarm. He knew how paranoid she was about the security system. He never forgot to set the alarm, nor did she. This was Bobby's way of thumbing his nose at her. Rosemary sat down, still wearing her coat, still holding her purse. Her gaze dropped to the bottom drawer of her desk. She opened it with her foot, looked inside. It didn't look like anything was disturbed. Or was it? Weren't the sticky pads stacked up the last time she'd opened it? She slid off the chair, removed the drawer, and stared down at the floorboards. They didn't look like they'd been touched. Unwilling to take any chances, she lifted them up and stared down at the safe. Her cold fingers turned the dial. When she saw that everything was as she'd left it, her sigh was so loud it startled her. Satisfied, she closed the safe and returned the drawer to the desk. She ran down the stairs and out to the foyer to set the alarm. Bobby had stacked the mail on the foyer table. She shrugged out of her coat, gathered up the mail, and walked back upstairs. It was past midnight, time to go to bed. If she took a couple of Xanax, she might be able to relax enough to fall asleep. Her nerves twanging all over the place, she ran a bath. While the water was running, she poured in almost a full bottle of avocado bath salts, which were guaranteed to eliminate stress completely. She didn't believe it for a minute. While the bath foamed and bubbled, she went back downstairs for a bottle of wine and a fine crystal glass. She rummaged around in one of the kitchen drawers where Bobby kept his cigarettes. She stuck them in her pocket as she headed back up the stairs. She didn't smoke, but tonight she needed something. Diane. That was the toddler's name, the name that wasn't on the aged Polaroid, the name she'd deliberately blocked from her memory, a name she never ever said aloud. And now she couldn't get the name out of her mind. Rosemary was about to step into the deep tub when she remembered the mail. Naked, she walked back to the office to pick up the slim bundle. It was probably all bills. Still, opening bills was normal. It was something she did most nights when she took the time to run a bath instead of taking a quick shower. Sinking down into the silky wetness, Rosemary sighed. Now, if she could just shift her tortured emotions into the neutral zone, maybe the Xanax, the wine, and a cigarette would help. She flipped through the mail, seeing nothing that needed her immediate attention, until she saw the plain white legal-looking envelope, the same kind of envelope that had come to the office. She sat bolt upright, bubbles all about her as she ripped at the envelope. It was a newspaper clipping this time, a picture of her walking up the courthouse steps with a cane and a brace wrapped around her neck, a brave smile on her face. Someone had scrawled the words "liar" and "thief" across the article in red ink. She felt the same white-hot rage that she had experienced at the office. In the blink of an eye, Rosemary was out of the tub, dripping water and bubbles all over the floor. She ran to the toilet, ripping the article to shreds. She flushed it, her eyes murderous. Then, when the water ran clear, she flushed it again and again before she crumpled to her feet, beating at the tile floor, crying hysterically. Who was doing this to her? Isabel Flanders, that must be who. But maybe it wasn't Isabel. Maybe it was Bobby. Or maybe that crazy grandmother who had cursed her out in court that day. No, it was Isabel Flanders trying to make a comeback at her expense. She reached for a wad of toilet tissue and blew her nose. Well, we'll just see about that, Isabel. I'm one person you don't want to mess around with. You should have learned your lesson the first time. The wine, the Xanax, and the cigarettes forgotten, Rosemary went into her bedroom to get a nightgown. She cursed when she realized she hadn't dried off. Bubbles were still stuck to her body. She stomped back to the bathroom and rinsed off in the shower. She dried off, powdered herself, and then pulled on a fresh nightgown. She was finally about to crawl into bed when the phone rang. Her eyes narrowed, her hand shaking. She picked up the receiver. She didn't offer a greeting. Whoever this is, it had better be good. It's after midnight.
I'm returning your calls, Rosemary, all 50 of them. What is it you want?
Oh, it's you, Rosemary screeched. Where are you, Bobby? Do you know what time it is? Why are you sending me that garbage in the mail? I want an answer, and I want it right now. Bobby's voice was soft, almost gentle.
Why is it always about what you want, Rosemary? It's none of your business where I am. You never cared before. Of course I know what time it is. You said you wanted me to call you as soon as I got your message. I just checked my messages. My cell was off, being charged, so I didn't have it with me. Not that that's any of your business. I haven't sent you anything in the mail. Why would I send you something in the mail? So there's your answer. Now if there's nothing else, I'm going to bed. You should go to bed yourself. Don't you need your beauty sleep?
You're with her, aren't you? You sneak, you sleaze. How dare you humiliate me like this? How dare you, Bobby? Another thing. Why didn't you turn on the alarm when you left today? This is my house, and you know how I feel about keeping the alarm on. Bobby never lost his patience, knowing his calm voice would only irritate his wife further.
I'm not going to dignify that ridiculous question about Isabel with a response. I didn't turn the alarm on because it was turned off when I went into the house. I thought you didn't want it on. You were the last one to leave this morning, so I assumed you left it off for a reason.
You liar. I distinctly remember setting the alarm. Do you know how I remember? I remember because I nicked my new manicure and I got angry over it. What do you have to say to that, Bobby Harcourt?
Not much. The alarm was off, that's all I can tell you. I'm going to hang up now. From here on in, it's not a good idea to call me. Have your lawyer talk to my lawyer. Good night, Rosemary.
Rosemary hung up the phone. Damn, now she had a full-blown headache. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head clasped on her hands. If there was one thing she could say about Bobby, it was that he wasn't a liar. If it wasn't Bobby who sent the picture and the article, then it had to be Isabel. You bitch, Rosemary seethed as she struggled with the covers and her pillow. You just don't know who you're messing with, Isabel Flanders. 11. Ted Robinson, his eyes on the weather outside his apartment, slurped at his morning coffee, his 2 cats cuddled in his lap. He could stay home today and work, if there was anything to work on. Life and news in the city had been so boring for the entire month, it was as though Washington had taken a break from life. Even Maggie complained about the lack of political gossip, unless you counted the newsworthy item that made the front page of the Post when Senator Candace Mitchell's button gave way on her slacks,
revealing that she wore zebra-striped thong underwear. Another 2 lines explained that Senator Mitchell was 58, and if she kept a secret like thong underwear, what else did she keep secret from the Hill and her constituents? Maggie Spritzer said she was almost embarrassed to report the tripe, but hey, she said, the world has a right to know what the senator from Delaware wears under her clothes. They should have had a good laugh over that, but they didn't. Maggie was following him, sneaking around, trying to get the goods on him. He'd always been vigilant when covering or investigating a story, but with Maggie in the picture, creating his sexual epiphany, things were not going smoothly. Then there was Jack Emery. Ted sneezed and scowled deeply. He knew he was catching a cold, and it was all Jack's fault. Everything he was going through was Jack's fault, and that included his sexual epiphany. His coffee finished, Ted dumped Minnie and Mickey on the floor. They hissed their disapproval before they leaped back onto the couch. Ted shuffled to the kitchen to refill his cup. He added 3 sugar donuts to his plate and 2 cat treats laced with catnip. The cats were still hissing when he plopped back down on the sofa. Everyone knew the sofa belonged to Mickey and Minnie. The chair belonged to Ted. Both cats refused the treats as they eyed the donuts. All right, I'll move. You can have the couch. All these cat hairs are making me sneeze anyway. He tossed the 2 cat treats on the sofa and then moved over to the chair that for some reason the cats didn't like. He ate and drank, his thoughts on what had happened the night before, his eyes on the stormy weather outside. The phone rang just as Ted stuffed one of the mini sugar donuts into his mouth. He grabbed for the receiver and made a noise that sounded like some kind of alien greeting.
It's Maggie, Ted. I was wondering if you'd like to catch some breakfast.
Jack Emery's words of advice of, play hard to get once in a while, sounded in his brain. Not that he ever paid attention to what Jack said. Ted swallowed the donut and said, can't, sorry. Never, Jack said. Ask for a rain check.
Oh? Aren't you going in today?
Nope. I'm hanging out with Mickey and Minnie. It's Friday, Ted said, as if that explained everything. Besides, it's raining like hell out there, and I think I'm catching a cold. According to Jack, this was where she would volunteer to bring him some aspirin and chicken soup.
Are you afraid you'll melt in the rain? Do you want me to bring you some chicken soup?
Ted grinned and snorted to himself. Old Jack was only half right. Nah, I got it covered. There's a deli on the corner and they deliver.
I could bring you some aspirin,
Maggie said.
Guys never remember to buy aspirin. You'll probably need some cough medicine, too.
Okay. So Jack was always right. Well, not quite. He hadn't mentioned the cough medicine. Got that covered, too. Bought a bottle of both last week, but thanks for the offer. Ted felt so smug with his quick-witted response that he tilted the recliner back too far and spilled coffee all over himself. Minnie was on him like a shot, licking it up.
Are you blowing me off, Robinson?
The recliner shot bolt upright as he tried to think of a response. Now that hadn't come up in any conversations he'd had with Jack. Clearly he was on his own. He needed to be cool here, play her like a violin. Another one of Jack's tidbits of advice. He thought he would try being cagey. Now, why would you ask me something like that?
I hope you get pneumonia,
Maggie screeched in his ear before she ended the call. Ted looked at the phone, heard the dial tone. He was forced to admit to himself that Maggie Spritzer was first and foremost a reporter. Like she gave a shit about whether he had chicken soup, aspirin, or cough medicine. He might be dumb about women, but he was smart enough to know that Maggie only wanted to get into his backpack, while all he wanted was to get into her pants. He guffawed at his astute insight. Good old Jack would clap him on the back and say something stupid like, "Way to go, big guy." Oh, yeah, good old Jack could say that. His dick wasn't hanging out to dry. I hate you, Jack, Ted muttered. He cleaned up the sticky mess on his recliner before he changed his clothes. Just for the hell of it,
He checked his medicine cabinet. No cough syrup. No aspirin either. He called the deli on the corner and asked for the soup of the day. Broccoli cheese. Ted groaned as he poured the last of the coffee into a clean cup.
I really do hate you, Jack.
Ted walked into his bedroom, which doubled as a home office. He looked around, making a mental note to tidy up one of these days. He sat down, turned on his computer, and went to work. He knew he was onto something, but before he could really make sense of anything, he would have to have a little talk with Jack. Maybe a big talk. With court dark on Friday, Jack Emery felt surrounded with paperwork as he growled and cursed at his underlings.
This isn't summer camp, people. This is the goddamn district attorney's office. Now get your asses in gear and let's play catch-up here. No one goes home today until this, he said, pointing to the pile of folders on his desk, gets squared away. That does not mean we transfer it to someone else's desk. It means we complete it and file it appropriately. No one goes out to lunch either. Now move before I get really mad.
When in authority, delegate. He just loved Fridays. He was already looking forward to a long, leisurely lunch all by himself, so he could sit and daydream about Nicky and the night they'd spent together. He was shrugging into his already drenched raincoat that hadn't had a chance to dry after this morning's race from the parking lot when he saw Ted Robinson lurking out in the hallway. His mood immediately turned sour.
I guess we're doing lunch, huh? Your turn to buy, Mr. D.A.
Ted called from his position in the open doorway. Jack reached for his umbrella. There was no sense fighting it. He'd have to do his daydreaming about Nicky later.
People are going to start talking about us if we keep meeting up and eating together all the time.
At Ted's dumb look, he hastened to clarify what he meant.
You know, like we're gay or something. What's the something? Oh, shit, I don't know. I was just... Never mind. What do you want this time?
Jack said, trying to hold the umbrella over both their heads. A strong gust of wind slammed into them, saving Ted from a reply. Jack's umbrella sailed upward to join three others as they whipped across the lumbering gray sky. The district attorney and the reporter soldiered on, valiantly fighting the driving wind and rain. When they finally reached Squire's pub, both men were soaked to the skin. Inside it was wall-to-wall with wet people grousing and cursing at the weather. Jack heard someone say this was the worst February in 40 years as he made his way to the back of the pub to find a lone booth with a reserved sign on the table.
I called ahead. The owner tries to accommodate the DA's office,
Jack said by way of explanation. Both men slipped into the booth. A waitress appeared almost immediately. Jack didn't bother with the menu.
I'll have a bowl of chili, a cheeseburger, and a double order of fries. Bring a draft with that.
When Ted started to sneeze, Jack ordered for him, too. He sat back and waited until Ted was comfortable. He knew something was wrong. He could sense it, feel it, smell it. Whatever was about to come out of Ted's mouth, he knew he wasn't going to like it.
Well, I thought we were friends, Jack. We are. You feeling insecure or something? Where are you going with this, Ted? You know what, Jack? You need to stop blowing that phony sunshine up my ass, or else I'm going to charge you for a sun umbrella. Huh? What are you talking about?
Ted snorted, a hateful sound.
Like you don't know. You're just renting the house from Nicky Quinn. Yeah, right. I saw you, Jack. I saw Nicky. You were together last night. You've been trying to snooker me, and I fell for it. I believed you because I thought you were my friend. My mistake, I admit. You've been running back to those women, telling them everything I've been telling you, right? Don't make me even madder by denying it. You joined forces with that crew, didn't you? Didn't you, Jack?
Jack felt so lightheaded he thought he was going to pass out right in the booth. Man, that would look super on the evening news.
So I was right. You've been following me. Well, Mr. Ace Reporter, ask yourself this. If I was doing what you said I was doing, do you think I'd be stupid enough to lead you to the house? I'm a district attorney, for Christ's sake. I would have dumped you and met Nicky somewhere else. You need to get real here, Ted. Yeah, Nikki came to the house to collect the rent. She called me at work and asked me to pick up some dinner. What's wrong with that? I paid her the rent, she paid for half the dinner, we ate together. She cleaned up, I went to bed, and she went to bed. Separate rooms, Ted. She made coffee this morning, offered me a cup, which I declined. End of story. Bullshit, Ted said. Sounds like you're calling me a liar, buddy. Sounds like you're blowing that phony sunshine up my ass again. If the shoe fits, wear it, buddy, Ted snarled. You're in bed with that pack of jackals out at Pinewood.
Jack felt his blood run cold.
Hey, I'm good, but I'm not that good. I hope you aren't planning on telling any of this to my main squeeze, Marcy Watts. She's jealous as hell. By the way, just for the record, Nikki has been seeing some guy named Adam Jester. You might want to check that out, too.
Ted leaned back when the waitress placed his food in front of him. He wondered if he'd be able to eat it. His throat felt scratchy. The spicy chili might burn his throat. He dipped the spoon into the bowl. He looked over at Jack, who was already wolfing down his food.
You're lying, he said coldly. This is where the rubber meets the road, Jack. Either you tell me the truth right now, or I'm going to hang you and those women out to dry. Your call.
He was right. The chili was burning his throat. Jack raised his head. They were eyeball to eyeball.
I did tell you the truth.
Ted slapped some bills on the table as he fought to put on his wet jacket. He didn't say a word. Jack continued to eat the spicy hot chili. His eyes burned and then started to water. He couldn't ever remember feeling as bad as he did at this moment. Rosemary Hershey tried to avoid the flooded areas of the parking lot. She should have had more sense than to wear designer shoes with open toes and high heels. And she didn't have a spare pair of shoes at the office either. She was halfway across the lot when she remembered the golf shoes that she had in the trunk of her car. She grimaced at the thought of wearing golf shoes with her Donna Karan outfit. If she didn't get out of this rain, the pricey suit would be as wet as her shoes, and she'd be hiding out in her office in her underwear. It was hard going, walking into the driving wind and holding an umbrella at the same time. Eventually her problem was solved when the umbrella was wrenched from her hand. She watched in horror as it bounced across the parking lot and landed on top of a green SUV. Now she really was drenched. A howl of outrage escaped her lips as she ran the rest of the way to the front door, where she met the mailman dressed in rain garb from head to toe. He held the door for her, and Rosemary rushed through, gasping with the effort, rain dripping down her face, her makeup smeared, her hair clinging to her head and the sides of her face in wet strands.
"Do you want to take the mail, Miss Hershey? It's light today."
"Do I look like I want to take the mail? No, I don't want the mail. Give it to the receptionist," she said coldly. She was halfway across the lobby when she remembered the type of things she was getting in the mail. "Never mind, give it to me." As she squished and dripped her way down the hall to her office, Rosemary pawed through the mail. She sucked in her breath when she saw another plain white envelope. This one had been sent from Springfield. In the office, Rosemary slammed the door shut and kicked off her ruined shoes. She dumped the light load of mail and her purse on Bobby's clean desk before she wiggled out of her wet coat. Then she proceeded to dry her face and her hair with wads of paper towels. She felt cold, wet, and clammy. She hissed to the emptiness around her. "I'm pissed to the teeth, and I didn't even open the goddamn envelope yet." She sucked in her breath as she ripped at the white envelope. Another picture, a recent Polaroid. Tommy. For one wild second, she felt like her eyeballs were on fire. Where did that name come from? Yesterday she hadn't known the boy's name. Diane and Tommy. She sat down, the Polaroid shot clasped in her hand. She reached for her glasses to see the picture better. It showed a sturdy little boy holding some sort of toy. He looked well-nourished, well-dressed. She peered closely at the background to see if she could tell where the picture was taken. There was nothing to see except a kitchen table with a pile of school books and a window over the sink. Trembling all over, Rosemary chewed on her lower lip. Had this picture come from the grandmother, or had it come from someone else who had a close association with Isabel Flanders? Not Bobby, she was sure of that. Who did that leave besides Isabel? That stupid reporter. Where did the grandmother and the boy live? If she'd ever known, she couldn't remember now. Her eyes burned with hatred as she slid the picture into one of Bobby's desk drawers. She wasn't about to cave into someone's blackmail scheme, because that's what this was all about. She was sure of it. Rosemary started to pace her office. If she went on the prowl for information now, how was she going to design a horse farm? She had to decide what her priorities were. She opened the door to her office and called over to the secretary she shared with Bobby. "Call a staff meeting right now." She would have her 2 associates and the promising intern start on the design. If it came out of her office, she reasoned, it was hers. 12. The room was dark, the new day beyond the window darker still. 2 hours to go till dawn. Myra squinted at the red numerals on the digital clock on the nightstand.
"Oh, Charles, don't tell me you're getting up already."
Myra struggled from her warm cocoon to prop herself up on one elbow. Alarm was in her voice.
"Is anything wrong, dear?"
No, go back to sleep, Myra. Today is a very busy day. I want to get an early start, and you know we don't want the girls asking questions about my activities today."
Myra rubbed at her eyes, trying to fully wake up.
"Yes, of course. I'll join you downstairs. Tea this morning, Charles. Later, when the girls get up, I'll make coffee. Do you still think you'll be home this evening?"
"That's my plan. We have it all under control, Myra. I'm on a tight schedule, so I can't dilly-dally. The Prime Minister has carved 10 minutes out of his busy schedule to speak with me, and I must be on time."
His eyes twinkled when he turned on the lamp on his side of the big sleigh bed.
"His aide told me he has brought along a personal message from my dear friend."
"Oh, Charles, how exciting! A personal message from the Queen! That has to be akin to being invited to the President's personal quarters for a sit-down."
Myra swung her legs over the side of the bed and reached for her robe. She quickly adjusted the thermostat before heading for the bathroom. Charles was already in the shower, and he was singing. She smiled, but couldn't make out the words. Probably some cowboy ditty. Charles had always loved the American cowboys of the Wild West, and had watched every movie ever made, some more than once. One year she'd given him a pearl-handled 6-gun and holster for Christmas. He'd worn it for weeks, practicing his draw until the novelty had worn off. She knew the gun and holster were still 2 of his favorite possessions. Dear, sweet Charles. She loved him so much she ached at times with the feeling. Sir Charles, knighted by the Queen herself. Myra smiled. Imagine taking a shower next to royalty. She laughed then, a sound of pure mirth as she stepped into her own shower, remembering the time she'd bought him a faux crown studded with paste jewels and told him he had to wear it in the shower. They had laughed for hours over that scene. Charles was such a good sport. 20 minutes later, Myra was dressed, her pearls around her neck but without makeup, and joined Charles in the kitchen for her first cup of tea of the day. She eyed the stack of papers on the kitchen table that Charles was busily stuffing into his briefcase. He noticed the worry in Myra's eyes.
"We have to do this, dear. It's called planning for the future in case things go awry. After today, we can forget all about it until such time. We may never need to act on today's activities, but things will be in place. It's as foolproof as it can be, Myra."
"I know that, but what if—"
"If the other players don't do their part, that's a chance we have to take. Right now, that simply is not on my radar screen. I don't want it to be on yours either. How do you like this breakfast blend of tea?"
It's fine. I think lemon spoils it, though. You're just making conversation, Charles, so I won't worry. How astute of you, dear. I really must go. I'm catching the first shuttle to New York. I'll be back in Washington before noon. You can call me on the cell if it's an emergency. Otherwise, I'll see you this evening. Come on now, stiff upper lip.
Myra held up her face for Charles's kiss.
I miss you already. Go.
She looked down at the tea in her cup after the door closed behind Charles. When she was certain he couldn't see what she was doing, she dumped the tea in the sink and got out a good old American Lipton tea bag. With nothing to do until the girls woke up, Myra treated herself to a cigarette. She coughed and sputtered, but she kept puffing away until a blue haze filled the kitchen. She'd long ago given up the ugly habit, but once in a while she smoked a cigarette to remind her of why she'd given up in the first place. Charles called it self-torture. The other reason was that she was nervous, wondering if the plan she and Charles were putting into place would come back to bite her on the rear end, as Catherine would put it. Only Catherine hadn't said rear end. She'd been a lot more graphic. And like Charles said, if nothing ever came of their plans, so much the better. Everything always came down to Charles. Without him, the Sisterhood couldn't function. It was his expertise, his worldwide connections, his reputation that had gotten them this far. Without a doubt, Charles was the marvel in marvelous. The really wonderful part was that he loved doing what he was doing for her and the girls. He was, as he put it, back in the game of espionage and covert operations that he'd had to retire from when his cover was blown years ago. He had been spirited away to the States with a little help from MI6 and the Queen. Charles had told her it was done all the time, on both sides of the pond. Myra got up to fix herself a second cup of tea, wondering what time the girls would be getting up. The girls, meaning Alexis and Catherine. Isabel was staying in the district, and Nicky had gone home late the previous afternoon. She hadn't seen Yoko in 3 days. She made a mental note to call her, and then remembered that Yoko had called them last night, just as she and Charles were getting ready for bed. She'd said she would be here in time for breakfast, which would be shortly. She should give some thought to breakfast. She hated cooking, and somehow managed to either overcook, undercook, or burn whatever she tried to make. Charles, however, was a gourmet chef, among his many other accomplishments. Maybe, if she waited long enough, Catherine or Alexis would come downstairs and volunteer. Myra sensed movement out of the corner of her eye. Then she felt a wet nose on her arm. Murphy. Another wet nose. Grady. She smiled as she petted both dogs and then let them out just as Yoko drove through the gate. Shivering, with her arms crossed over her chest, Myra waited in the doorway for Yoko to get out of her car and do a little dance for the dogs. They thought she wanted to play. She ran after them, zigzagging this way and that to the dogs' delight. Once she'd been afraid of them, but that was a long time ago. Winded, Yoko ran to the door, hugged Myra, and then slipped out of her coat. She found 2 dog biscuits in one of the pockets and held them out to the dogs, who took them daintily and then ran back upstairs.
Can I make you some tea, Yoko?
No, thank you. Where is everyone?
We're here,
Catherine said, bounding down the steps, closely followed by Alexis. Both women were still in their flannel pajamas.
I'm starved, she said.
Me too, Alexis said, looking around for some sign of food.
Charles had to leave early this morning. We must fend for ourselves. How does fresh fruit and a bagel sound?
Terrible. I was thinking more along the lines of a breakfast of champions, Catherine said as she headed for the refrigerator. Bacon, sausage, pancakes, scrambled eggs, toast with soft butter and jam. I'll make it. Alexis, you do the coffee and the toast.
I have good news, Yoko said. The 3 women turned in her direction. Yoko rarely volunteered anything. They were all eyes and ears. My husband left me.
That's good news, Alexis said. I don't understand, Myra said.
Are you saying you are happy that your husband, left you?
Yoko's almond-shaped eyes sparkled. I am delirious with joy over his leaving. Actually, he is gone already. That is why I wasn't able to be here these past few days. Catherine slapped bacon onto the griddle. Did he leave because of us? Because you spent so much time out here at the farm? No, not at all. He was always glad when I wasn't around. It was an arranged marriage. My aunts negotiated with my husband's father. Money changed hands. It is our way, the old way. My husband and I had no say. He was unhappy. I was unhappy. He went to St. Louis, where he has friends. He shook my hand when he left. It is so wonderful not to share a bathroom with him. I cleaned and scrubbed for 3 days. There is no sign now that he ever lived in the house.
I'll be damned. Why didn't you ever tell us you weren't happy? Catherine asked.
You never asked, Yoko said smartly. I am telling you now.
What about the nursery, the flower shop? Do you get to keep it?
Of course. My husband does not like working with manure. He doesn't like to smell the earth, the scent of the flowers. He said he got sick every time he had to go into the greenhouses. He's going to be a dancer on the stage. He's very graceful, and he doesn't like women.
Uh-huh,
was all Catherine could say. I am now free as a bird. I love the feeling. I plan to ask Nicky to handle our divorce. How long do you think it will be before I can seriously start to look for a boyfriend? The kind who will shower me with love, appreciate my new, boobs, and hold my hand when we walk in the rain. It is not necessary for him to bring me flowers. I do like chocolates, though. Yoko rolled her eyes and started to giggle. Catherine eyed her sister, tongue-in-cheek. She said, Any day now, kiddo. If he's gone, you can start looking today. Who's going to run the business? Lucha, Myra's gardener. Don't you remember? Myra loaned him to me back in the beginning when I first joined the Sisterhood. When it comes to the earth and plants, Mr. Chow has magic in his hands, and he has a very handsome nephew, as well as many uncles and cousins. My business is in good hands. It frees me up so that I can be more active with the Sisterhood.
You little devil, Alexis said, clapping Yoko on the back.
That is a compliment, no?
Alexis laughed out loud as she hitched up the bottom of her pajamas. The best kind, girlie.
My goodness, Myra managed to say.
I was hoping we could celebrate later today when I returned from town. I have been looking forward to this day since the day I got married. I want to celebrate with my friends. The women hooted with laughter, Myra's laughter the loudest. It was 5 minutes shy of 10 o'clock when Yoko, dressed to the nines, walked down the stairs of the farmhouse to seek Myra's approval.
Allow me to introduce Mrs. Kim Yee, who is wealthy beyond wealthy, and who has an appointment with one Bobby Harcourt at 11 o'clock. There she will be asking him to design a Western-style house that she wants to have built in Yokohama, Japan, as well as a beach house on the Chesapeake for when she and her husband are in the States. Mrs. Kim Yee is also a not-too-distant relative of the Yee royal family in Japan, Alexis said.
Myra gaped as she fiddled with the pearls around her neck.
You look the part, dear. My diamonds look so well on you. It is my understanding that Miss Hershey is a designer's dream, and it has been said that jewelry stores call her on her private number when a new piece comes in. The woman has very expensive tastes, but she can't hold a candle to you, my dear, and she will know that the minute she sees you.
This is the end of disc number 3. Please continue listening on disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
It is my understanding that Miss Hershey is a designer's dream, and it has been said that jewelry stores call her on her private number when a new piece comes in. The woman has very expensive taste, but she can't hold a candle to you, my dear, and she will know that the minute she sees you."
Yoko giggled. "Thank you, Myra. My chauffeur-driven limousine will be here within minutes to pick me up. What if Miss Hershey isn't there?"
Catherine clucked her tongue. "You only do business with the owner, meaning Miss Hershey. Mr. Harcourt is a partner, and that's all well and good, but before you make a decision, you want to talk to both partners. You want her to think you have money to burn so you can be as demanding as hell. Play it up. Also, don't forget to wave that little post-it with Isabel Flanders' name and phone number on it. You will not be making a decision until you speak with a second architect. You tell them both you've lived here long enough to know that's how it is done in America. 2 bids, 2 estimates. Neither one of them can fault you for that. Rosemary might, however, badmouth Isabel," Catherine said. "You'll be getting to her office just about the time the mail is delivered. Keep your eyes and ears open. Today she will be getting the newspaper clipping of the picture the Post ran of the Myers family funeral. We think that picture is really going to spook her, especially since she didn't attend the funeral. She was out of the hospital by the time the coroner released the bodies for burial, and there was no reason for her not to attend, since her claim was that Isabel caused the accident. The newspapers made more than a few snide comments. The grandmother just said she was disappointed."
"I can do this," Yoko said, slipping into a pure white cashmere coat that shrieked $signs. The diamonds that Myra had loaned to Yoko sparkled under the overhead lighting. Yoko picked up the ostrich-skin briefcase that shrieked just as many $signs as the cashmere coat. "Go get 'em, girl," Alexis said, and grinned as she pointed to the overhead security monitor. "Your chariot awaits. In other words, your limo is here. Call us the minute you leave the office." "I will do that," Yoko said as she sashayed out the door to the waiting limousine. When the car had driven back through the gates, the women looked at one another. Catherine and Alexis burst out laughing at the same time. "I had no clue that I thought she was happily married, and she's in the market for a boyfriend? Who knew?" Alexis quipped, laughing heartily. "There is more to that little lady than meets the eye. She's got that martial arts stuff down to a science. I sure as hell wouldn't want to meet up with her in a dark alley, even if Murphy was with me. Did you ever see how she can freeze Murphy just by staring him down? When she does that, he whines." "It's the inner peace that is instilled in those who study martial arts," Myra said. "I saw a documentary on it a while back. The mindset of the student was incredible." "How's it going with Isabel?" Alexis asked. "Very well. She called yesterday to say they're doing the pretty stuff today, installing the carpeting, polishing the marble, hanging the drapes, and delivering the furniture. She thinks everything will be completed by the end of the day. Tomorrow morning, if things go well, she's open for business." "Let the games begin," Catherine said. 13. Yoko garnered more than one appraising look as she walked through the lobby to the receptionist in the architect's office. "I have an appointment with Mr. Harcourt. My name is Kim Yi." Yes, well, Mr. Harcourt isn't—" The lobby door swooped open. Footsteps could be heard on the tiled floor. "Ah, Mrs. Yi, I'm Bobby Harcourt. If you'll follow me, please." The receptionist reared up and was half out of her seat when she said, "But Miss Hershey said—" Bobby waved airily, his woodsy cologne trailing behind him as he ushered Yoko down a carpeted hallway. He knew that Rosemary already knew he was in the building with a client. He had no doubt there would be a blow-up any second now. Within moments of seating Yoko in the conference room, the phone on the wall rang. "Excuse me, Mrs. Yi." Yoko nodded as she opened the ostrich briefcase. She strained to hear Bobby's end of the conversation, but the words were indistinguishable. Bobby excused himself again and walked out of the office, closing the door behind him. Yoko was off the chair in the blink of an eye and ran to the door. She cracked it open a mere inch as she strained to hear what was going on outside. A shrill, ugly-sounding voice ricocheted down the hall. "Rosemary." Then she heard Bobby's voice, deep and even, explaining that Mrs. Yee was his client. "Before you stomped out of this office, Mrs. Yee would have been our client. You left, Bobby. That means Mrs. Yee is my client now. She's sitting in my building, in my conference room. Your half is half of the business, not half of the building. It was your decision to leave. You said you were filing for divorce. You can't just walk back in here and act like you belong. Get out. I mean it. I want you out of here." "Fine, but Mrs. Yee goes with me." "Oh, no. She stays. I'll deal with Mrs. Yee." "Why don't we ask Mrs. Yee what she wants to do? It is, after all, her decision. By the way, Rosemary, before you meet my client, I suggest you do something about your appearance. I would hate to have her frightened to death. What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" "You wish I was sick, you bastard. And don't tell me what to do." "Whatever you want. I hate to keep new clients waiting. Either you join us, or I will take Mrs. Yee with me when I leave. I didn't have a number to call her, otherwise I wouldn't have met her here. It's your call, Rosemary." Yoko scurried back to her seat at the conference table, her hands folded demurely in her lap as she waited. She hoped she could remember everything she'd just heard. She turned when the door opened, a small smile on her lips. She made a production of pulling back the sleeve of the cashmere coat to reveal a diamond-studded presidential watch. She allowed a frown to build on her face. Both architects correctly interpreted the frown. The prospective client was rapidly getting pissed off. Bobby took the initiative. "Mrs. Yee, I'd like to introduce my partner, Rosemary Hershey." Yoko turned to stare up at the tall woman standing next to Bobby Harcourt. She looked nothing like the pictures Charles had shown her. In those pictures, Rosemary Hershey looked glamorous, well-dressed, and bejeweled. What she saw now was hair whose roots needed touching up, makeup that looked like it had been put on with a trowel, dark half-moons under both eyes, a manicure that was chipped at the tips, and a sloppy outfit that looked like it had come out of a thrift store. "I am most pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Hershey." Yoko made no move to offer her hand. Instead, she inclined her head slightly to acknowledge the woman's presence. She waited to see what would happen next. She let her gaze drop to the diamond-studded watch again. When nothing happened, Yoko asked if there was a problem. "In a manner of speaking, Mrs. Yee, the short answer is yes," Bobby explained. "Technically, I am still a partner in this business and will remain so until the partnership is dissolved legally. You contacted this office and specifically asked to make an appointment with me. You had no way of knowing I would be leaving the firm when you made the appointment. That's the reason I came back this morning to meet with you. Miss Hershey feels and believes you should stay here. I am willing to work with you at my new quarters. The decision must be yours," Bobby said. "My husband, unfortunately, does not like dealing with women. He is, how do you say, stuck with me. He allows me to do these little things from time to time because I have become a little Americanized, whereas he has not. Let me show you what I want. Perhaps when you see the pictures I brought with me, it will allow you both to decide who is best to represent me and do what my husband and I wish." Yoko opened the ostrich briefcase and withdrew several pictures that Charles had gotten from somewhere. He'd told her the minute the architects saw the pictures, they would immediately translate them to square feet so they could compute their fee. She wasn't sure, but she thought Rosemary Hershey sucked in her breath at what she now saw. Bobby Harcourt, on the other hand, was staring at the pictures with questions in his eyes. He was seeing a challenge. His wife was seeing dollar signs. "How big is the lot in Japan, Mrs. Yee?" Bobby asked. "What you here in America would call 15 acres? My husband and I were thinking 25,000 square feet for the house, a suite for my husband and me, another for our 2 children, a boy and a girl, one for my husband's parents. We would like a tennis court and a swimming pool for the children, a pool house and all of the things the resorts have here in America, with an outside kitchen. In addition to the main house, we will need separate structures on the property for our servants, a 6-car garage. Privacy is our primary concern, and we would want security fencing, but it must be decorative. While my husband has not adopted American ways, he does like American architecture. My husband would like a home theater and a large library. My own personal wish is for a magnificent bathroom. I love to indulge myself. Yoko tittered behind her hands, holding them at an angle so that Rosemary couldn't miss the diamond rings on her fingers. "It's all doable, Mrs. Yee. What about the beach house?" Bobby asked as he continued to scrutinize the pictures on the table.
"Ah, yes, the beach house. Something comfortable, not too large, perhaps 10,000 square feet. Some Japanese flavor to the interior, but not overdone. We won't spend all that much time there with the children in school. We are prepared to give you free rein on the building, but we do want to see the design before we sign off on it."
Bobby straightened up and met Yoko's gaze. "That's also doable." Yoko nodded as she gathered up her pictures to return them to the ostrich briefcase.
"Then what is our next step? Oh, dear, I forgot to tell you, I have another appointment at 1 o'clock. I would like an estimate by the end of the week, if that's possible. Our decision will depend on the price you give me and the price the other architect gives me. Now, where is that slip of paper? Oh, yes, here it is. Miss Isabel Flanders will be your competition."
Bobby didn't miss a beat. "She's an excellent architect, Mrs. Yee. I believe I can have what you want by the end of the week. Let's say Friday morning around this time. We can meet for a late breakfast or an early lunch. You'll have to give me your phone number, though." Yoko felt a twinge of fear when she noticed the hatred spewing from Rosemary Hershey's eyes. She nervously rattled off the number of the cell phone that Charles had given her. Bobby copied it down. Yoko stood up and gathered the cashmere coat closer about her person. Suddenly, she whirled around, her eyes narrowed, her voice colder than steel. "I have no desire to get caught in the middle of whatever machinations are going on between the two of you. I want it understood that I will be dealing with Mr. Harcourt and not you, Miss Hershey. If that is clear, we can go ahead. I have no desire to return to this place. There is no serenity here, no harmony. If you'll excuse me now. It was very nice meeting you, Mr. Harcourt." Yoko inclined her head slightly as she made her way out of the office. She totally ignored Rosemary Hershey. When the door closed behind Yoko, Bobby sat down and propped his feet on the conference table. "Guess she told you, huh?" Rosemary's arm swept Bobby's feet off the table. "You're a weasel, Bobby. Legal is legal. I get half, and you get to do all the work, assuming she picks you over that other architect." "Say her name, Rosemary. Say Isabel Flanders. If I have to give you half, I'll take a pass and let Isabel have it, unless, of course, my lawyer tells me I have a shot at it. You look like you've been rode hard and hung up wet, dear. You might want to do something about your appearance. I think you scared off Mrs. Yee. Oh, well, gotta run. I have things to do and places to go. Don't even think about pitching one of your fits because I'm not interested in your theatrics."
"You snot! You slimy snot! You don't care if Isabel Flanders gets the job. Just to spite me, you'd give it up to her!"
Rosemary screeched, her voice ringing throughout the offices.
"You're seeing her again. I knew it. I knew it. I'll get you for this. Count on it."
Bobby blinked, shrugged, and left the office. His wife was becoming unhinged. He passed the secretary in the hall. She was carrying the mail. "Anything for me?"
"No, Bobby. Just stuff for Rosemary. I'll forward your mail as it comes in."
"I put a change of address in at the post office,
but a few pieces might slip through from time to time. I'd appreciate it.
Inside her office, Rosemary was staring at her reflection in the mirror. Bobby was right. She looked haggard. With no sleep in 4 days, what did she expect? She whirled around when she heard the knock on the door, and then the sound of the door opening.
"Mail,"
her secretary shouted cheerfully. "Okay. Put it on the desk," Rosemary called from the bathroom. The minute the door closed, Rosemary sprinted to the desk. Her breathing was ragged as she flipped through the mail. She knew there would be another white envelope, another article or picture referring to that awful time in her life. She tossed bills, flyers, and announcements on the floor as she sought the plain white envelope. When she saw it, she dropped it straight away. What was in it today? What would she find when she got home to still another envelope? Deal with this one first, she told herself. She started to shake as she bent down to pick up the letter. In the end, she had to sit down because her legs wouldn't hold her upright. She ripped and gouged at the envelope, and was rewarded with a photocopy of a newspaper article along with a picture. She stared at it, her eyes rolling back in her head. She dropped the article so she could grasp the arms of the chair. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" she whimpered as she stared down at the paper on the floor. 3 yawning square holes in the ground, 2 large ones, 1 very small one. People, mourners, she supposed, off to the side, the media. She recognized the small boy and the grandmother who had unsuccessfully fought her in court. Rosemary dropped to the floor and grabbed the piece of paper. She shredded it and the envelope, and then scrambled her way to the bathroom where she flushed both. She looked around for her coat, slipped into it, then grabbed her purse and car keys. Her mail at home came around 11 o'clock. If there was a letter at home, she would go to the police and then to Isabel Flanders' office. "You aren't going to get away with this, you bitch! I'll sick the police on you!" Rosemary was still mumbling to herself as she walked down the hall, across the lobby, and out to the parking lot. The receptionist shook her head from side to side as she watched her employer race out of the building. She wondered where the fire was. Then again, maybe someone died. Not that her boss would care. By the time Rosemary reached her home, she was lightheaded. She fumbled in the metal box for the mail. There was nothing there apart from a Nordstrom catalog and a flyer offering 10% off for a first visit to the Paradise Spa. No white envelope. She felt giddy and relieved. Her key in the lock, she turned it, opened the door, and almost tripped over the long, slender mailing tube that lay across the threshold. She recognized what it was immediately. She mailed blueprints in the same kind of container all the time. Inside, she disarmed the alarm system as she made her way to the kitchen she never used. She ripped at the hard plastic end cap and was through a set of blueprints that made her clench her jaw so hard that she chipped one of her pricey porcelain caps. She spit out the piece of enamel as she looked down at the worn, tattered, dirty set of blueprints to the name of the architect at the bottom, Isabel Flanders. The same set of blueprints on which she'd substituted her own name. Where in the damn hell had these prints come from? She'd destroyed them all, every last set of them. Yet here she was, looking at what appeared to be the original set of working blueprints. "This is impossible!" she screamed to the emptiness around her. "It's impossible! Do you hear me?" Rosemary ran to the fireplace, threw the blueprints inside, and struck a match. Too late, she realized it was a gas fire, not a real one. How could she have forgotten that? She'd never used it, that's how. The small flame curled and then went out. How was she supposed to burn these now? Her thoughts desperate, she reached for the blueprints and carried them up to Bobby's bathroom, where she dumped them in the bathtub. No sense in dirtying her tub. She lit a second match, then a third and a fourth, until all 4 corners were flaming. It took a long time for all 6 pages to burn. She wondered if it was the ink that took so long to burn. Finally, she was left with a large square mass of black charred paper, which meant that the middle layers hadn't burned through. Her eyes frantic, Rosemary looked around for something to poke at the mess with. She settled on a toilet brush, Bits of black ash floated upward to settle everywhere in the immaculate bathroom. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" she cried as she struck another match and again watched as the blueprints burned and smoked. Tears streaking down her cheeks, Rosemary tried stuffing the charred mess down the bathtub drain. The water backed up almost immediately. Hard sobs rocked her shoulders as she then tried to scoop up the black mess to flush it. The first glob went down easily enough, although it turned the white toilet black. She started to sneeze with the smoke that was circling all around the second floor. She should have turned on the exhaust fan. She turned on the fan before she reached for a second huge glob of the sodden, burned blueprints. She tossed them in the toilet and flushed. To her horror, the water swirled to the top and overflowed. Before she knew it, she was ankle-deep in gushing water. She dropped to her knees and crawled to the back of the toilet where she turned off the water. She backed out of the cramped spot and looked around at the mess she'd created. The reflection she saw in the mirror frightened her. 14. Ted Robinson looked around the newsroom to see if there was any sign of Maggie Spritzer, but she wasn't at her computer, and her desk was tidy. His gaze swept the room for a sign of the striped donut box. He shrugged. She was probably out chasing some gossip that would titillate her readers for days to come. Ted hooked his foot on his chair, pulled it forward, and then sat down. He slid a floppy into the hard drive and proceeded to view the contents on his monitor. It was time to stop futzing around and get down and dirty. Screw Jack Emery and their friendship. He reviewed all the notes he'd taken over the past few months before he punched up the profiles of each one of the ladies of Pinewood. When he was satisfied he knew the contents by heart, he then moved on to the Post's archives. He typed in the name Dr. Julia Webster. Article after article appeared, most of them dealing with the doctor's husband, Senator Webster, who, according to one article, had dropped off the face of the earth. Dr. Webster herself had also disappeared. Ted scrawled a note on a yellow legal pad. 2 missing people. He typed in dates of the Websters' disappearance to see what else was going on at that time. The big HMO scandal, now defunct, Senator Webster's name for the vice presidential nomination, and the ensuing scandal about his womanizing. 2 separate scandals, and yet his instincts told him they were somehow tied together. All the parties involved had dropped out of circulation, never to be seen or heard from again. Ted made more notes on the legal pad. He worked steadily for 2 hours. At one point, when his eyes started to ache, he reached for his glasses. He hated wearing them. Maggie said they made him look like a retarded owl. She could have said a wise old owl, but no, a retarded owl. He hunkered down and continued with his timeline of events. At 4 o'clock, Ted closed up shop and prepared to leave the office. He took a last look around to see if there was any sign of Maggie. There wasn't. She'd been gone all day. His gut instinct told him she was chasing down Myra Rutledge. He, on the other hand, was going to chase down Nikki Quinn, Alexis Thorne, and the Japanese lady. First stop, Nikki Quinn's law offices. Ted parked his car next to a Mercedes 500 SEL. His little scoot-about Honda looked shabby in comparison, but he got almost 30 miles to the gallon, so he wasn't complaining. It got him where he had to go, and it was so nondescript that no one paid attention to it. Perfect for tailing someone. The sleek car looked familiar for some reason. He'd seen it recently somewhere. This was Washington, where Mercedes cars were almost like mass transit. He walked around to look at the license plate. He grinned from ear to ear when he saw the registration. Number 1, AOTY. Architect of the Year. Rosemary Hershey's car. Son of a bitch. Sometimes he just managed to step into the clover over the dark brown stuff. Talk about pure dumb luck. Ted's mind raced. Rosemary Hershey, Isabel Flanders, Nikki Quinn. He tried to grasp what it all meant. If Isabel, Nikki, and the others really were vigilantes, and Hershey did Flanders wrong, what was she doing here with one of the vigilantes? Unless Hershey didn't know that Isabel Flanders belonged to that particular little group. Ted retraced his steps to his car, got in and moved 3 spaces away on the other side of the aisle. He had a perfect view of the Mercedes through his rear-view mirror. Hell, he could just hop out and conduct his interviews right here in the parking lot. He waited. The clock on the dashboard said it was 5:35 when he saw Rosemary Hershey walk across the parking lot. He blinked twice. This haggard-looking woman, dressed in baggy slacks and a denim jacket, bore absolutely no resemblance to the spit-and-polish architect he'd seen at the Pioneer Club luncheon. He was out of the car in a flash. He reached the Mercedes before his quarry.
Ms. Hershey, Ted Robinson from the Post. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Isabel Flanders.
He leaned against the door, preventing the architect from opening it. Rosemary clutched her purse. Ted wondered if she'd try using it as a weapon. He prepared to duck if necessary. "I thought I told you to stay away from me. I don't have anything to say to you. I have no comment about that woman. All of that was a long time ago, and it's been settled. We've all gone on with our lives."
Maybe so, but I have questions. I'm doing a follow-up human interest story about how a little boy and his grandmother got screwed by the system.
"You miserable cretin! Get away from my car, or I'll call the police." Like she was really going to call the police. Ted gambled, his reporter's instincts kicking into high gear.
And open up that can of worms? They'll start asking questions that will eventually lead back to that tragic accident. The police aren't stupid. They'll put 2 and 2 together, and they're going to come up with 4. This law firm is not on your roster of legal eagles. I checked the old records.
At the look of panic in the woman's eyes, Ted threw out a wild card.
"Is someone threatening you? If they are, maybe I can help."
Rosemary's voice was shaky. "Don't be ridiculous. Why would someone threaten me?" Ted threw out a second wild card.
"Maybe the person doing the threatening has some proof that the accident didn't happen the way you said it did. I heard through the grapevine that Bobby Harcourt is no longer with your firm. Is that true?"
"I don't think that's any of your business, Mr. Robinson. Nothing either one of us does is any of your business. Now, if you will excuse me." Ted stepped away from the car.
"Miss Hershey, I can be a good friend, or I can be a bad enemy. Let me help you in return for an exclusive when this is over, whatever this is."
"No one in their right mind trusts reporters," Rosemary said, as she clicked her remote and opened the door.
"The reporters were more than kind to you during the trial. They gave you so much press it was almost laughable. Here," Ted said, pulling a business card from his pocket. "Take this in case you change your mind. You can call me day or night."
Rosemary turned round, her face a mask of hatred. "I'll call you when they start handing out iced water in hell. Don't hold your breath."
"Can I quote you on everything you just said?"
Ted said, flourishing a mini tape recorder from his jacket pocket. "Go to hell, you ink blob. You print one word of that and I will sue your ass off and that rag paper you work for." Ink blob. That was a new one. Ted jumped out of the way just in time, otherwise Rosemary would have plowed him over. He grinned. The architect hadn't discarded his business card. It was still in her hand when she got into her car. As he walked toward the front of the building, he told himself that patience was definitely a virtue. Ted found a seat in the lobby and prepared to wait for Nicky Quinn. After a while, he jumped up, remembering that there was a rear exit that was closer to the parking lot. He made a beeline for the door and the parking lot where Nicky's BMW was parked. He looked at his watch. 6:26. Maybe Nicky was going to work through the evening. He was trying to decide if he should leave or not when he saw her crossing the parking lot.
"Hey there, Nicky. Got a minute?"
"Ah, the Post-Star reporter lurking in the parking lot. Is something big going down that I should know about?" Nicky quipped as she tried to get her wits together. Damn, what was he doing here? More importantly, had he seen Rosemary Hershey?
"Was in the area. Wanted to ask you a few questions. So you and Jack are back together again, eh? Does that mean he's joined up with your vigilante group?
What are you talking about, Ted? Jack and I we're not together anymore. What vigilante group are you talking about?
Come on. You two spent the night together at your house in Georgetown. I saw both of you. I certainly don't care if the two of you are canoodling. What I care about is my old buddy, who is known for upholding law and order, suddenly joining forces with you ladies out there at ye old farm who are breaking the law. Care to give me a comment?
Nicky forced a laugh.
Oh, what have you been smoking, Ted?
Of course I mind giving you a comment. I make a point of never doing that. But because you are Jack's friend, I will tell you this. I've been renting the house to Jack because I'm staying out at the farm. I stopped by to pick up the rent. The weather was bad, so I stayed over.
Yeah, that's what Jack said. That Jack, he's a laugh a minute.
Yes, Jack can be funny at times. I hate to cut you short, but I have to get out to the farm.
Well, sure. Before you go, how about a comment on Rosemary Hershey's visit to your offices?
So he had seen the architect. He was probably stalking her. Can't do it, Ted. Attorney-client privilege. You know how that goes.
Absolutely. I sure wouldn't want to do anything unethical. Just the thought of breaking the law makes me come out in a cold sweat. How do you gals out at the farm do it? Do you just turn it on and turn it off? Oh, stupid me, of course. It's not a problem for you because your bodacious asses are covered by those guys who stole my spleen and almost killed me. Those same guys who beat up that guy you rent your house to. Yeah, I understand.
Ted turned on his heel and walked away, but stopped in mid-stride.
Sometimes what a person doesn't say is more eloquent than anything he or she could ever put into words. Drive carefully now. There are a lot of cowboys on the highways these days.
I'll keep it in mind, Nicky mumbled, knowing Ted couldn't hear her. Ted parked his car, gathered up his briefcase and his sub-sandwich that was to be his dinner, and got out of the Honda he'd parked behind a huge black SUV. Even so, he was almost at the end of the long block. Suddenly, he felt himself being jerked backward and shoved against the SUV.
What the hell?
Shut up, Ted. They're up there in your apartment. I saw them go in. There's 3 of them. I got a really good look at their faces. These guys are new, and they look mean and ugly.
What the hell are you doing here, Maggie? Have you been following me? I only bought 1 sub.
Will you shut up and get in the SUV? No, I wasn't following you. I'm horny. The back seat, you jerk. There's more room. We have to talk. You can have half, and I'll eat the other half.
I thought you said you were horny. Half? I'll give you a quarter, not a smidgen more. You can have the chips and the pickle.
I lied about being horny. Half, Ted. You can have the chips. I'll take the pickle. What do they want with you now?
Who the hell knows? You're right. We do need to talk. I hope Mickey and Minnie hide under the bed. Maybe I should call the cops and tell them someone just broke into my apartment.
Will you get real, Ted? This isn't a game. What did you do today to get them so riled up? Maggie unwrapped the sub-sandwich, relieved that it had already been cut in 2. The smell of vinegar and oil immediately permeated the SUV. Ted bit down on his half of the sandwich.
Whose rig is this?
I rented it. I like the black windows. Makes me feel like a super spy. Those guys could be standing right outside the window, and they still couldn't see us. They might hear us, but they wouldn't be able to see us. I think I outsmarted them. So, what did you do today? Between bites of food, Ted brought Maggie up to date.
Are you sure you lied about being horny?
Yes, I'm sure. Well, maybe not 100% sure, but unless we go for it right here in this truck, it ain't gonna happen. That's for later anyway. I went off on my own today. Went to see Isabel Flanders. She didn't give anything up. She was up to her ears in decorating her new offices. My gut instinct tells me she's just what she says she is, an architect trying to make a comeback after a bad spell. She was very nice. She didn't even badmouth Rosemary Hershey,
And she only had nice things to say about Bobby Harcourt, who she was engaged to for a while. Something is going on with a Hershey woman. You should have seen her. She looks like something the cat dragged in and then dragged back out. She is one hateful woman, I can tell you that. You know what I think, Maggie? I think she went to Quinn's law firm because she didn't want to alert the previous attorneys that something might be going on. She has no clue about those vigilante women out there at the farm. That means, without knowing it, she fell right into their trap and they didn't have to work at it.
Maggie finished the last of her sandwich and then chomped down on the pickle. I think you're right, Ted. She kissed him on the cheek, snatching what was left of his sandwich before he knew what was happening. You should have gotten some dessert. I like something sweet after I eat. Ted thought he was being crafty.
How sweet?
Don't go there right now, Robinson. I thought you were going to call the cops.
Okay.
Ted dialed the precinct, gave the address, and said,
I'm a neighbor of Ted Robinson. I was coming up from the laundry room and saw 3 men pick the lock on his apartment. They went inside and they're still there. You don't need my name. I don't want to get involved.
He rattled off the apartment number.
I'm keeping track of the time and will tell Mr. Robinson I called. He's a big-shot reporter at the Post, in case you don't know. He works on top-secret stuff, so you might want to keep that in mind. Don't be stupid and use your siren either.
Big-shot reporter, Maggie sniffed when Ted ended the call.
About that Horny business, what are we going to do about that?
Nothing. Oh, look, I think I see the cops. Boy, that was quick. Careful now, the windshield is tinted, but it isn't black like the other windows. Duck down and peek out.
What should we do while we're waiting?
Ted asked, unwilling to give up the idea of sex in the back seat of the SUV. We could think about partnering up for a double byline. Robinson goes before Spritzer, so you get to go first. We share all info 100%. I can do a lot of the legwork. There are 5 women to keep track of, and, of course, Rosemary Hershey. You can't do it all, Ted. And let's not forget Jack Emery. We can make out an assignment list and check back with each other at the end of the day. Shh, look, your guests are leaving. Guess the locals have a little authority after all. Both reporters watched as the 3 special agents walked down the street to their car. The 2 cops stood, hands on hips, until the car peeled away from the curb, tires screeching.
That's one for the good guys. I bet they put bugs in my apartment. Those guys are vicious. Now I'm going to have to get one of those gizmos that detect listening devices.
You can do that tomorrow. So what's your answer? Ted sighed.
Yeah, okay, but my name goes first.
Okay. Want to come home with me, Ted? I'm getting warm all over. You better check on the cats first, though.
Hussy,
Ted said happily as he jumped out of the SUV to sprint toward his apartment building. Maggie's fist shot in the air the minute Ted got out of the SUV. Yep, sex was a girl's best friend. She started to laugh and couldn't stop. Men were so predictable. Ted was sweeter than chocolate candy. 15. Isabel Flanders stood in the doorway to her office, her eyes misty with happiness. Everything was so perfect, so modern, so beautiful. In her wildest dreams, she'd never expected to have an office like this one. Her old office, before Rosemary Hershey, had been a quarter of this size, crowded, the staff always getting in each other's way, stumbling over boxes, babbling and joking about the cramped quarters. But it had all been in fun. In a desperate move to find more space, one of her staff had hung wires and hooks so they could hang stuff from the ceiling. The staff had been wonderful, everyone compatible except for Rosemary, who'd had her own agenda. Of course, Isabel hadn't known that at the time. It had been a working office that provided results for anxious clients, and a place for an after-hours tryst or two with Bobby Harcourt. That was a long time ago. Don't go there, Isabel. Easier said than done. Isabel sniffed at the newness of the place. The green plants and the fresh flowers were the last thing delivered before she'd left the office at 8 o'clock the previous night. Today she was open for business. As she walked across the blue-green marble that the tile-man said was the exact color of the Mediterranean, she looked toward her new receptionist, whose name was on the tip of her tongue, and waved. The rich mahogany paneling gleamed in the subdued lamplight. Lights would have to burn all day because there was no window in the reception area and no way to install one. Her own office had wraparound windows, dove-gray carpeting, and vertical blinds with elaborate cornice boards on all the windows. Her desk was one of a kind, her drafting table her own, the one she'd started out with before Rosemary Hershey. It was the only thing, besides the stool, that she'd kept from the days before Rosemary Hershey. She positively itched to sit on the high-backed stool, pencil in hand, fresh paper in front of her, ideas ricocheting around her head. It was playtime, nothing more. She had no clients, no ideas, just a beautiful office where she could talk on the phone, doodle and stare out the window, hoping and wishing for vindication. These offices were part of her revenge, nothing more. When the Sisterhood finally vindicated her, she would move on. These elegant, scrumptious quarters were not for her. This simply wasn't who she was. She was a hands-on architect. She had a plan for what she called after Rosemary. She was going to open a small one-man office, work her tail off the way she had when she first started out. She'd work long hours, go home bone-tired, then wake up and do it all over again. She'd do it on her own, with no help from anyone. If things got tough financially, she'd sleep and shower in her office. She'd done that in the early days and had been happier than a pig in a mudslide. She could do it again. More important, she wanted to do it. She hoped that word of mouth would get her new clients. She could advertise in the local papers. She knew in her gut she wouldn't starve. If she could pay her bills, be contented and happy as well as at peace, she couldn't ask for more. Her thoughts carried her back in time to the aftermath of the trial and her downfall. She'd buckled, but managed to get up and forge ahead by taking care of herself and earning a meager living. She'd started to exercise, running, jogging, working out, so she wouldn't dwell on the past. The physical exertion had kept her sane. Isabel looked around the pricey office and laughed. She knew she could keep this place if she wanted to go on the hook for rent so high a family of 4 could live off it. Not in my game plan, she muttered to herself. Her new partners, whom she barely knew, would take over these top-of-the-line offices when she walked away. This time, though, it would be different. When she walked away, she would be doing so by her own choice, and not because Rosemary Hershey forced her to. Isabel shrugged. Time to start her day. The first thing she'd always done was buzz her secretary for coffee. Well, she could do that now, just as soon as she figured out how to work the elaborate telephone console, which had more buttons than a 747 aircraft. She hoped there was a manual somewhere. In the interests of expediency and a need for immediate caffeine, she opened the door and called to Janice to fetch a cup of black coffee. "Grind the beans," she called out. "Please. My cup is the one with the red strawberry on the side with my initials." The oversized cup had been a gift from Bobby. It was a silly thing, but she liked it because it held almost half a pot of coffee. It was probably a soup cup, and Bobby hadn't known the difference. She'd kept it, though, because she was sentimental. She should have thrown it away a long time ago. It wasn't like she had used it on a daily basis, if at all. Too many memories. And yet it was the first thing she'd brought with her when she moved her things into these offices. She paced, making a track in the new plush carpeting as she waited for her coffee. "I wonder what happened to my ficus tree," she mused. Everyone used to laugh at her when she would hang sticky notes on the leaves. Did it die? Did Rosemary take it? Did anyone take it? There was a perfect spot for a new tree right next to her drafting table. Maybe she should look into getting one. She ruled out the idea almost immediately. She wasn't going to be here long enough to need a tree. "This is just playtime, Isabel," she warned herself. "Don't, whatever you do, get attached to anything in these offices." All dressed up and nowhere to go, she thought, as she accepted the cup of coffee from her secretary. She smiled, liking the feel of the cup in her hands. She carried it over to the little stand next to her drafting table. She sat down, picked up her pencil, and moved into another world. She reached for a sticky note, scribbled something on it, moved to the left to hang it on the tree, but of course the tree wasn't there. Isabel bit down on her lower lip when her eyes started to burn. She was about to stick the note on the side of her drafting table when the door opened and her secretary said, "There's a delivery for you, Miss Flanders." "Okay, just put it anywhere," Isabel replied without turning around. The deep voice sent chills up her spine. "Looks like I'm just in time. Hold that sticky note for just one more minute. There you go," Bobby Harcourt said as he set down a ficus tree in full leaf right next to her drafting table. "Bobby." "That's me. I wanted to welcome you back into the fold." His voice became anxious. "If you'd rather not have it, I can donate it someplace else." Isabel turned around in her chair. She was glad she was dressed up, every hair in place, makeup subdued and not overdone. Even her perfume was subdued. No, you just caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting you. Thanks for the tree. I was sitting here a few minutes ago wondering what happened to the old one. Do you know?" Bobby dusted his hands and then wiped them on a snow-white handkerchief that he pulled out of his pants pocket. "Only by hearsay. It's not worth talking about. Nice offices, Isabel. Good luck. Good to see you again." Bobby was almost to the door when Isabel called him back. "Wait, Bobby. Sit down. Would you like some coffee?" "Are you sure you want to have coffee with me?" His gaze traveled to the large cup with the strawberry on the side. "Yes, I would like a cup of coffee. I was in a hurry this morning and didn't get a chance to hit Starbucks." She should have thanked him for the tree and let him walk out of the offices. That's what she should have done. Instead, she walked over to the door and called over to Janice. "Bring a cup of coffee, black 1 sugar for Mr. Harcourt, please." "You remember I take it black with 1 sugar?" Bobby asked in amazement. "I remember everything, Bobby. Thanks for the tree. Makes the office complete now. How are you?" "It's been a long time. I really haven't kept up with what's going on in our business. Are you doing well?" Bobby laughed. Isabel felt her inside start to crumble at the sound. How she loved his laugh. Her voice became testy. "Did I say something funny?" "No, I really don't know how to answer the question. I'm fine. I'm thinking about going out on my own again. My partner and I are dissolving our partnership, and we're going to go our separate ways. I imagine it's going to get a little rocky as time goes on, but I miss being my own boss." Thank God for small favors. He hadn't mentioned his wife's name. "Are you sure that's what you want to do? When you're in business for yourself, the buck stops with you. You're responsible for everything. But then I guess you know that." "I like that part of it. But to answer your question, yes, I'm sure. I just wanted to stop by to wish you good luck. Thanks for the coffee." There was a lump in Isabel's throat. "Nice seeing you again. And thanks for the tree." Bobby shrugged. His hand was on the doorknob when he turned around. "Why wouldn't you see me when you were in the hospital?" he asked. "Why did you cut me out of your life like that? Where did you go afterward? I'd really like to know, Isabel, so I can make sense out of what happened to me. That trial, that circus. I tried calling you. I chased after you. Why?" "The past belongs in the past. I've moved on. It just took me longer than it did you. What happened to you was a woman named Rosemary. You believed her instead of me. There is one thing I would like to tell you, though. I wasn't drinking. You know I don't drink at lunchtime. Never. I did, however, swig down a lot of cough medicine. It never occurred to me that there was alcohol in it. I wasn't driving the car, Bobby. I was too damn sick to drive that day." "What are you saying, Isabel? Jesus Christ, what are you saying?" "I'm saying goodbye, Bobby." Isabel ran over to the door, pushed him through, and then closed and locked it behind him. Her breathing was so labored that she had to sit down and put her head between her knees. Maggie Spritzer looked around Squire's pub and made a face. "This is definitely a guy's place. Why are we here, Ted?"
"To eat." "What? You wanted to go to a tea room and have cucumber sandwiches?" "I need to eat real food. It's called sustenance. We need to talk, and we need to make a plan, and we need to do it right now. I have this itch between my shoulder blades, which tells me things are on fast forward. I say we hit them hard. We get right in their faces and tell them what we suspect, but we say it as fact, not suspicion. Since we're both reporters, that means they are going to try to spin us."
The waitress appeared, pad and pencil in hand.
"Double bacon cheeseburger, fries, and a large Coke, plenty of ketchup,"
Ted said. "I'll have the vegetable platter with the 2 dipping sauces, a glass of water with a twist of lemon." "You're going to die at an early age if you keep eating like that," Maggie said.
"I only eat like this at lunchtime. As I was saying, they're going to try to spin us. We can't let that happen. I want you to take another crack at Isabel Flanders and Rosemary Hershey. I didn't get anywhere with either one of them. Something is definitely wrong with the Hershey woman. She looks like she's falling apart. That tells me there was something fishy about that old lawsuit. I think she lied and walked away with millions, while one of the Pinewood ladies, Isabel, got taken to the cleaners. The grandmother and the little boy didn't do so well either. Think about it. Flanders lost her license. She went into hock up to her eyeballs trying to defend herself. She lost everything. I can't find out anything in her background, which is fairly current, that would allow her to hit the big time like she's doing right now. That has to mean she's got a backer. Who else but Myra Rutledge, who has as much money as Bill Gates? Tell me this doesn't make sense."
"It makes sense. So, what you're saying is those ladies out at Pinewood are going to go after Rosemary Hershey to make her pay for what she did to Isabel Flanders."
"Right. Now, if I was as insidious as I think those Pinewood ladies are, I think they're going to play with Hershey's head, make her look over her shoulder every second, and then close in for the kill so that she confesses. But here's the clunker. Hershey went to Nicky Quinn's law offices. I'm sure she has no idea about those ladies out at Pinewood, of which Nicky is a member. By the way, Hershey's husband used to be engaged to Isabel Flanders."
"Well, shoot! I didn't know that. Whoa! Our plot thickens. What happened?"
"Don't know. All of a sudden, Bobby Harcourt marries Rosemary Hershey. Flanders drops out of sight after the trial. She couldn't work at her profession, lived on the poverty level. Until now. Take Bobby, too. In my opinion, he's a stand-up guy. You might be able to worm something out of him. He's probably in the dark about everything. Clue him in, but be careful."
"Okay. What are you going to do?"
"I'm going to try and hook up with the black woman, Alexis, and the Japanese girl. The trucker is up for grabs. You told me last night that when you called Myra Rutledge, she said she wasn't interested in giving out interviews."
Maggie reached for the vegetable plate that the waitress was holding out. "Did anyone ever tell you that Myra Rutledge is best friends with Judge Cornelia Easter?" Ted bit down on his burger, chewed, swirled the food to the side of his mouth, and said,
"No. Do you think that's important?"
Maggie wagged a carrot stick under Ted's nose. "Don't know. I think it's one of those things you keep tucked away at the back of your mind. What are you going to do about going back to your apartment?"
"I checked on the police report early this morning. I got those guys' names off the report and filed a restraining order against all 3 of them. I'm going to paste it on my apartment door. Short of hiring a bodyguard, what else can I do?"
"You can start being careful, Ted. Do you really think this is a big story?"
A baby Watergate. Trust me. The ladies of Pinewood are breaking the law, and those goons are protecting them. Tell me that's fair. You know what really gets me, Maggie? Those women are professionals. They're so goddamn slick they make my eyes water. They don't leave a clue behind. Jack Emery is in this up to his ears. How else do you explain the National Security Advisor getting beaten to within an inch of his life? And how did the first 3 goons get beaten up and dumped in the NSA's backyard?
Maggie dipped a celery stalk into some ranch dressing. "Don't look now,
But your old buddy Emery just walked through the door. Is he coming over here? If he is, keep quiet and let me do the talking. Well, sure, boss. You're the shark here. Her sarcasm went unnoticed by Ted. Don't you think it's a little strange for Jack to show up here after my confrontation with Nicky last night? Let me be the voice of logic. How did he know you'd be here, Ted? Because this is where I usually have lunch, and he knows it. Is he headed this way? Yep. She motioned to the waitress. I'll have a piece of your sinful, decadent chocolate cake with a dollop of whipped cream. Ted passed on dessert and rolled his eyes. I can eat cake because, unlike you, I ate veggies for lunch, said Maggie with a grin. Mind if I join you guys? Jack said as he shrugged out of his raincoat. No, I don't mind, Maggie replied. Well, I mind, Ted said. Jack sat down anyway. Maggie got up and said, While you guys snap and snarl at each other, I think I'll visit the restroom. Don't anybody eat my dessert. Ted leaned back in the booth, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Jack. You following me or what? No, I'm not following you. Why would I do that? To report to those ladies out at Pinewood, that's why. Guess what, you son of a bitch? My boss has agreed to a full-court press when the time comes. He's behind me and Maggie 100%. We're closing in, buddy. Those guys were waiting for me again when I got home last night. They had the chutzpah to let themselves into my apartment. That's goddamn fucking breaking and entering, and I don't give a shit what color their shields are, gold or otherwise. A man's home is his castle. Maggie spotted them. I called the cops, and they rousted them out, and this morning I filed a restraining order against all three of them. My boss is royally pissed. I'm pissed too, Jack. Can't say that I blame you. Be careful. They'll waylay you somewhere else if you piss them off. You know they're a law unto themselves. Now how would you know that? My DA's instinct, that's how. Come on, get off your high horse and talk to me. I didn't lie to you, Ted. Yeah, you did. You're just better at it than Nicky is. The lady still blushes, and she blinks a lot when she lies. I pick up on shit like that because I'm a reporter. Ted looked up at the waitress holding a plate with a piece of chocolate cake. Wrap it up to go, okay? He flipped some bills on the table. Jack half stood, his eyes and voice miserable. What the hell do you want from me, Ted? Just the truth, Jack, just the truth. I told you the truth. Ted turned around and walked back to the table. He smacked both palms on the tabletop and said, You know what, Jack? You were so full of shit your eyes are turning brown. Fuck you, Ted, and the horse you rode in on. Maggie appeared out of nowhere. She reached up to take the to-go bag from the waitress. You're both acting like stupid little schoolboys. Grow up and act like the men you're supposed to be. Stay out of this, Maggie. This is between Jack and me. Jack knew when to keep his mouth shut. He just stared at the feisty young woman. He was stunned a moment later when she turned and came right up to his face. If I ever find out you snookered Ted, I'll hunt you down and I'll personally slice off your dick. You hear me, Jack? She hissed in his ear. Jack looked into Maggie's menacing eyes and nodded. He could already feel the pain. 16. Ted wondered at how cold it had become since he and Maggie entered Squire's pub. Where was the sunshine and blue skies he so hungered for? Maggie, dessert bag in hand, steered Ted around the corner to get out of the wind. I'm going to try to track down Rosemary Hershey. Listen to me, Ted. There's no way we're going to be able to follow all those women from Pinewood. If you're certain Hershey is on their to-do list, then it makes sense to stick to her. Eventually they'll show up to do whatever it is they plan on doing, and bam, we nail them all at one time. How does that sound? Not bothering to wait for a reply, she rattled on. As soon as I locate Hershey and see that she's going to stay put for a while, I'll try to get Isabel Flanders in my crosshairs. If you tackle Bobby Harcourt, we just might have something to discuss tonight. Your house or mine? Ted decided he liked the way that sounded. I have to check on Mickey and Minnie. My place if you aren't afraid of unwanted, unwelcome visitors. I'll even put clean sheets on the bed. I was going to do that today anyway, so don't go getting excited at the prospect of ravaging my body. You have to stop thinking I'm easy. I'll try to track down Bobby. My place at 7, then? I'll buy dinner at the Boston Market.
Deal, Maggie said, high-fiving him. She was gone a minute later. Ted stood on the corner for a moment before he crossed the street. With Maggie Spritzer on her trail, he almost felt sorry for Rosemary Hershey. Her teeth bared, Rosemary ripped at her astrology books. There wasn't one promising word in the whole week's forecast. Wild-eyed, she looked around, wondering why her world was crumbling around her. Why now? Why out of the blue like this? After so long, wasn't it better to let sleeping dogs lie? At her feet was the latest mailing, an article and a picture of the elder Mrs. Myers wiping at her eyes before she made a comment for the carnivorous press. There is no justice for people like me, just people like her. The article went on to say how Mrs. Myers had pointed to architect Rosemary Hershey. Then there was another quote from Mrs. Myers. I didn't believe a word that woman said on the stand. It's my opinion, and I am entitled to my opinion, that the woman committed perjury. That's all I have to say. Rosemary glared at the paper with its yellow highlighted quote. Somebody knows, she thought. Somebody who was now stalking her. It had to be Isabel Flanders. The Myers woman was too old, and all talk anyway. Old people didn't play mind games. It could only be that bitch Isabel. She sat down and nibbled at her ruined manicure. She should call James. Maybe the cards had changed. Was Mercury still in retrograde? Too bad there wasn't someone she could call up to ask, since she'd just mangled her astrology books. She ground her heel into the paper on the floor until it was nothing more than slivers of paper. She couldn't take this any more. There was no way she was going to let Isabel Flanders ruin her life. Rosemary was like a charging bull when she stomped her way out of the office, not saying where she was headed, leaving her staff bug-eyed at her strange behavior. Maggie, her engine running, followed the wild-eyed architect when she sped off in her Mercedes sports car. For 90 minutes she followed her until they reached a gas station, where Hershey caused a scene that called for police intervention. From there, she tailed her to Nails Are Nice, where, even from her car, she could hear Rosemary screaming at the Vietnamese manicurist who, bowing and fluttering, tried to explain that the shop was busy and that Missy Rosemary had no appointment. Deciding this was too good to miss, Maggie got out of her car and went into the salon. Pretending to pick out nail polish, she listened to the tirade. "Well, you'll never see me here again," Rosemary screeched. "Don't I tip you well? Didn't I refer customers to you? Why can't you squeeze me in? Look at my nails. Well?" "Missy Rosemary, you do not have the appointment. You come back later. We fix your nails at 4 o'clock. Maggie plunked down $5.50 for a bottle of strawberry slush nail polish. She was out the door and in her car in seconds, ready to follow the architect again. Finally, muttering and cursing, Rosemary ran back to her car. 10 minutes into the drive, Maggie knew Rosemary was headed for Isabel Flanders' office. For a few brief minutes, Maggie actually toyed with the idea of alerting Isabel to her approaching visitor. She negated the idea almost immediately. This was one interview she wanted to hear. On the other hand, she'd already gambled twice, at the gas station and the nail salon. Even though Hershey was in a tizzy, sooner or later she'd put 2 and 2 together and remember that she'd seen Maggie twice already. Undaunted, Maggie pulled ahead and hit the gas pedal. She arrived in the parking lot behind Isabel Flanders' office a good 5 minutes before Rosemary, just in time to stuff her red hair under a baseball cap, add a pair of plain glasses, and change into a light blue windbreaker. What she hoped to accomplish with this limited disguise was beyond her. Go with the flow, she told herself. Maggie bolted from her car the moment she saw Rosemary swerve into the lot and come to a screeching halt. She made a beeline for the entrance, showed her press credentials, signed her name in an illegible scrawl, then scooted across the lobby and made the elevator just as the door was about to close. Winded, she leaned against the wall to watch the numbers overhead. When she reached Isabel's floor, she tried to look dignified as she opened the plate-glass doors. She smiled at the receptionist and said, "I'm early, and I'm waiting for my mother to join me. I'll just sit over here till she arrives. You know mothers are always late." The receptionist nodded and smiled. The plate-glass doors didn't just open. They blasted apart, like two linebackers had shouldered them. Maggie had no chance to admire the pricey decor before Rosemary stomped her way to the receptionist's desk. "I'd like to see Isabel Flanders." The pretty blonde looked up and smiled. "Your name? Do you have an appointment?" "My name is Rosemary Hershey, and no, I do not have an appointment. Where is her office?" "If you'll take a seat, Miss—" "Don't tell me to take a seat. If I wanted to sit down, I would. I want to see Isabel right now. Where is she?" "Miss Hershey, you can't go back there. I'll have to call security," the receptionist said, getting up to follow Rosemary down the hall. Maggie was up in a flash, sprinting after them. The gods of luck were on her side as she ducked into a door right before Isabel Flanders stepped into the hall to see what the commotion was all about. Maggie closed the door softly, but she could still hear the architect's raised voices. Maggie's eyebrows shot upward when she heard Isabel say, "Either calm down and talk civilly, or I will call security. You might want to think about how that will play out on the evening news, Rosemary. Lower your voice this instant." The door closed. Maggie could see the receptionist making her way back down the hall. In the blink of an eye, she made the decision to listen outside Isabel Flanders' door. Since Isabel's offices were the last two rooms at the end of the hall, it was unlikely anyone would be coming this way. If she got caught, Ted would just have to eat his Boston Market chicken all by himself. Her ear pressed to the door, her eyes on the hallway, with two slips of paper on the floor at her feet, Maggie listened to the caterwauling going on inside Isabel's office. "What are you doing here, Rosemary? I don't want anything to do with you. You're a liar, a cheat, and a thief. You got what you wanted. You ruined me. You got Bobby, too. I don't have anything else to give up to you. I want you to leave, and I don't want you bothering me ever again." "You fucking bitch! Like I care what you want! Why are you hounding me like this? Do you think if you resurrect that garbage you can make it back to the top? It's not going to work. Don't think that sending me newspaper articles every day is going to change a thing. You aren't going to get away with this. I'll get you once and for all." Hands on her hips, Isabel glared at her adversary. "What are you talking about? I think you should leave before one of us does something we'll regret." "Oh, you're going to regret it, all right. I'll show you. Who do you think you're messing around with? Didn't you learn a lesson the first time? You can't scare me, Isabel." "Where'd you get all this?" Rosemary said, waving her arms around her. "It's none of your business where I got all of this. I certainly know who I'm messing around with. How could I ever forget? You were driving that day, Rosemary. You had 2 glasses of wine at lunch. You ran the stop sign. You killed that family, not me. You stole my designs and put your name on them. I got my memory back once it was all over. If I was going to do anything to you, I would have done it back then. That's all in the past. I've moved on. I suggest you do the same thing. Oh, and one other thing, Rosemary. The dandiest thing happened to me when I got my memory back. I became psychic. I have these visions. I see things. I hate to say I can predict, but guess what? I can. I'm not going to tell you what I see in regard to you because you won't be able to handle it. It's not pretty, Rosemary." Rosemary felt her knees start to buckle.
This is the end of disc number 4. Please continue listening on disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
I have these visions. Isabel said. I see things. I hate to say I can predict, but guess what? I can. I'm not going to tell you what I see in regard to you because you won't be able to handle it. It's not pretty, Rosemary. Rosemary felt her knees start to buckle. Psychic. Yeah, right. Don't think I'm going to fall for bunk like that. Bobby is probably telling you all kinds of things just to get back at me. He knows I'm sick of him. He can't be without a woman, so he came slinking back to you and you fell for his slick line. You want him back, is that it? Rosemary screamed. Go for it. Bobby belongs to the past, just the way you do, Rosemary. I don't want anything to do with either one of you. If you're worried about your husband, I'd like to make a suggestion. Look in the mirror. You look deranged. I'm only going to say this one more time. Leave, or I'll call security. Do not come here again. I mean it, Rosemary. Deranged? Is that what you said? You wish. I know what you're trying to do. It wouldn't surprise me one little bit to know that Bobby is helping you. I'm going to the police. Let's see how you like going a few rounds with them again. I've also consulted an attorney. Be warned, Isabel. Get off my back and stop with the harassing mail. Outside the door, Maggie decided the discussion she'd been listening to was about to come to a close. She whipped around and ran down the hall. Just before she headed out the door, she shouted to the receptionist, I think my mother must have forgotten our appointment. I'll call to reschedule when I find out what happened to her. Bye. Rosemary Hershey peeled out of the parking lot, hit the curb, and took the curve on 2 wheels. Maggie was right behind her, but using all 4 wheels of her car. Where was Hershey going? Was she just blowing smoke by saying she was going to go to the police? If Maggie were a betting woman, she'd bet no. No sense in opening herself up to more angst. Maybe she was going back to the office, or home. Maggie gambled and headed for the office. She parked at the far side of the lot and felt like cheering that her instincts were on the money when, only a few minutes later, Rosemary barreled into the lot, tires screeching. She parked and didn't even bother locking the door. How perfect was that? Maggie waited a full 5 minutes before she opened the car door. Her adrenaline pumping, she got out of her car and nonchalantly sauntered over to the Mercedes. She hoped she didn't look as apprehensive as she felt when she opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. So, this was a Mercedes. She'd take her Honda and her good gas mileage, not to mention the comfortable driver's seat, over this car any day. Maggie quickly pawed through the contents of the glove compartment. Nothing useful there. 2 pens, a notebook, a road map, a packet of tissues, some chewing gum, and a flashlight. The console between the seats held nothing but a cigarette lighter and an unopened pack of cigarettes. Well, this was a bust, she muttered. But maybe not. People usually kept their stuff in the trunk as opposed to the inside of the car, so people like her couldn't go through their things, or worse, steal them. With a fancy car like this, there should be a button to pop the trunk somewhere, but then again, maybe the trunk had a separate key. She looked over the busy dashboard until she found the button she was looking for. Careful not to draw attention to herself, Maggie climbed out of the car, walked around to the back, and raised the top of the trunk. The mother lode. Yes, sirree. Golf clubs, golf shoes, tennis racket, sneakers, gym bag, 6 bottles of Evian water, a bag of nutrition bars, cosmetic bag, a brown accordion file, and a briefcase. Maggie didn't think twice. She picked up the file and the briefcase. At the last second, she helped herself to a bottle of water. She slammed the trunk shut and moved over to her own car, her heart slamming against her ribs. No one called her name. No one shouted for her to stop. She was safe, and she'd done it in broad daylight. Eat your heart out, Ted Robinson, she mumbled as she drove out of the parking lot, her foot shaking on the gas pedal. It looked like she just might get to eat that Boston Market chicken after all. The thought of digging into the mashed potatoes and gravy left her almost giddy. Rosemary Hershey's heart pounded in her chest as she made her way to her office. Isabel Flanders, a psychic. How ridiculous. Isabel said she wouldn't like what she could see. What the hell did that mean? Psychic my ass, she muttered. But oh, God, what if she was telling the truth? In the past, Isabel had never been a liar. Actually, she was one of those in-your-face, tell-it-like-it-is kind of people. Fear, unlike anything Rosemary had ever experienced, coursed through her now. She could feel the panic start to set in. Deranged. Isabel said she looked deranged. Rosemary ran to the little lavatory at the side of her office. She turned on the light and gasped, horrified, at the reflection glaring back at her. She needed a plan, a foolproof plan of some kind, and she needed to put that plan into effect right now before what was left of her world washed away. Think, think, think! She fought her panic as she looked around. Everything she had, or ever hoped to have, was because of Isabel and her own ingenuity. That included Bobby. She wished now that she'd treated him better, been a better wife. Bobby was idealistic, full of principles and integrity. He was just like Isabel in that respect. Bobby always tried to see both sides of everything, and exactly what was that going to get him? Freedom, that's what he was going to get. Freedom to go back to Isabel Flanders. Rosemary washed her face and combed her hair. She didn't look one bit better, nor did she feel better. Her head up, her shoulders back, she marched into the drafting room where a team of young architects were hard at work on the new designs for the farm out at McLean. She walked around, peering over her employees' shoulders. Suddenly, she jabbed a finger at the design in front of one young architect. "Seal, what the hell is this?" Rosemary could see the young woman's shoulders start to quiver. It's a barn, Rosemary." "A barn? A goddamn barn? Anyone can design and build a barn. We're known for our innovation. I want spectacular. I want eye-popping. This," Rosemary said, jabbing her finger at the barn, "is not what I want. Time is running out. These designs have to be submitted by the end of the week. To you, that means noon on Friday. The winning design is going to be chosen Sunday evening at the Silver Swan dinner. There is no way I'm submitting this crap." Rosemary continued with her tirade as she walked around the room. "I can't believe I pay you what I pay you. A 10-year-old could do what you've just wasted a week doing. I'm going to tell you this once. Get your asses in gear, scrap this garbage, and design something that will make us all proud. If you can't cut it, leave. The pickings are pretty slim out there at this time of year, and this office won't be kind in its references either, so please take that into consideration. I want you here 24/7. Order in. You get one trip home for a change of clothing. Bring your own towels and use my shower. The next time I walk through here, I want to see results. Results, ladies and gentlemen." 17. Myra called the meeting to order. The women fell quiet.
"We need an update, girls. Nikki, let's start with you."
Nikki smiled, and then she laughed out loud. "Can you imagine Rosemary Hershey walking into my law firm and saying she can't schedule another appointment until she consults the stars? That's exactly what she did. Aside from the fact that Bobby Harcourt filed for divorce and filed to dissolve his partnership with Miss Hershey, that's about all I can report. She wanted to know if she could get alimony. She refuses to buy him out at the price he wants. That's another way of saying she wants it all. She has no intention of allowing him to buy her out. It's stalemate. We're going to go through the motions, filing the appropriate papers when we get around to it. We're just stalling her. She calls the office every 10 minutes for progress reports. That tells us she's a control freak. She looks like she's under a great deal of stress. Dark circles under her eyes. Her hair looks like the bad end of a mop. Her nails are chipped and cracked. Her clothes mussed and rumpled. The attorney we assigned to handle her case summed it up this way. Rosemary sees herself losing control, and she doesn't like it, nor does she take suggestions well. She's used to jerking everyone's strings, not the other way around. She's actually worried about appearances, how her little community of architects will view her once they find out Bobby filed for divorce and wants to dissolve the company. During her last phone call, she said she was going into the spin mode. Knowing the woman's background the way we do, it could mean anything. Nikki laughed again. The only thing she didn't have a problem with was writing out the retainer check for $25 grand. Oh, one more thing. Opal, the attorney handling Rosemary's case, said that the lady, and she used the word lightly, was original sin in a pair of slut shoes. Catherine laughed out loud, the others joining in.
So the lady jumped him, humped him, and then he dumped her. How fitting, she guffawed.
Isabel's cheeks flamed. She hated hearing anything negative that pertained to Bobby Harcourt. She's on the edge, that's for sure. No one was more surprised than me when she showed up at the office. Of course she blames me, and Bobby. She's way off base in that regard. She's never been frightened before, but she's frightened now. She was shaking all over. I loved seeing her like that because I lived that way for years. I'm glad she's experiencing a little of what I went through, and all because of her greed.
What goes around eventually comes around, Alexis said.
Yoko, do you have anything to add to what the others just said?
In my opinion, Mrs. Hershey is a walking time bomb. Her eyes glitter with greed. The animosity between the couple was obvious. I felt uncomfortable. Mr. Harcourt was very professional, a gentleman. It is hard to imagine the two of them together.
Catherine's face registered disgust. It's a business arrangement. Dollar signs are the bottom line.
Isabel said, That may be the way it is now, but that's not the way it was in the beginning. Bobby was so hot for her he couldn't see straight.
Guess he got a wake-up call along the way, eh? Catherine said. Furthermore, the man hasn't been born that you can trust. He strayed, he played, and now he has to pay. Not that we're going after him. He's all grown up and can clean up his own mess. Alan used to say you never know what you have until you lose it. Bobby Harcourt is experiencing that now. You were the best thing that ever happened to him, Isabel, and don't you ever forget it.
Isabel locked her gaze with Catherine's. Don't worry. I had my day in the sun with Bobby. You can't go home again, I know that. If there's a white knight in my life somewhere, he'll find me on his own. So, where do we stand?
Myra took center stage. My dinner party at the Silver Swan is right on schedule. We'll announce the winning entry right after dinner. Isabel, did you bring your designs?
Isabel leaned over and picked up 2 long cylinders. She slid them across the table toward Myra, who nodded as she turned around to hand both cylinders to Charles.
Yoko, are you ready to go into Phase 1 of Rosemary Hershey's punishment? If you make one mistake, none of the rest of it will work. Can you do it?
Myra asked. All eyes turned to Yoko. She met the sister's gaze with unflinching intensity. I can do it. I might need to... She sought for the word she wanted. Tweak. Yes, tweak my part just a little. Do not worry.
That's good enough for me, kiddo,
Catherine said, slapping Yoko on the back. Yoko grinned from ear to ear. Praise of any kind from Catherine was well worth waiting for. Myra looked down at her notes.
Catherine and Alexis, are you both ready to do your part?
Catherine made gnashing sounds with her teeth.
I am so ready you wouldn't believe it.
Me too, Alexis agreed. Myra turned around to Charles.
Have you done your part, Charles?
Not yet, Myra. For something of this, magnitude, one must wait till the proper moment. If I jump the gun, it won't bode well for our girls. I don't anticipate any problems, though. Trust me, things will fall into place at the proper moment.
I like to hear that, Charles. I always feel confident when you're at the helm, Catherine quipped.
Myra looked up at the 3 television monitors that sat side by side. Lady Justice in all her majesty towered over the table.
Nicky and I will not be actively participating in this punishment. It's obvious that Miss Hershey will recognize me. We can't be sure that she doesn't know Nicky, even though she's dealing with another attorney in her firm. Just let me say I have every confidence in all of you. In the meantime, we will continue with our mail campaign since it seems to be working.
Nicky eyed the women. She wished she knew more about psychology. Driving someone over the edge was something she wasn't exactly comfortable with. Still, the plan seemed almost foolproof. All she could do was wait in case she was needed.
If there is no other business, I suggest we adjourn and meet up again on Friday," Myra said.
It was almost twilight, that mysterious time of day that surrounded the city in a grayish-purple light and would eventually lead to a black night. It was a time to be indoors, where it was safe and cozy. Maggie Spritzer ran up the steps to Ted's apartment building. She had a bad moment as she fumbled with the key, struggling to fit it into the lock, when she thought she heard someone call her name. No one in this neighborhood knew her. She'd just spoken to Ted, who said it would be another hour before he'd head home. Her heartbeat raced as the key finally made contact, and she was inside. She turned around to look outside, but she couldn't see anyone. The wind, she decided. Still, the sensitive spot between her shoulder blades twitched like mad. Never a coward, Maggie ran like hell, taking the stairs 2 at a time until she reached Ted's floor. At the top, winded, she wondered why she hadn't taken the creaking elevator. Because she didn't want to be in such a confined area, that's why. Sometimes, she admitted, she was a coward. Outside, she'd been freezing. Now she was dripping from her sprint up the stairs, carrying her fully loaded backpack. When she dropped it to the floor, Mickey and Minnie got busy sniffing and trying to paw at the stiff canvas. Maggie dropped to her knees, not from exhaustion, but from fear. She hated it that she was shaking. She picked up Mickey, or maybe it was Minnie, and tried to cuddle the fat, bushy-tailed cat, but it strenuously objected and sprang out of her arms. The other cat took that moment to leap into Maggie's lap and immediately started to purr her pleasure. When Ted finally walked in the door, Maggie was still sitting cross-legged on the floor, cuddling with the cat in her lap. Tears streaked her cheeks. Ted dropped the shopping bag and ran to her.
"What's wrong? Did something happen? Talk to me, Maggie."
"It's just me. Nerves of steel. I spooked myself. I thought I heard someone call my name when I got here. I'm sure it was the wind." Ted sat back on his haunches.
"Did anything out of the ordinary happen today? Are you sure you're okay?"
Maggie looked over at the man who was staring so intently at her. She realized right then how much she liked him. Maybe liked was too tame a word. For all her breeziness, her sharp tongue, her blasé attitude, she truly, truly cared about the reporter. She didn't mean to say anything, but somehow the words just tumbled out of her mouth. "I'm in love with you." Minnie hissed and snarled as her owner's jaw dropped. Ted grappled with the words he'd just heard. Well, this certainly changed things. This was where he was supposed to acknowledge the words and return them. That's what Jack Emery would have done. Then he remembered that he hated Jack's guts, and that applied to his advice as well. He decided to go for something romantic.
"So do you want to get married?"
Maggie wrinkled her nose. "You're supposed to tell me you love me, too. Then you get on your knees and propose. That's the way you're supposed to do it, Ted." More tears dripped down her freckled cheeks. Ted looked befuddled.
"I told you I loved you last week, and you said I should keep my emotions to myself. You tell me one thing and then expect something else. I can't read your mind. Is that a yes or a no?"
"I don't see you on your knees, Ted. How can I take you seriously if you don't get on your knees? How much do you make a year?" Ted blinked as he dropped to his knees. Jack Emery would never get on his knees, even for Cindy Crawford. "I hate you, Jack." Ted reached for Maggie's hand because he thought that was what he was supposed to do.
"Will you marry me?"
Maggie tilted her head to the side. "Yeah, but not right now. Let's eat. You didn't tell me how much you make. We need to get that straight. I pay rent, you pay rent. We need to buy a house and a family car. I'll manage the checkbook. No more eating out every night. One or the other of us will cook. We'll take turns cleaning the house, too." Ted wondered where the romance was going to come in. Stud Muffin Emery would never agree to these terms.
"I hate you, Jack."
"So do we have a deal?" Maggie asked as she started taking their dinner out of the bags. Ted reached for the silverware.
"Is that how you think of it, Maggie? A deal? I thought marriage was something special. You know, romance, flirting, caring about one another, helping one another, cuddling, putting up the Christmas tree together, buying toys for the animals, lots of kissing, lots and lots of sex.
Maggie held the carving knife over the chicken. She looked up at Ted, her expression unreadable. She laid the knife down on the table. I don't understand you, Ted. The scenario I presented to you is what I thought you could handle. You blow hot and cold. It's like you have to consult someone or something before you can even make a decision. Now you spring yours on me, which, by the way, is the way a marriage is supposed to be. It wasn't hard to fall in love with you. It won't be hard to fall out of love either. We need to come to some kind of decision before I cut up this chicken.
Maggie, I want whatever you want. Let's put this all on the shelf and talk about it when we aren't both so stressed out. Can we agree for now that it's enough to know you love me and I love you, and we'll work on the rest of it?
Maggie smiled. I'll agree to everything just as soon as you tell me how much you make.
15 grand a year, more than you do. I've been there longer, Maggie.
No problem. I just needed a mental picture of how much we could afford when it comes to a house. White or dark meat?
Ted blinked. Both, he said smartly.
Both reporters ate the way they did everything, with gusto. From time to time, one of them would wave their fork around as they tried to make a particular point. Now that we've made a commitment to one another, I guess I can tell you something no one else in this town knows but me. Ted was suddenly all ears and eyes as he waited for what he knew was going to be earth-shattering. The fact that his lady-love was about to share something momentous left him almost teary-eyed. Suddenly, he felt like he could take on the world.
What? He whispered.
There's an organization in this town that boasts 800 members. Nothing goes on inside or outside the Beltway that these members don't know about. 800 members, Ted. Most of the members are active, meaning they pay their yearly dues. They meet once a month, always at a different location, and usually at some church hall.
Who? What? Why? How do they manage to keep it a secret? And how did you find out? Is one of the members your snitch?
Maggie was busy picking slivers of chicken off a wing and slipping it to the cats. I want your word that what I tell you stays with you. The journalist's oath, Ted.
You got it. Come on, tell me.
The organization is called the Beltway Divas, made up mostly of housekeepers, daily and weekly domestics, and nannies. They know everything that goes on in this town, Ted. Everything. Ted tried to look impressed.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh? That's all you can say? I think I'm the only one who knows. Violet, my twice-a-week cleaning lady, told me all about it. The reason she told me is she got sick and I took care of her. She wanted to do something for me, so she told me her secret. Now she's my spy. She pretty much works under the table and has no health insurance. I took her to the doctor, let her stay in my spare room, made her soup, made sure she took her medicine. She's a very nice person. She told me stories that would curl your hair. That's what they do at their meetings, tell stories about all the politicians and the power brokers they work for. They tape all the meetings and want to write a book. The only problem is that when they hired them, their employers insisted the live-in housekeepers and nannies sign documents saying they would never divulge anything they saw or heard while in their employ. I figure I could act as their agent, proofread the text, hire them a ghostwriter. I could probably make enough to get a big chunk of money to put down on a deposit for a house. I'll get serious about it when I talk to a lawyer. I'd need a chunk of free time, which I don't have right now. It's definitely on my agenda, though. For now, it's almost like having money in the bank. I also have a quasi-list of people that Rosemary Hershey slept with. I don't even know if we need to speak to any of those men, but I have the list, thanks to Hershey's cleaning lady, who she treats like dirt. The woman couldn't wait to give it up to Violet. Say something, Ted.
I don't know what to say other than that I see lawsuits all over the place. I thought you had a bombshell.
Maggie looked crushed. How's this for a bombshell? Rosemary Hershey's weekly cleaning lady quit on her this week. It seems Rosemary called her to come in an extra day to clean up a mess of sorts. When she got there and saw what it was that she was supposed to clean, she quit on the spot. It seems everything in one of the bathrooms was blocked up. The sink, the tub, the shower, the toilet. The whole bathroom looked charred, and something rather large had been burned in the tub. Rosemary's explanation to the cleaning lady was that her husband did it to spite her before he moved out. Ted nibbled on the remains of a chicken leg as he tried to digest the information Maggie had just shared.
Sounds like Mrs. Hershey needs a plumber. So what does this mean to us?
I don't know, Ted. I told you everything that happened today. Those ladies of Pinewood have Hershey on the run, that's for sure. When I was at Flanders' office, Rosemary kept referring to articles she was getting in the mail. They must be sending her stuff from the old trial. It's spooking her. She's acting out of character. Did you find out anything from the husband? Ted finished off the chicken leg and picked up the other one.
Not much. He really is a stand-up guy. His personal life is none of my business, so I couldn't dwell on it. He was busy, but he gave me 10 minutes. He's concentrating on the designs he's going to submit for the McLean horse farm. The guy is into it. He casually mentioned that he was in the process of dissolving his partnership with his wife, and that he'd filed for a divorce. Bobby Harcourt wouldn't say one bad word about Isabel Flanders. In fact, he told me he personally delivered a FICA tree to her offices. I told him I heard the smart money says it was a tie between the two of them. His comment was, "Then I'm in good company." End of interview. Where does that leave us?
Right where we were this morning. I'll stay on Rosemary, and you concentrate on the ladies of Pinewood. Which of us is covering the dinner at the Silver Swan?
Probably you. Are you sure there was nothing in Hershey's files?
I'm sure. I went through everything, page by page. There was nothing there that can help us. My gut tells me that whatever is going to happen is going to happen right after that dinner. Ted tossed the picked clean chicken leg on his plate.
I think you're right, honey.
18. Alexis brought her Mini Cooper to a stop. She took a moment to look around at the neat, tidy nursery that Yoko owned. The windows of the long line of greenhouses sparkled in the late morning sun. Knowing Yoko as she did, she expected no less than perfection. She climbed out of the car and headed for the flower shop. A bell tinkled overhead when Alexis opened the door. Yoko looked up from the flowers she was arranging, alarm spreading across her face when she saw Alexis. Alexis smiled.
This is nice, Yoko. Being surrounded by beautiful flowers and plants all day has to give you a good feeling. Are you busy?
Not really. Valentine's Day was our busiest time. Things taper off after that. My workers are busy in the greenhouses with the seedlings, so they'll be ready for the first spring rush. Would you like some tea, perhaps coffee? We can go to the back in my workroom, and one of the girls can handle the register and phone. Is something wrong?
Yoko whispered. No, nothing's wrong. Myra asked me to bring something to you. Today is Friday, and she needs you to deliver it this afternoon. I brought some things for you, too. Can you get away?
It will not be a problem. Coffee or tea? Alexis looked around at the FICA trees by the front windows, the tall rubber plants, and an extremely large banana tree with 3 green bananas hanging off it.
Is there a market for banana trees? Yoko giggled.
Unfortunately, no. It was an expenditure of my husband's. I just keep moving it around. Do you see anything you like?
Alexis smiled. I like it all. One of these days I'm going to have my own house with all kinds of flower gardens. I'm partial to English gardens. I have had tons of catalogs before. You know, before. Depending on the size of my yard, I plan on some statuary, a fountain, and tons of flowers. I want the gardens to scream my name. You know, Alexis Thorne lives here, and she loves flowers. But that's somewhere down the road, and I try not to think about it too much.
She sighed as she followed Yoko through a door that led to a massive work area. Everything smelled earthy and pungent. Yoko opened a mini refrigerator and popped 2 bottles of root beer. She handed one to Alexis. They clinked their bottles in a silent toast. Yoko motioned to a high stool. Now, tell me what it is you brought me.
Everything is in the car. Myra wants you to deliver a set of blueprints to Rosemary Hershey's office. You'll be going as Mrs. Kim Yee again, so I brought a new outfit for you to wear, along with Myra's bag of diamonds. I haven't had root beer in years and years. This is really good.
Yoko leaned forward. Whose blueprints are they?
I'm not sure, but if you want my guess, I'd say they're Isabel's. You ought to tell Mrs. Hershey that as you were leaving Mr. Harcourt's office, he asked if you would mind dropping off the prints, since it was on your way, and you agreed. Other than that, I know nothing. Listen, I'd love to stay and hang out here, but I have to get back to the farm. I'm expecting a lot of deliveries. My red bag is almost empty, and we can't have that now, can we?
Yoko giggled. Absolutely not. I'll walk you to the car. Outside in the bright sunshine, Alexis popped the trunk of the Mini Cooper. Between the two of them, they managed to carry the blueprint cylinder and the various boxes and bags that Myra had said Yoko would need. Alexis was about to close the trunk when Yoko looked at a pile of pink froth in the corner. She pointed, her eyes alight with laughter. Is that what I think it is?
It's for my red bag. I got the idea when you told me what you saw in Rosemary's closet. You know, all those ballerina costumes. I thought having one in my bag might come in handy. I had this crazy idea. Never mind.
Oh, for a minute I thought you had a date. You're right. Never mind. Maggie Spritzer was right behind Rosemary Hershey as she stalked her way out of the public supermarket, having just created a scene with James, the tarot card reader. What the hell was that all about? Maggie wondered. She didn't bother trying to hide or sidestep the architect this time. She could have been lit up like a neon sign, and Rosemary wouldn't notice her. The manager of the supermarket had threatened to call the police and ordered Rosemary to leave the premises. Rosemary drove erratically, running yellow lights and driving over the speed limit. Where were the cops when you needed them? Maggie didn't sweat the situation, knowing Rosemary was headed for her office because it was her sanctuary. 10 minutes later, Maggie mentally patted herself on the back when she saw Rosemary's Mercedes in the parking lot of her office. She managed to park 2 spots away. She hoped the architect hadn't locked the car door this time so she could replace the things she'd taken out earlier. All she could do now was wait and use up some of the time calling some of the politicians and power brokers on her list, people who, according to Violet and the other domestic divas, Rosemary had slept with. She'd asked for a comment. She slid a CD into the player and leaned back against the headrest, her eyes never leaving the entrance to the building as she proceeded to make one phone call after another. Little did she know that by making her phone calls, she was aiding the ladies of Pinewood in their quest to bring Rosemary Hershey to justice. Inside, Rosemary Hershey stomped around her offices, cursing and yelling at her employees. Today is Friday, people. Those designs were supposed to be finished last night. Are they finished? No! She screeched. They are not finished. That crap is not going anywhere. You call yourselves architects? You're a disgrace to the profession. You're all fired. Now, get out of here. You take nothing but your personal belongings. Now means now, people. Go! That goes for you, too, she said, shaking a finger at her secretary and receptionist. And don't think you're going to collect unemployment either. I'll fight it. When the office cleared, Rosemary walked around trying to figure out if anyone had managed to smuggle anything out. She started to cry as she made her way back to her office with the sheaf of blueprints in her hand. There was no way she could go to dinner at the Silver Swan now. If she showed up with no entry, she'd look like a fool. The prints were supposed to be ready at 4 o'clock to be picked up by a messenger who would then transport them to Myra Rutledge. That wasn't going to happen now. Crying and blubbering, Rosemary paced her offices. She was in this pickle because of Isabel Flanders. She should kill her. But killing her was too good. She knew in her gut that Isabel was going to win on Sunday night. She'd be back on top, with Bobby at her side, just the way it was before the accident. She'd like to kill Bobby, too. Rosemary started to cry again. She wasn't going to kill anyone. She already had 3 deaths under her belt and didn't need to increase that number. Maybe she should cut and run. Maybe it was time to clear out, leave everything behind, and start over somewhere else. It wasn't too late. She was still young, still beautiful. She could get a facelift, repair the damage these past weeks had wrecked on her person. All she had to do was go home, clean out her safe, pack her clothes, and leave. The phone rang. Rosemary waited, and then remembered she'd fired the receptionist. She picked it up and barked a greeting. She reared back, panic rushing through her at the voice on the other end of the line.
This is Connor Daniels, Rosemary. Listen to me, young lady, and listen carefully. I just had a call from some reporter at the Post asking for a comment about our affair. My question to you is, who did you blab to? I won't tolerate this, Rosemary. I have a family and I don't want any kind of scandal. You better take care of this, and I do mean immediately, or I'll be forced to use other measures. We had an agreement. Are you listening to me?
Rosemary clenched her teeth. Yes, I'm listening, Connor. I'm not the kiss-and-tell type. You need to look to your own end. Don't ever make the mistake of threatening me again. If I wanted to blackmail you or get even with you over something, I would have done it a long time ago. You do remember all those dirty little secrets you used to whisper in my ear, don't you? You used to love pillow talk. Don't call me again, and like I said, don't threaten me. I kept a diary. Enough said. Goodbye, Connor. Rosemary was shaking so badly she had to sit on her hands to stop them from trembling. When the phone rang again, she almost jumped out of her skin. Connor wouldn't be stupid enough to call back. Her arms snaked out. Her greeting this time was more subdued.
Rosemary, this is Dwayne Hickman. I just got a call from some reporter at the Post asking for a comment about our past relationship. Of course, I denied everything other than having worked with you on our beach house. What's going on? If this gets out, it is going to hurt you as much as me. I have teenagers. I want you to take care of this, Rosemary. Whatever you do, don't underestimate me when it comes to protecting my own. I want to hear you say something, Rosemary.
Rosemary thought her head was going to twist right off her neck. If I knew what to say, Dwayne, I'd say it. I don't know how it happened. No one has been in touch with me. I never, ever confided in anyone about our little affair. You do like to babble when you've had too much to drink. Don't blame me for this. I don't have anything else to say to you. She slammed the phone back into place. She ran to the lavatory, closed the door, and then slid down to the floor. She hugged her knees to her chest. Hard, bitter sobs ripped from her throat. She could hear the phone ringing off the hook. How long, she wondered, would it take for the reporter to go through her list of paramours? All day, she decided. Just a few minutes ago, she'd had a plan. What was it? Did she even care what it was? Rosemary curled into the fetal position and went to sleep. Outside the lavatory, the private phone rang and rang and rang. Promptly at 2:30, mindful of the time, Yoko got out of the chauffeur-driven town car. Carrying the blueprints in their colorful container, she went into the building feeling like she'd entered an alien minefield. There was no sound, no sign of a human being. She looked over at the fish tanks that lined the walls. The fish moved from one end of the tanks to the other in lazy, graceful motions. It was way past lunchtime. Where was everyone? Yoko licked at her dry lips as she crossed the small waiting area to the hall leading to the main offices at the back of the building. As she walked along, she called out Rosemary's name. She kept calling until she got to the doorway of Rosemary's office. Then she stood in the doorway, chills racing up and down her spine. Something was wrong. Suddenly she decided she didn't want to be here, but she was here, and she had to follow through. She called out again. When the door of the lavatory opened, Yoko took a step backward. She hoped her expression didn't betray what she felt at the sight of the architect. No one alive looked like this. And again, no dead person she'd ever seen looked like Rosemary Hershey either. Yoko fought the urge to run. She pasted a smile on her face and said, "Mrs. Hershey, Mr. Harcourt asked me if I would mind delivering this to you on my way home. I said I didn't mind. I apologize for coming straight through here, but there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the building. Mr. Harcourt seemed quite anxious that you have this before 4 o'clock. She held out the colorful cylinder. Instead of stepping forward to reach out for it, Rosemary backed up. Suspicion ringing in her voice, she asked, "What is it?" "I do not know. Mr. Harcourt just said you would need this by 4 o'clock. He did say he hoped it would put a smile on your face. I must leave now." Wait. Bobby actually said that?" "But of course. It was nice speaking with you again, Mrs. Hershey. I'll just lay this on your desk. Goodbye." Rosemary rubbed her hands together as she chewed on her lower lip. She eyed the cylinder and then the phone when it started to ring again. She ignored the phone as she gouged at the round clip holding the contents of the tube secure. She broke 2 nails as she tried to pry it off. Finally, she used a letter opener. The lid shot in the air, but Rosemary barely noticed. The phone continued to ring. She yanked at the contents and pulled out a thick wad of blueprints, which she carried over to her drafting table and spread out for easier viewing. The Barrington farm. She let her gaze travel down to the bottom right-hand corner where it said, Rosemary Hershey, Architect. "Oh, God. Oh, you dear sweet man. You did this for me." Rosemary flipped the oversized sheets, marveling at her husband's expertise. She literally swooned with happiness. Bobby, this is too wonderful for words. You came through for me. Thank you. I'll find a way to make this up to you. I will, I swear I will." The phone continued to ring. Finally, she picked it up, listened for a moment, then said, "Go to hell, you weasel." It began to ring again the moment she broke the connection. Finally, she yanked the wire out of the baseboard jack. She was back in the game. Without a doubt, she was holding a winning hand. The designs were pure genius. Pure Bobby, wonderful, sweet Bobby who had just saved her skin. Rosemary spent the next 15 minutes hunting down a new cylinder for the designs that bore her name. She spent another 10 minutes typing up her submission letter. She was just about to clamp the lid on the cylinder when she realized she needed to make a copy of the prints and used up another 10 minutes doing that before it was time to slide the original into the cylinder. She knew the phone was still ringing because she could hear a faint fuzz, even though she'd ripped the cord out of the wall. Rosemary felt giddy as she gathered up the blueprint container and carried it out to the waiting room to wait for the messenger who was due to arrive at 4 o'clock. While she waited, she picked through the stack of mail that was sitting on the receptionist's desk. She sucked in her breath when she saw the 2 familiar white envelopes. She didn't have to open them. Why torture herself? Why did Bobby give her his designs? She smiled at what she thought was the answer. Going out on his own, he had limited time. Mrs. Yee must have hired him, which wouldn't leave him much time to work on a design for the horse farm. Whatever it was, she was the happy recipient of his generosity. She made a mental note to send him a colossal Christmas present as a thank you. The messenger was a young kid with saddlebags on his bike. He reached for the blueprints, ripped a receipt off a pad, initialed it, and took off. 19. Jack Emery twisted sideways to throw another log on the fire. It was pure reflex action on his part, because he didn't want Nicky to see the shock he was feeling at what she'd just told him. Sometimes, like now, he wished he'd never agreed to be a silent partner to the ladies of Pinewood. He dusted his hands as he squirmed back into position. He wished he could turn the clock back to a time when he was just a struggling ADA, in love with a rich girl who just happened to be a lawyer. Before so many things that haunted him these days. "Why so serious tonight, Jack?" Nicky asked as she traced her index finger up and down his cheek. Jack tried to shrug, but it was hard since his head was in Nicky's lap. They were propped up in front of the fire on mounds of pillows. They'd just toasted weenies and marshmallows and were on to their second bottle of wine. The evening had started out with such promise, but now the glow was gone, and even drinking 3 bottles of wine wasn't going to bring the mood back. "No particular reason. I saw Ted today at Squire's pub, and he thumbed his nose at me. I'm having a hard time with that.
You know how I feel about friendships. They're hard to come by and should be treasured. He wants to take a poke at me so bad to make himself feel better.
Jack, the reason Ted keeps going to the pub is to see you, not to eat. He knows you go there all the time. Sometimes people don't know how to say they're sorry. I think Ted is as miserable as you are about your friendship. You could step up to the plate and make nice. You're not playing in a sandbox these days. You're all grown up, so start acting like the grown-up you are. When Jack didn't respond, she continued, Why do you guys have to turn everything into a pissing contest? So what if you blink first? So what? The next time, and there will be a next time, Ted will blink first, and you'll be even. But that's not all of it, is it? Jack tried to shrug again, but was unsuccessful. He rolled away and propped himself up on one elbow.
No, that's not all of it.
Nicky's tone sharpened. Is it what I told you about Rosemary Hershey that's bothering you? She killed 3 people, Jack. She ruined Isabel's life. She has to pay for that.
The law.
Nicky's tone took on a hard edge. Don't talk to me about the law, Jack. Hershey was tried and acquitted. 3 people are still dead. A little boy is growing up without a mother and a father. His grandmother is elderly. What's going to happen to that child when she passes on? Isabel can never get back her lost years or her reputation. The law isn't going to do a damn thing for those dead people, for that little boy, or for Isabel. You and I both know the law is seriously flawed. The prosecutor didn't do his job. If he had, Hershey would have been found guilty, and don't even think about blaming the jury.
You made your point, Nick. I can't change the way I think, okay? Driving someone crazy is
a bit over the top. Would you rather we had made it an eye for an eye, that kind of thing? Which, of course, would mean we would have to kill her. We aren't murderers. Jack watched a shower of sparks shoot upward in the fireplace. Normally he loved the snap and crackle of a good fire, but he wasn't enjoying this one.
Hell no.
Nicky stood up. If we keep this up, one of us is going to say or do something we'll regret. I'm going back to the farm. Tomorrow is going to be a busy day for us, and I don't want to give Myra any cause for worry. As it is, I think she pretty much knows what's going on between us. Jack didn't get up. He felt like he'd just been punched in the gut. He hated being Nicky's dirty little secret. The room was almost dark apart from the flames from the fire. He could see tears glistening in Nicky's eyes before she turned and headed for the front door. He should get up, walk her to the door, kiss her good night. That's what he should do. He rolled over onto his stomach and banged his head on the floor. When the door closed behind Nicky, he wanted to throw a tantrum the way he had when he was a little boy. She hadn't even said good night. Jack mumbled and muttered to himself as he cleared up the dishes, corked the wine bottle, and carried everything to the kitchen. He stood with his back to the counter as he looked around. Nicky's domain. This kitchen should have food smells in it, but it didn't. It smelled like Nicky, all clean and sunshiny. Once she told him he smelled like a mossy glen, all woodsy and pungent. He remembered how flattered he'd been. Hell, he was flattered every time Nicky even looked at him. The fact that she loved him made him giddy. It was 9 o'clock, according to the digital clock on the stove. He had nothing to do. The thought of watching television set his teeth on edge. Sleep was out of the question. He was too damn wired to even think about going to bed. If he had a dog, he could take it for a walk. But he didn't have a dog or a cat. Ted had 2 cats. Maybe he could go over there and yeah. He'd pick up a 12-pack and head over to Ted's place. Maybe a pizza. Ted loved pizza. Ted loved food, period. 40 minutes later, Jack managed to find a parking space right in front of Ted's building. Pizza box in one hand, the 12-pack in the other hand, he used his knee to slam the door of his car shut. A gust of wind shoved him in the back, propelling him forward.
Good evening, Mr. Emery. Eating rather late this evening, aren't we?
Jack's blood ran cold. Shit. He sucked in his breath, envisioning the pizza flying through the air and the beer bottles crashing down on the sidewalk. He struggled for nonchalance.
Good evening, Special Agent Nevins. How goes it this blustery evening? I thought, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought Robinson got a restraining order against you guys. So, Mr. Emery, restraining orders are just that. Restraining orders. They really don't apply to people like me. I can prove the validity of that statement if you care to bring it to a head.
Jack's voice was angry and sarcastic.
That's not my decision, Special Agent Nevins. I'm just bringing dinner and a few beers to a friend. Do you have a problem with that? Not right now, I don't. Later is another story. My predecessors keep asking about you, Emery. I keep telling them you're on the straight and narrow these days. Don't make me out to be a liar.
Jack snorted.
My bullshit meter just clicked on. Are we done now, Nevins? My pizza's getting cold. Then I suggest you go inside and eat it. Give Mr. Robinson my regards. I'll be sure to do that.
At Ted's apartment door, his hands full, Jack kicked at the scarred, paint-chipped door. Ted opened the door, Mickey and Minnie circling his feet. He eyed the pizza and the beer.
I already ate, and I don't drink with people who lie to me, Ted growled. Got the shit, Ted. I came over here to blink. So will you let me blink, for Christ's sake? Shut the damn door and lock it. Your shadow is still out there. We had a nice little chat. Don't try to con me, Emery. I got a restraining order against those goons. Yeah, he said that, but he also said restraining orders applied to other people, not the likes of him. You know that gold shield puts him in another category. He dared me to bring it to a head. Of course I declined. Dishes and napkins would be nice.
Hands on hips, his eyes suspicious, Ted demanded,
What do you want, Emery? It's late, and I'm not in the mood for your shit. Fine. We'll eat without dishes and napkins. I came here to apologize and to explain.
Ted reached down to take a slice of pizza from the box.
Like I'd really believe anything you have to say. God damn it, Ted, sit down so I can say what I came here to say. Then, and only then, will I leave. Yeah, okay, I lied about me and Nicky. I never would have believed I was one of those guys who could only love once. I saw myself going through life miserable, with no wife, no kids, no house to call home. I decided I had no other choice but to go along with Nicky because I wanted her in my life, not outside it. I made the decision to look the other way, to ignore what I thought I knew. I don't expect you to understand that, Ted, but that's what happened. I want to marry Nicky one day. I have trouble knowing what I know, but I also have trouble with the law sometimes. Okay? So now I'll leave. What are they up to now?
Ted asked.
Jack shrugged. The deal Nicky and I have is don't ask, don't tell. Not a clue. It works for me and for Nicky, Ted, because we don't mix what she calls her business with our pleasure. I want to keep it that way. I also want you to know that I will not get in your way if you manage to nail any of this down.
He added, lying through his teeth.
The ball's in your court now. Do you want me to leave?
Ted eyed the last piece of pizza in the box before he snatched it.
How do I know you're telling me the truth? How do I know this isn't some snow job? You can spin with the best of them.
Jack closed the pizza box.
That's a decision only you can make. I hate it when I lose a friend, a good friend, and you've been a good friend. It's hard to come by in this world we live in today. I don't want it to be Nicky versus you, Ted. We were lucky that we got back together. I don't want to lose her again because she's part of me. When you find the right woman, you'll really understand.
Ted swigged from his beer bottle.
I asked Maggie to marry me, so I can relate to what you just said. She said yes, but didn't set a date.
Jack jumped up to pummel his friend on the back.
That's great, Ted. Congratulations. Oh, wait a minute. What's that going to do to the byline?
Ted laughed.
R comes before S. We'll make it work for us the way you and Nicky are making it work. If something goes awry, we'll fall back and regroup. That's down the road, so I can't worry about that now. The ladies of Pinewood are on the prowl again, Jack. They're taking on that architect, Rosemary Hershey. Stuff's going to go down any day now. Maggie and I have been partnering up on this, and she's come up with a few things that lead us to believe whatever is going to happen will take place after that award dinner Sunday night. We're on it like fleas on a dog.
Ted's voice suddenly turned suspicious. "Why aren't you asking me any questions?" For an investigative reporter, sometimes Ted was dumber than dirt. "Because I don't care. I only care about me and Nicky. Get it through your head. I moved beyond all that vengeance crap. It's in your hands now, buddy. But I'm more than willing to place a little wager that whatever those ladies are up to, you aren't going to nail them. They're slicker than greased pigs. Don't for 1 minute forget that guy out front. Isn't there anything going on in the world that you can still get excited about? Let's make it interesting and say $50. Ted bellowed. $50? Are you fucking nuts? They're just a bunch of women playing at being vigilantes." Jack laughed so hard his sides started to hurt. He gasped, "My point exactly. They have their asses covered 6 ways to Sunday." "Okay, smart ass. You're on for $50. I'm going to love taking your hard-earned money. To show you what a fine, upstanding guy I am, I'm going to tell you a secret. Did you know there's a secret organization in this town that boasts 800 active members? They know everything," Ted said, repeating Maggie's words. "They know things that are going to happen before they actually happen." Ted wiggled his eyebrows. "And they're all women, all 800 of them." "Are you saying the ladies of Pinewood belong to this secret organization?" Jack felt befuddled at what he was hearing. "Hell no. Well, maybe, but I don't think so. They call themselves the Beltway Divas." "What's that mean to me, Ted? Are you telling me these 800 women represent the 800-pound gorilla?" Ted rolled his eyes. "It could mean nothing, or it could mean something. Just wanted you to know there was such an organization. Maggie cracked it, and is now an honorary member." Ted wondered if he was telling a lie. Who cared? Jack needed to sweat a little. Jack got up and slipped into his jacket. "You deal with it, Ted. I'm going home to bed. I have to be in court early. I work for a living, remember?" Jack shuffled his feet for a moment. "I'm glad we got squared away, Ted. Congratulations again. Tell Maggie I said so. When you're ready, let's go to dinner to celebrate." He clapped Ted on the back and raced Minnie and Mickey to the door. "See ya," Ted said as he closed and locked the door. "Like I believe one damn thing you said, Mr. District Attorney." The evening air was almost balmy. Jack crossed his fingers that he would make it to his car without a dialogue with Special Agent Nevins. He felt lucky as he unlocked his car door. Before he could settle himself in the seat, he could see the agent lumbering toward him. "Have a nice evening, Mr. Emery." "Fuck you, asshole," Jack mumbled under his breath as he turned the key in the ignition and then hit the lights. He peeled away from the curb, his tires screeching. As he drove through the deserted streets, Jack wished he could figure out what the Gold Shields were doing on the scene 24/7. Were they protecting the ladies of Pinewood? Knowing everything he now did, it was the only thing that made sense. That meant the ladies of Pinewood had carte blanche while they were in vigilante mode. What the hell was wrong with this picture? By the time Jack arrived home, found a parking space, and walked a block to the house, he still couldn't decide if he should call Nicky to alert her to what Ted had just told him. Maybe he should fade into the woodwork and just be the keeper of the secrets on both sides. He'd never been very good at straddling fences, and there was no reason to believe he would be good at it now. As he fumbled with the key in the lock, he could feel the fine hairs on the back of his neck move. Nerves, he told himself. He used his shoulder on the door to push it open, then froze when he heard a voice he recognized. One of the first string of Gold Shields, one of the ones without a spleen these days. Quick recovery, he thought. If memory served him right, it had taken Ted forever to recover. Maybe this guy was in better shape. Carrying around one of those special Gold Shields could puff up anyone. No one was going to intimidate him, especially some jerk-off without a spleen. "You better not be trying an end run here, Emery. I just want you to know I have a personal stake in nailing your ass to the wall these days. Your nose drips, and I'm going to haul in your ass." The door wide open, Jack walked down the steps. "Okay, you said it. You can stay here from now till the end of time, and it isn't going to bother me.
You want personal? I'll give you personal. You come within spitting distance of me, and I'll have my buddies cut off your dick, and I'll personally shove it up your ass. Now that's personal. Go find a rock and crawl under it, you slug. Good night, Jack. Screw you. And don't go calling me Jack. Only my friends call me Jack.
Inside, with the door locked and bolted, the alarm set, Jack headed for the second floor, where he stripped down and pulled on pajamas. He padded downstairs in his bare feet, added another log to the fire, and popped his last beer of the evening. Call Nick or not call Nick? Why was it suddenly so hard to make a decision? 20. Nicky Quinn woke up feeling out of sorts. She lay quietly, her gaze on the rocking chair across the room. Out of the corner of her eye she could see that it was moving. "Kind of early for a visit, isn't it, Barb?" Nicky asked as she rubbed sleep out of her eyes. "I suppose. The sun will be up in a few minutes. I like to watch the sunrise more than I like to watch it set. Something about a new day as opposed to ending the day. You okay, Nick?" "Define okay." "Oh, you know, all's right with the world, all's right with Jack and the group. If you want to talk about it, I'm a good listener. Are you nervous about tomorrow night?" Nicky sat up and wrapped her arms around her knees. "All of the above, I guess. I sort of had words with Jack last night. It wasn't an argument or anything like that. I left before that could happen. I waited till 2 o'clock this morning for him to call, but he didn't. Even though he's more or less one of us, he still has trouble with his conscience. He really is one of the good guys, Barb. That's why I fell in love with him." "I guess if I wanted to translate what you just said, it would mean if push came to shove, you aren't sure if Jack would push or shove. How am I doing?" That pretty much sums it up. Nicky reached for the pillow beside her. She gave it a resounding smack. "Here comes the sun. I think it's going to be a beautiful day. Try to think beautiful thoughts. What's on your agenda?" "You boggle my mind, Barb. Don't you know what's going on? Aren't you all seeing and all feeling? Help me out here." She was rewarded with a tinkling laugh. The rocking chair grew still, and then Willie, her stuffed bear, was in her hands. How warm he felt. How comforting. Nicky brought the bear to her cheek and closed her eyes. "God, I miss you, Barb. I'd give up every single thing in this world that I own or ever hope to own to have you back. I mean that." Her eyes filled with tears when she felt something soft brush against her cheek. "I'll always be here, Nick. Just call my name. Hey, remember that song? Come on, lighten up. It's going to be a beautiful day. I want you to stay alert and on your toes. Promise me, Nick." Nicky swallowed hard. "I promise. Is something going to go wrong, Barb?" "It could, if you don't stay alert. See ya, girlfriend." Nicky buried her head in her pillow and cried. When the sun was fully over the horizon, she crept from her bed and headed for the shower. A beautiful day for beautiful thoughts. Downstairs, Myra was sitting alone at the kitchen table, a cup of coffee in front of her. Her voice rang with cheerfulness.
"Good morning, dear. I hope you slept well."
"So-so," Nicky said as she poured herself a cup of coffee. She picked up a mini gooey sweet roll and stuffed the whole thing in her mouth. "I love sweets early in the morning. A sugar high early on helps me get moving. Then the caffeine kicks it up another notch, and bam! I'm off and running. Where's Charles?" she asked, looking around as though the former MI6 operative would materialize out of nowhere.
"In the command center, seeing to last-minute details. It appears that everything is right on schedule. The others should arrive by noon. There doesn't seem to be much for me to do on this mission. My dinner is on schedule. I feel like I should be doing more."
"Once in a while we have to sit it out, Myra. On this mission we'd just be in the way. It's not so bad to hold down the fort once in a while. Did Neely arrive last night?"
"She arrived around midnight. Did we make too much noise? Right now she's out riding, but she did peruse the designs, and she said one of them popped her between the eyes. She also said she wished she was younger so she could revamp Sunstar Farms. You look tired, dear. Are you sure we didn't keep you awake? Neely and I can get rowdy when we start with our memories.
No, you didn't wake me. I hit that bed and was asleep within minutes. Nicky fibbed. She reached for another sticky bun. Did Charles come up with anything else in regard to Rosemary Hershey?
As far as I know, no new information has come in. Our plans remain the same. I know that Charles has someone watching Miss Hershey in case she decides to make a run for it. If that happens, we'll have to improvise on the spot. I'm not worried because you girls are so good at reacting to a setback. Is something bothering you about this mission, dear?
I have this weird feeling something is going to happen. I'm sure it's my imagination. I get wired up when it's time to hit the ground running. Just nerves, she said again.
Charles said everything is under control. Calm your nerves and think positive thoughts.
Positive thoughts, beautiful thoughts. Nicky smiled. If you don't need me to do anything, I'm going to go for a run.
Run along, then.
Jack Emery woke in a foul mood with an aching back, his legs stiff and sore from sleeping on the sofa. The last beer had turned into 3 more until he finally conked out. He stumbled his way upstairs, where he showered and shaved, his brain cells working overtime as he contemplated the day ahead of him. What really bothered him was that he hadn't called Nicky. He'd wanted to call her, meant to call her after the second beer. Midway through the 3rd beer, he'd hauled out his cell phone and punched in the first 3 numbers before he canceled the call. Those last 3 beers were a mistake. He should have called. Knowing Nicky the way he did, he knew she expected him to call. He could call now and come up with some excuse. Why the hell did he need an excuse? He reached in his pocket for his cell phone, punched in her number, and waited. Nicky was breathless when she answered.
It's me, Nick. How come you're out of breath?
I'm out running. What's up?
Want to go to lunch? I can drive out to Virginia if you can get away.
Nicky's voice was still breathless as she jogged in place.
I would love to, but I can't. I waited for you to call last night.
Yeah, well, I didn't.
Brilliant, Jack.
I thought we both needed to calm down a little. More me than you. Look, I'm trying, Nicky. Sometimes I have a hard time dealing with what you're doing and what I'm not doing.
This is the end of disc number 5. Please continue listening on disc number 6. This is disc number 6.
Look, I'm trying, Nicky, Jack said. Sometimes I have a hard time dealing with what you're doing and what I'm not doing. We talked about this. Actually, we pretty much talked it to death. I'm going to keep right on having bad moments, so you'll have to accept it.
What is it about this time that's bothering you?
Because it's so over the top, so goddamn bizarre. I don't know, maybe because it was the end of the day. I was cranky, we were talking about Ted. Stuff piled up and I homed in on your activities. At this point, it doesn't really matter now, does it?
He listened to Nicky sigh deeply on the other end of the line.
It does matter, Jack. The last time, when we went after the National Security Advisor, you helped. How do you explain that?
The best I can do is to say I love you. I don't want to lose you. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to keep us together. Look, this will pass. I guess I just want us to be on the same page so there are no misunderstandings later on. I'm going out to get some breakfast. Call me later if you get a chance. I'll probably be home going over some work. Listen, Nick, one more thing. You have too many open ends. There's no way you can get a lockdown on the location. You're going to be wide open. Have you thought about that?
We have it covered, Jack. I keep telling you, this is not a Mickey Mouse operation. Thanks for the concern. Love you.
Love you, too.
Jack looked around for his jacket. Now he knew what it was that was bothering him. Giving voice to his concerns brought it front and center, which meant he was going to have to act on those concerns. Outside, he was surprised at how warm it was. Maybe spring was really on the way. He walked briskly up to the main thoroughfare and stopped in the Copper Penny, where he ate a monster breakfast of bacon, eggs, pancakes, juice, and 3 cups of coffee. While he waited for his order to arrive, he whipped out his cell phone. He didn't skirt around the issue, but got right to the point. "Harry, it's Jack Emery." Harry Wong was a skinny, sinewy little man who owned and operated his own dojo in the heart of the district. With a black belt in martial arts, Harry was the logical man to train the local police 1 day a week. The training was mandatory, and the officers who grumbled and complained in the beginning of the training thanked Harry profusely when they reached a satisfactory level of expertise. Jack had trained with Harry for 5 years when he was an ADA, and had managed somehow to cement a friendship that had lasted to this day. "What's on your agenda tomorrow night, Harry? I know you told me not to call you again. Hey, buddy, I saw the fitness reports on those new recruits, and they made me want to cry. Did you ever see a DA cry? It ain't pretty. Never you mind where I got those reports. I got them, end of story. Your guys need more practice. I hope you just had a bunch of sloppy recruits and you aren't slipping. I'm willing to give you that practice. What do you say?" "What do you mean, what's in it for you? The chance to help out a friend, that's what's in it for you. I do it for you and you know it." "Who are you kidding, Harry? You never do anything on Sunday night except watch the tube." "Okay, I'll get back to you with the details," Jack said when he saw the waitress approaching the table with his food. "Yeah, I owe you, Harry. Yeah, big time." Jack started to feel a little better now that he'd taken control of his end of the situation. By the time he was finished with his monster breakfast, he was feeling more than a little pleased with himself. He knew he was right. In fact, he was positive that he was right. But his high spirits suddenly took a nosedive when he realized he was aiding and abetting the ladies of Pinewood again, which meant there was no backtracking now. He was just as guilty now as he was the night he'd helped them with the National Security Advisor. That had been behind the scenes. But behind the scenes or front and center, it didn't make one bit of difference. He was just as guilty as the ladies of Pinewood. His ass would go into the slammer right along with theirs. It was an ugly picture that he didn't want to dwell on. Right now, though, he had a bigger problem. He had to find a way to elude the guy with the gold shield who was sitting outside waiting while he chowed down. He looked around, trying to assess his options. There were none that he could see. He'd eaten here a few times, but not enough that he knew the layout of the small cafe. He held out his cup to a roving waitress as he let his gaze rake the eatery. The restrooms were to the left, kitchen to the right. Where was the back door? Probably somewhere near the kitchen. For sure there was a door in the kitchen, but the fire codes would make it mandatory to have another exit other than the front door. Would Nevins or his counterpart have a view of the back door? Probably, since it was the first rule of surveillance. Always know how your subject could elude you. That left only the restroom and a window. Assuming there was a window. 4 cups of coffee demanded that Jack head for the restroom. He left a small pile of bills on the table and made his way across the cafe. He cursed when he saw the 47 coats of paint on the restroom window. It looked like it hadn't been opened for years and years. Okay, that left the back exit or the kitchen exit. If he was going to do that, he might as well go out the front door and head back to the house for his car. Maybe he could lose the shield in traffic. Outside in the early morning spring air, Jack sprinted for the corner where he waited for the light to change. His destination was 1 block up and 1 block over, where there was a cop directing traffic. His ID in hand, he walked briskly, knowing his tail was right with him. Too bad he couldn't turn around for a full frontal look. To do so would alert the shield to his intentions. Jack slowed his steps as he approached the corner. He waited for the light to turn red, at which point the traffic cop stepped to the curb. He sprinted forward, arriving at the curb at the same time the cop did. He whipped out his ID and hissed, "I want you to detain the tall guy in the dark suit. He's wearing sunglasses. Looks like a Fed, but he isn't. Don't let his creds fool you. I put him away 10 years ago, and he's out now, swearing to kill me.
I just need a 5-minute head start. Can you do it?"
The stocky cop got into the act and mumbled under his breath,
"I'll give you a head start when the light changes. I'll hold him. Okay, pick up your feet and go."
The moment the light turned green, Jack ran across the street and then sprinted up one street and down another until he spotted a cab, which he flagged down. He hopped in and yelled, "Drive."
"Where to, mister?" "Just drive till I catch my breath. I want to make a deal with you. I don't want the meter running either. $100 for the next hour and a half. $20 tip."
The driver turned off the meter.
"Let me see the money up front."
Jack obliged. The minute his breathing returned to normal, he handed over a piece of paper on which he'd drawn a crude map.
"That's where I want to go. I'm going to need you to wait for me while I check out some things. Relax. I'm the district attorney. I know what I'm doing. I need to check out every entrance and every exit, and I have some measuring to do. It shouldn't take me more than an hour. You okay with that?" "Yeah. What would you have said if I said no?" "Then I'd just have to kill you,"
Jack said cheerfully. 21. Rosemary Hershey looked at the clock. 60 minutes till it was time to leave for the Silver Swan. She was already dressed and made up. She'd done a remarkable make-up job, if she did say so herself. Of course, the hours she'd spent at the spa earlier accounted for much of the way she looked. The massage was heavenly, the facial to die for, the manicure and pedicure exquisite. The new hairstyle was so perfect that she couldn't have asked for a better one. The industrial-strength under-eye concealer had worked magic. She still looked thin and a little gaunt, but her pumpkin-colored dress with the matching jacket covered a multitude of flaws, her scrawny arms and loss of one breast size, just to mention a few. The mandarin collar successfully covered her stringy neck. She felt that she was more than presentable. If anything, she'd blow plain old Isabel Flanders' socks right off her feet. She still hadn't spoken to Bobby, although she'd tried calling his cell phone to thank him for giving her his designs to enter as her own. Tonight, though, she'd get a chance to talk to him. If she played her cards right, she could entice him back to the house and really thank him, the way she used to. The thought sent shivers up and down her spine. With nothing to do until it was time to leave, Rosemary walked around her house. She passed the door to Bobby's bathroom with the charred, blackened mess still inside. She brought herself up short. How could she bring Bobby back here with that mess? Was there a key somewhere so she could lock the door? Of course there was. She just had to find it. She really needed to get back on track and find a new cleaning lady, someone, anyone, to clean up that mess. Her pacing took her to her home office. It was so messy she didn't even want to step inside. She could see the pile of hate mail on her desk. She'd given up opening the mail days ago. Let old Isabel send her all the crap she wanted. She wasn't going to buckle. The case was over and done with. No one could touch her for anything that had happened in the past. Just let them try, and she'd come out swinging with both arms, feet too if necessary. People died every day of the week. Every single day of the week, traffic accidents killed people. Every single day of the week, people profited from those accidents. Isabel was a slug, a goody two-shoes, content to piddle along, no long-term goals, going to dinner with Bobby one night a week, having sex on that same one night. Bobby needed more. Rosemary had given him more, too. But in the end, he was just like Isabel, dull and boring, with only one ambition in life, pleasing the client. She'd let those mailings get to her at first. She'd become paranoid, thinking someone was after her. So what if they were? No one could prove anything. Everything was now after the fact. She'd bounced back with a vengeance, thanks to Bobby. She really had to make it up to him. A horrible thought struck her suddenly. If Bobby had given up his designs to her, then he wouldn't be at the dinner because he didn't have an entry. Even if he worked around the clock, there was no way he could have completed 2 designs. Well, that took the ice out of the ice cream. She didn't even know where he was living these days. He didn't return her calls, so how was she supposed to get in touch with him? Rosemary poked her head into her walk-in closet that looked like the after-effects of a 50% sale at Saks. Her gaze went to the back of the closet and the rainbow of froth. She blinked. The froth was all part of her planned seduction of her husband. He was still her husband, after all. She could win him back in a heartbeat. She was sure of it. Maybe one of the architects at the dinner would know where Bobby was these days. She wasn't about to give up unless she absolutely had to. She looked down at the presidential Rolex on her wrist. The car service she'd hired for the evening should be arriving any minute now. The long beveled mirror on the closet door beckoned. She posed, she preened, she turned this way and that. Perfect. I'm going to win tonight. Bobby's designs are spectacular. How could I not win? My speech will be short and succinct. A sincere thank you. I'm looking forward to working on this remarkable project. A dazzling smile for the cameras, and then the walk back to her table. More smiles, lots of handshaking, everyone congratulating her, even though they didn't mean it. Jealousy was a terrible thing. Another plaque for her office wall. Maybe she'd make Architect of the Year again. With a contract like this one, how could she not win accolades? Getting the nomination was a piece of cake. She knew exactly what she had to do to get it. Been there, done that. The doorbell rang just as Rosemary started to walk down the hall. Time to go, she thought happily. The hell with you, Isabel Flanders. You can't win. When she'd settled herself in the back seat of the town car, Rosemary wondered why she was still trembling. Nerves, she told herself, something she had a right to feel, considering the circumstances. The trembling had nothing to do with Isabel and the ugly mail she'd been getting these past few weeks. Absolutely nothing. Myra stood in the doorway of the dining room, welcoming her guests with Charles at her side. She smiled and made small talk as she handed out a seating diagram to each guest. Out of the corner of her eye she could see the governor and Neely Clay talking animatedly. The mayor and other dignitaries milled around, sipping champagne and sampling the canapes. Inside, the tables were draped in pale yellow with centerpieces of exquisite flowers. There was a small dais with a podium. A draped easel with the winning entry stood to the left of the podium, where Myra would later announce whose designs had won the coveted position. The architects, some friends, some acquaintances, milled around as they talked shop. Elegantly clad waiters walked around with trays of dainty canapes and flutes of champagne. A small cluster of architects stood at the back of the room extolling the gastronomic delights of dining at the Silver Swan. The selection this evening, according to Isabel Flanders, was lobster and shrimp scampi, prime rib, and chicken cordon bleu. Bobby Harcourt smiled and made a small wager that the lobster and shrimp scampi would be the first choice. "It looks like we're all seated at table number 7, Isabel said as she looked down at the table plan in her hands. "You're sitting next to me, Bobby." Under her breath she muttered, "I wonder how that happened." Bobby grinned. "Pure dumb luck, I'd say." Ignoring the byplay, a balding Joel Whitlaw asked, "Anyone have any inside information on tonight's choice?" Agnes Simmons, a 60-ish dowager, laughed and said, "It'll go to one of these young bucks here. We've been put out to pasture, Joe. All us old-timers had our day in the sun 100 years ago. Speaking strictly for myself, while I submitted an entry, I'm here for the dinner. This place is way beyond my means." Bobby looked uncomfortable at the woman's words, but he knew it was true. The old-timers rarely submitted a unique or original design, preferring to go the remodeling route. Maybe he really did have a shot at the McLean horse farm. He wasn't being conceited when he thought that his only real competition was Isabel. If she won over him, he'd be happy for her. She deserved to win, too, to make up for the bad years. "Looks like it's time to take our seats," Agnes Simmons said. "Where's that wife of yours, Bobby?" Bobby looked around. "I don't know. I haven't seen her this evening." "She's over there by table 12. I saw her when she came in," Joel Whitlaw said. "I think she's seated with the pioneers." Isabel gathered up her long turquoise skirt and sat down in the chair that Bobby held out for her. She gathered the short, shimmery shawl closer about her bare shoulders and looked up to see Rosemary Hershey glaring at her from across the room. She started to shake. Bobby leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "She can only spoil this evening for you, Isabel, if you allow it. Don't give her the satisfaction." Easy for him to say. He didn't know what was going to happen within the hour. How, Isabel wondered, was she going to choke down the food that was coming her way, knowing what was about to happen? Around her, everyone was chattering, their voices coming at her from all angles. Off in the distance, Isabel could feel Myra's gaze on her. She smiled and winked. Charles tilted his head slightly, which meant stiff upper lip. Isabel sucked in her breath as she dug her fork into the delectable salad in front of her. She tried to listen to the small talk going on around her, but finally gave up and concentrated on eating. She gulped at the champagne in her glass as though it was iced tea. "Easy on the bubbly," Bobby whispered. "Why are you so nervous? You're probably going to win. I have a feeling this is your night, Isabel. The rest of us are just here to see you back on top." Isabel placed her salad fork on her plate. "That's really a nice thing to say, Bobby, and I know you mean it. But I think you're the one who's going to take it home. You're a good architect, Bobby, one of the best. You just made a shitty fiancé. The flowers are beautiful," she said, trying to change the subject. Dinner progressed, served on the fine bone china the Silver Swan was noted for. Isabel longed for coffee, but the plan was that when coffee was being served, Myra would take to the podium, announce the winning architect, and then display the winning design already on the easel. But before she did that, she would make another announcement that would rock the room. Isabel's heartbeat sped up as she looked around, trying to imagine her colleagues' reaction. She couldn't help but wonder what Bobby would do. The waiter reached for Isabel's cup to fill it. She wanted it so badly she could almost taste it, but she knew she'd spill it all over the place if she tried to pick it up. She felt Bobby's eyes on her, but all she could do was offer up a sickly smile. Myra rapped a small gavel for silence. The only sound to be heard was the clink of the china cups on the saucers.
On behalf of the new owners of Barrington Farms, I want to thank you all for coming this evening. I know you weren't given much notice, and the owners asked me to convey their appreciation to you for your willingness to participate in this worthwhile endeavor on such short notice. We have a winning design, chosen by Neely Clay. I'll get to that in a minute. First, though, I have another announcement to make. It saddens me to make it, but I have no other choice.
Isabel clasped her hands together in her lap. "Here it comes," she thought. "You can handle it. Take a deep breath and know it's just part of the plan."
In going over the designs, it was soon apparent that 2 sets of blueprints were identical. However, each one had a different name on it. I'm not making an accusation. Your architectural board will have to do that. It was obvious that one of you saw fit to place your name on a colleague's work to pass off as your own design. The reason I know this is because Isabel Flanders submitted her design a week ago. When the duplicate design came in, submitted by Rosemary Hershey, we were forced to go to Miss Flanders' offices to have her colleagues vouch for the authenticity of her work. We were not able to glean anything from Miss Hershey's offices, as there were no employees to question. Miss Hershey herself was unavailable for comment. Unfortunately, Rosemary Hershey will have to answer to your board. I would appreciate it if you would now leave the room. Miss Hershey, I would like to apologize to all of you for this unpleasant announcement."
Isabel, her face whiter than snow, gasped right on cue. She saw a flash of pumpkin color as Rosemary fled toward the door, screaming, "She did it to me again! She stole my design just like she did last time! Are you people going to let her get away with this? Well, are you?" She continued to screech as she slammed her way through the double doors. Dumbfounded at the announcement, the occupants of the room could only gape and stare. Then the room erupted in sound, high and strident. Myra waited until the door closed behind Rosemary before she spoke again.
And the winning entry comes from Isabel Flanders.
The audience clapped half-heartedly as Isabel stood up, a triumphant look on her face. What the hell was going on here? Bobby looked around as though the answer to his question would materialize out of thin air. When nothing happened, he looked at Isabel and said, "Congratulations, Isabel. You deserve to win." A second later, he sprinted from the room, the eyes of the audience on his back. Her legs shaking, her face alive with pleasure, Isabel walked up to the easel and pulled back the cover. "This is my design. Make no mistake about it." Her voice was shaky, but it didn't matter. She'd won fair and square. Neely Clay said her designs were the best she'd ever seen. Even the governor shook her hand and congratulated her. Myra and Charles hugged her as everyone looked on. Outside the restaurant, Bobby looked around for his wife, but he couldn't see her. Then he whirled around and saw her heading straight for him, screaming at the top of her lungs. She said, "You bastard! You set me up in there. I fell for it, too. How could you do that to me, Bobby? Why did you do it?"
"What the hell are you talking about, Rosemary?"
"Oh, so you want to play dumb, is that it? How much did you have to pay that Japanese lady to bring me those plans? Damn you, how much? You knocking off 10% on her job? You sent me all that garbage in the mail, too, didn't you? What a scum-sucking lowlife you are. Well, Bobby Harcourt, you just messed with me for the last time. I'll get you for this. You and that stupid woman you're still lusting after."
"Rosemary, what are you talking about? I didn't send you anything. Mrs. Yee did not hire me. I never saw her again after that meeting in my old office. How did you get hold of Isabel's designs?"
"Don't you mean, how did Isabel get hold of my designs? Why are you so quick to judge me? You piece of scum!"
"No, I meant what I said. I know you stole her designs the first time. I recognize her work. You found a way to do it again. This time I don't think you're going to get away with it. I know you, Rosemary. I lived with you. I know what you're capable of doing, which is just about anything to get your way. If you want some advice, I'd bail out right now before someone files charges against you. I saw the looks on our colleagues' faces in that room. They weren't pretty. It's all going to come out now."
Rosemary started to cry. "Bobby, wait. Come home with me. I need you. I need you to help me." Bobby turned away.
"I have to go back inside."
"Will you come by the house later?"
"No."
"Bobby, please. Don't turn on me, too. Mrs. Yee brought those blueprints to my office and said you wanted me to have them. They had my name on them. For God's sake, what was I supposed to do? She said they were from you. I thought you were trying to make up, and so you did that for me. Please, Bobby, this is not my fault. I didn't steal anything from that woman. Ask yourself how I could do that. An hour of your time, 2 at the most, that's all I'm asking for. Please, Bobby, I need your help." Bobby turned and shrugged. Rosemary took it as a yes. Inside the town car, her mind raced. Who was the mysterious Mrs. Yee? A friend of Isabel's, obviously. God, how was she going to wiggle her way out of this? Bobby would help her. He was still her husband. Surely he wouldn't let her go down for something she didn't do. Not Bobby. Not ethical Bobby. 22. Rosemary Hershey tripped her way up the concrete stairs that led to her front door. She hummed under her breath as she fit the key in the lock. Bobby was going to make everything all right. In the scheme of things, tonight was nothing more than a little hiccup. Bobby would know what to do. She just had to put her trust in him. Bobby didn't lie. If he said he didn't send the designs via the Asian lady, then he didn't send them. The Asian lady was probably a buddy of Isabel Flanders, and they were trying to do her in. Well, it wasn't going to work. Isabel was so stupid. Who in their right mind would put themselves through such a humiliating experience? Bobby would make sure everything came out right in the end. The board would listen to Bobby. The architectural community would listen to Bobby. "I know I'm on safe ground. I just know it," she said to herself. Time to get ready for Bobby. First, though, she had to find the key to the damn bathroom. In her haste, she forgot to arm the security panel. She also forgot to lock the front door. It took Rosemary 10 full minutes to find the key. As she searched the linen closet and the vanity drawer, she gagged and sputtered at the putrid smell coming from the drains. She leaned over to take a better look at the mess in the tub. A slimy coating of mildew covered the entire bed of water. The same slimy mold was in the sink, the shower, and the toilet. She remembered reading something not too long ago about mold causing all kinds of sickness. Maybe she would have to move. In her own bathroom, she reached for a can of air spray. She squirted and sprayed everywhere until she started to sneeze. Rosemary zipped around her bedroom, stripping the bed, putting on clean sheets, picking up the piles of dirty clothes and dumping them in the hamper. When things were neat and tidy, she sprayed the bed sheets with lavender. Bobby loved lavender. Bobby loved anything that was the color purple. She knew his weaknesses and his strengths. She'd play to both of them. How much time did she have? An hour? 40 minutes? He had seen how desperate she was. More like 30 minutes. Rosemary shifted into high gear as she kicked off her shoes, stripped off the pumpkin-colored outfit, and then her underwear. She bundled everything up and shoved it into the back of her closet. Naked, she pushed aside her business suits and found her playtime ballerina costumes. She had them in every color, all with matching ballet slippers. Each outfit came with tights, but she'd preferred the G-strings when she performed for Bobby in the early days of their marriage. Which one to choose? The lavender one, of course, since Bobby loved the color. 5 minutes later, Rosemary had the ballet shoes on and laced around her ankles. The G-string was next, followed by the tutu, the netting flaring out from her slim hips. Bobby always got an instant erection the moment he saw her in one of her ballerina outfits, holding the little ruffled parasol. He'd never been able to wait for her to finish her childish dance. Now, all she had to do was wait. She was glad now that she hadn't changed the locks on the door. Bobby would use his key, creep up the steps, and then she'd go into her dance. 5 minutes and he would be eating out of her hand. Sitting on the vanity bench at the foot of the bed, Rosemary let her thoughts drift to what had happened at the Silver Swan. No one at that dinner would believe she would do such a thing. Thank God she'd had the presence of mind to stand up and make her position known. And who was that Asian woman? Rosemary started to rock from side to side on the vanity bench as she hummed under her breath. Bobby's 30 minutes were almost up. Outside Rosemary's house, Maggie Spritzer whispered into the cell phone pressed to her ear, her gaze never leaving the driveway. She felt reasonably safe standing behind the blue spruce near the stairs that led to the front door. "What do you want me to do, Ted? Where's the husband? When will you be leaving? The temperature is dropping here. Where's the damn husband?" "Well, I heard her ask him." "No, actually she was pleading with him to come here. Guess what? She didn't lock the door. I can see through the side panel, and she didn't arm the security system. She really is expecting him. She didn't act like anything was wrong. Listen to me, Ted. This lady is off the wall. She was humming and singing under her breath when she got here. I literally got here 5 minutes before her town car showed up. Is it your feeling the husband is going to show up?" When Maggie finally wound down, she listened to Ted answer all her questions. Maggie slapped at her head in frustration. "Let me make sure I understand what you just said. You followed Isabel Flanders, who hopped in her car, and she was laughing? Laughing? She then went to a gas station, parked, and made a call on her cell phone while she laughed some more. She's laughing because she's happy at winning. Are you saying there's something wrong with this picture, Ted? You don't know where the husband is, and you don't know if the dinner is over. Is that it? Okay, you don't have to get snippy with me. What do you want me to do? The door's open. I could just open it and walk in." All right, I won't do that. Wait a minute, sweet cheeks. I see someone coming this way. Nah, they went right past. Okay, I'll stay here for a little while longer. Where is the Flanders woman now? Still at the gas station. No, I am not going to talk dirty to you while we wait this out. Bye, Ted. Isabel waited in the Speedway parking lot. It was such a busy gas station that no one paid any attention to her. She was waiting to hear from either Myra, Yoko, or Catherine to tell her what to do. God, how she'd anguished over her little performance. It was all a blur, but she kept hearing Rosemary screeching at the top of her lungs. She was still congratulating herself on winning when her cell phone rang.
"Are you all right, dear? You were marvelous, so ladylike, so humble. You're halfway to your vindication now, dear. We aren't sure what happened outside when Mr. Harcourt ran after his wife. It's so hard for me to understand how he got tangled up with that Hershey woman,"
Myra said. Bobby is a fine architect with an excellent reputation. If there are any blemishes on his record, it's Rosemary. He'll be fine. You're right. His designs are spectacular. A devil perched itself on Isabel's shoulder. But they aren't as good as mine.
"Touché. Everyone is gone. Neely left a few minutes ago. Charles and I are ready to leave for the farm. I'd like you to stay close in case Catherine and Alexis need you. You probably should go out to the cemetery just in case, but if you're tired and want to go home, I can have Nicky fill in."
No, Myra, I'm fine. I'd like to see this through to the end. Do you think Bobby is going to go to Rosemary's house?
"Actually, dear, Charles overheard several of the architects invite him to some private club, and he accepted their invitation, so it's doubtful. I think he's finished with Miss Hershey. Be careful, Isabel."
I will, Myra. Good night. Oh, by the way, it was a lovely dinner.
"Thank you. I think everyone in the room thanked me personally. It's almost over now, Isabel. Sit back and know you will be vindicated in a matter of a few hours."
Isabel leaned her head back against the headrest. Finally, her own sweet revenge. What more could she ask for? For starters, finding a storefront somewhere, hanging up her sign saying she was back in business. Oh, she'd follow through on the Barrington farm because that was a labor of love, but after that, she was going solo like she had back in the beginning. Her new partners would be thrilled to have her fancy new office. Starting over was going to be such a challenge, and she was going to do it her own way, simply. In just a little while, this whole mess would be over. Just a few more hours, and she would be the old Isabel again. Maybe then she could learn to smile again, to take joy in the little things in life. Just a few more hours. Jack Emery felt confident he'd lost his tail, even though it had taken him well over 2 hours to do so. He'd changed cars 3 times, thanks to cooperative friends, and now here he was, hiding behind the biggest tombstone he could find, baseball bat at his side. He had night vision goggles, thanks to Mark Lane's days at the FBI, his bat and the gun in his shoulder holster, and a taser in his pants pocket. Harry Wong and his friends were secure in one of the mausoleums. He wondered if he should send them home. Gut instinct told him to wait. Sacred Trinity Cemetery gave him the creeps. Even when he was a kid and hell on wheels, he'd never ventured into a cemetery, at Halloween or any other time. His skin crawled at what he could see through the night vision goggles. Mark said they also had a heat sensor that would pick up body heat if anyone came within a certain distance. Like that was really going to help him, with Harry and his crew just around the corner. "Let's get this show on the road already," Jack muttered as he jiggled around, trying to keep warm. The light mist that was falling wasn't helping his mood at all. He dropped to his haunches, his back against the huge stone that towered over him. Somebody important must be buried here to warrant such an impressive monument. Come on, ladies, let's get on with it," he muttered. Catherine Lucas parked the newly rented car, whose license plate was covered in mud, at the curb in front of Rosemary Hershey's house. She and Alexis got out of the car and walked boldly up to the front door. Both were dressed for the weather in denim and rain slickers. Heavy fry boots covered their feet. Both wore flesh-colored latex gloves. Catherine carried the necessary lockpicks and was stunned when she realized that the door wasn't locked at all. The security system wasn't armed either. The women looked at one another but remained quiet as they entered the house. Alexis turned around and locked the door.
"What's that smell?"
Catherine said as she wrinkled her nose.
"Smells like burned popcorn or something."
She jerked her thumb upward to indicate Alexis was to follow her up the stairs. "Shh," she said as she tested each step to see if it made any kind of sound. They were halfway up the stairs when Rosemary's voice rang out. "I'm in my room, Bobby. I've been waiting for you."
"Boy, is she going to be disappointed," Alexis whispered.
"What's taking you so long, you sweet man?" Rosemary sing-songed. Catherine wiggled her eyebrows as she clamped her hand over her mouth. She pointed to the end of the hall.
"We rush in on the count of 3. You jab her with the needle, and we're out of here. If the husband shows up, we're dead in the water. 1, 2, 3.
Both women rushed into the room and skidded to a stop on the thick carpeting. Catherine gawked. Alexis gaped.
"I didn't know it was a dress-up party," Catherine said, pointing to Rosemary's outfit. "From her profile, I took her to be a garter belt and panties kind of gal. This works too, I guess." "Damn, so that's what those outfits are for. We just thought she was a ballerina or something. In her other life, of course," Alexis said.
"What? Who are you? Where's Bobby? How did you get in here?" Rosemary screamed. She was on her feet in an instant as she looked for something to protect herself with. Quicker than a cat, she sat back down, rolled backward off the vanity bench to land in the middle of the bed, where she yanked at the portable phone, brandishing it like a weapon. "Don't come any closer. What do you want?" she asked, choking with fright and fury. Both women could see her fingers searching out the numbers on the keypad. In the blink of an eye, Catherine yanked the telephone wire from the jack. Still screeching at the top of her lungs, Rosemary leaped off the bed and backed up toward the bathroom door. Catherine and Alexis rushed forward, Alexis tackling her at the knees, Catherine getting her neck in a vice grip. Rosemary lashed out, bringing the portable phone down on the side of Catherine's face. Blood spurted from the wicked opening on her cheekbone.
"We're your newest nightmare, lady. Now shut up. Hit it, girl."
Alexis jabbed the needle into Rosemary's arm just as she took a second wild swing in her direction with the portable phone. "Oh!" Rosemary gurgled, wilting and sliding gracefully to the floor. "How can I dance now? I feel so loose. Bobby likes me to dance for him. He loves purple."
"Honey, your dancing days are over. They bury people in purple," Catherine snarled. She picked up a hand towel from the bathroom vanity. "This damn well better not leave a scar. How bad is it, Alexis?"
Alexis peered at the gash.
"You should get some stitches. Check the medicine cabinet to see if there are any butterfly bandages. Stick one on, and let's get out of here. We have to hurry, Catherine. She's expecting her husband. He might show up. Wet a cloth and hold it over your cheek. We can always stop at a drugstore." "Don't ballerinas wear tights?" Catherine asked as she did what Alexis told her to do. "I have no clue. I've never been to the ballet. Oh, dear, she's wearing a G-string. Guess it goes with the dance." Alexis giggled. "Bobby doesn't know what he's missing. Then again, maybe he does, and that's why he isn't here." She giggled again as she bent over to sling Rosemary over her shoulder. "Grab the umbrella. It goes with the outfit."
"Oh, this is so different. Where are we going?" Rosemary continued to gurgle happily.
"You don't want to know. Now shut up," Catherine said. "How long does the shot last?" Alexis asked. "Charles said she'll be in La La Land for a full 30 minutes. We have to have her in place by the time the shot wears off. I have a feeling this chick is going to fight like a tiger once she figures out what's going on. I have to check out the front of the house. Someone might be walking around. People walk their dogs at this time of night. I'll turn off the front light since it really lights up the front and the walkway," Catherine said. "All clear," she confirmed as she held the door open. Alexis, with Rosemary wobbling every which way on her back, sprinted forward. Catherine had gone ahead of her and was already opening the back door of the car. Maggie Spritzer felt like her eyeballs were going to pop out of her head.
She hit the speed dial on her cell phone and waited for Ted to pick up. "You aren't going to believe this, Ted. 2 women walked into Hershey's house, bold as anything, snatched Hershey, and dumped her in the car. She's dressed in some kind of frou-frou outfit. I saw her bare ass. Yeah, I did. And she was wearing ballet shoes. Keep the line open. I gotta get my car and try to follow them. Where's Flanders?"
She's on the move. I'm with her. Don't lose those women, Maggie.
Like I'd do that on purpose. My guess is they're all going to the same place, so if one or the other of us loses our quarry, we'll know. Maggie goosed her Honda and tore down the road in hot pursuit. Jack Emery's stomach heaved when he saw the first car enter the cemetery. He wished he was home in his warm bed. He adjusted the night vision goggles, and his jaw dropped almost to his knees when he saw the truck driver and the black woman get out of the car. Together, the 2 of them half carried and half dragged Rosemary Hershey across the sodden grass toward an open grave. His stomach heaved again at the women's intentions. From his position, he could hear their conversations perfectly. He waited. "She's coming around, Catherine. Quick, we have to slide her down into the grave. Damn, I didn't think Charles was going to be able to do this. 15 feet deep, big enough for 3 coffins, 2 big ones, 1 little one. He's a man of many talents. Think about it, Catherine. What's he going to do tomorrow? Call up the cemetery and say he changed his mind? They'll think he's nuts. Where's Isabel?" Alexis asked, her voice full of panic. "I don't know. Come on, grab hold of that rope so we can lower her down. We don't want her breaking any bones. We're screwing with her mind, not her body." Jack watched as the 2 women struggled to push Rosemary Hershey up the mound of dirt and then lower their quarry into the deep grave. Hershey's arms started to flail as she dug her feet into the wet earth. It took all of the women's strength to push her over the side and still hold on to the rope. "How's it going?" Isabel whispered as she appeared out of the darkness. "Damn, girl, you scared 10 years off my life." Alexis's voice verged on hysterical. "She's down there. We lowered her with the rope. You missed the best part. She's dressed in a purple tutu and ballet shoes. She kept mumbling about dancing for Bobby. I'm thinking it's something kinky. You can hardly hear her scream from here. You want to say something to her? You know, maybe something meaningful or something? This is just way too creepy for me." Alexis stopped her frantic babbling just long enough to take a deep breath. "Well, hell yes, I have something to say to that lying piece of crap." Isabel crawled to the top of the mound of dirt and leaned over the gaping hole. "Yoo-hoo, Rosemary, it's Isabel. We're going to bury you alive unless you tell the truth about what happened when you killed those people. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. We have a bag full of rattlesnakes up here. Start talking, lady, or the next thing you hear is going to be a rattle."
"You bitch! Damn you to hell! I knew it was you the whole time. You were behind those blueprints. You're the one who has been sending me that stuff in the mail. Get me out of here! Isabel, get me out of here! Bobby will make you pay for this. Pull me up, please. You win, okay? Please get me out of here. My God, I could die down here."
"Nah, stay there. Do you know whose grave this is? I bet you don't care either, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Mrs. Myers wants her son, her daughter-in-law, and her granddaughter buried in the same plot, the one you're standing in. You'll be on the bottom. A foursome. How cozy. Tell us the truth. It's starting to rain, Rosemary. If it rains hard, the grave will fill up and you'll drown. Tell us about the wine you drank that day at lunch. Tell us you were driving and how fast you were going. Admit you ran the stop sign. Admit you stole my designs. Admit all of it, and we'll pull you up." Wait, Alexis said. She ran back to the car to return with the purple parasol. She opened it and tossed it downward. She shrugged at the looks of disbelief on Catherine's and Isabel's faces.
"It goes with the outfit."
"Did you hear something?" Catherine asked, whirling around.
"Just her screeching. It's starting to rain harder. Makes a funny sound when it hits the cobblestones,"
Alexis said. She wondered if that was true. "Yoo-hoo, Rosemary, it's starting to rain harder.
Tell us the truth and we'll pull you out of there. You got your umbrella up? I bet you're cold down there. You should have worn the tights instead of the G-string.
Alexis turned to Isabel and Catherine.
She doesn't sound too scared. She sure has a lot of guts. I'd be out of my mind if I was down there. Where's the tape recorder?
It's on the top of the mound. It's protected. It's half in and half out of those plastic baggies,
Catherine said. The three women climbed to the top of the mound again. Okay, Rosemary, this is your last chance. Either you tell the truth or we start shoveling. You'll be covered in mud within minutes. Here comes the first snake. You'll probably die in 10 minutes or so. I'm waiting. Isabel reached into a plastic bag and withdrew a plastic wind-up snake whose tail gave off a buzzing sound, all thanks to Charles's shopping spree on the Internet, where anything and everything could be purchased for a price.
Shut up! Just shut up! Rosemary screamed. The jury found in my favor. Get over it. Do you want to be a murderer? She screamed again. I demand you get me out of here right now. Right this minute. I'm freezing. Oh, God, get that damn thing out of here. Now, I'm afraid of snakes.
Isabel tossed down a second snake. Rosemary's screams could be heard all over the cemetery. I don't much care. No one is ever going to find you. We'll cover you up with a layer of this dirt, and the Myers family will be right on top of you. The burial is set for tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Now spit it out, or I'll jump down there and beat it out of you. Isabel shouted. You're trying my patience. I have 4 more snakes. They don't care who they bite.
It bit me! It bit me!
Rosemary shrilled. The women looked at one another.
Fear is a terrible thing,
Catherine said.
The thing probably wiggled close to her ankle. Let her sweat it.
She's tough, Alexis said in awe. I'm thinking she doesn't believe us. Maybe it's time to start shoveling, Isabel said.
You're right. She's one tough cookie. She isn't going to give it up. I knew this was all too good to be true. I'm never going to get my revenge.
Shh. Yes, you are. She's playing with us just like we're playing with her. While the women discussed the situation, Maggie Spritzer and Ted Robinson huddled behind a triple gravestone that was 6 feet tall. They're going to bury her alive, Ted. They threw rattlesnakes down in that grave. We have to stop this right now. We can make a citizen's arrest. We can call the police. We have them red-handed. For God's sake, do or say something. Jack Emery turned up the voice sensor on the small antenna hiding in his ear. Did he just hear Ted and Maggie? Shit. He stuck his head out from behind the angel's wing and strained to see into the night. He was glad now that he'd stuck the taser gun in his pants pocket at the last second. He heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ted say,
Not yet.
Jack turned back to the women and would have fainted if a gust of heavy wind hadn't knocked him sideways. All he heard was,
The damn rope split. Now what are we going to do? How are we going to get her out of there?
Isabel panicked. She hasn't confessed yet. We need to get her on tape, otherwise this has all been for nothing.
Hey, Rosemary, Catherine called down into the open grave. The rope just broke. There's no way to get you out of there. It's starting to rain harder, and I can see that little parasol is already in shreds. Tell us what we want to know, and I'll lower Isabel down to pull you up. I'm going to count to 5. Spit it out or we're leaving.
Oh, my God, Alexis bleated. That dirt is sliding down there at the end. We have to do something. It'll bury her. 23. Jack moved back into place. Shit, shit, shit. He was semi-protected by the wingspread of the carved angel that towered over him. He reached up to touch it, hoping that alone would tell him what to do. If he didn't move soon, Rosemary Hershey could get buried by a mound of earth toppling down on top of her. If the rope really broke the way the women said it did, they were up the creek without a paddle. If he showed himself, Ted and Maggie would be on him in a heartbeat. He had to think fast and act faster. He wasted a few seconds listening to the frantic women. When he stuck his head out and around the tombstone, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Someone was dangling over the edge of the open grave. The women had made a human chain in an effort to bring Hershey topside. The rain was coming down in torrents now, which meant they were dealing with pure mud. He could hear the Hershey woman screaming. The other three were cursing, using words he'd never heard before. Jack popped back around the other side of the Angel to see what Ted and Maggie were doing. Nothing. He whistled. 2 heads popped round the 6-foot marker. He whistled again. Both reporters crawled forward. That's when Jack aimed the taser and fired twice. Both reporters crumpled to the ground. 20 minutes, and they'd be up with a vengeance. Jack hit the ground running. He had to give them credit. If they were panicking, they didn't let him see it. Anyone else, he thought, would have screamed and run off at the sight of him. He could only imagine what kind of image he presented with the night vision goggles and the antenna coming out of his ears. He dropped to his stomach and inched his way up the mound of wet mud. Catherine turned and stared at Jack, and then jerked her head in Isabel's direction.
"She can't hold on to her. The mud is too slippery."
The heat sensor was going off again. Jack struggled to look through the rain, but couldn't see anything. Ah, shit! Where the hell was his brain? If Ted and Maggie were here, then so were their shadows. Jack ripped at a whistle hanging on a chain around his neck. He blew 2 sharp blasts as he yanked Isabel back from the yawning opening in the ground.
"Get out of here. Take the south entrance and run like the hounds of hell are at your heels. I'll get her out of here. The 2 reporters from the Post are to your left. Go!"
The truck driver reached for him like she was going to strangle him. Then Jack said the magic words that made Catherine and the other 2 pick up their feet.
"Charles sent me. Go!"
It was all the trio needed to hear. Harry Wong and his merry band of black-clad ninjas appeared out of the rain the moment the women took off at lightning speed.
"See you got your ass in a sling again, eh, Emery?" "Nice to see you too, Harry. Get her out of there," Jack said, pointing to the open grave. "I can't hang around here. Here come the Shields. You have my permission to beat the living shit out of them. I hit Ted and Maggie with the taser, so they'll be coming around soon. Scare the living shit out of them, too, okay? Can you handle it, buddy?" "Piece of cake, Jack. Here, catch," he said, throwing the tape recorder in the plastic bag toward Jack, who caught it on the fly. "Move your ass, mister. Here come the assholes." Jack split, knowing he was leaving the situation in capable hands. Catherine drove the rental car the way she did her rig, at 80 miles an hour. Her face was grim and tight, the gash on her cheek oozing blood, which she swiped at from time to time. Isabel sat in the back seat, a triumphant smile on her face. "We got her. Did you hear her confession? Did you? Damn, that was music to my ears." Catherine slammed on the brakes and made a U-turn in the middle of the road. "We forgot to take the stuff out of Rosemary's safe. We have to go back for it." Isabel was so happy she started to cry. "I was a little busy there at the end with all that mud sliding into the grave, but I did hear her confess. God, I thought I'd never hear those words, but we left the tape recorder by the grave. Charles is going to be so angry with us. We were like amateurs tonight. What the hell happened to us back there?" "The rain, for one thing. 15 feet of piled-up dirt that turned into mud is what happened to us," Alexis said. "Hey, we got away. That's the important thing. Trust me, that woman is never, ever going to be the same." "Someone call Charles. We're going to need his help in opening Hershey's safe. You do it, Alexis, and for God's sake, Isabel, stop gloating. We still have work to do." "Why do you always have to be so mean, Catherine? I never claimed to be a professional vigilante. If I remember your mission, you almost fainted and couldn't respond. No one said a word to you because we all understood what you were going through. It's not so hard to be nice once in a while." Catherine's shoulders slumped. "You're right, Isabel. I'm sorry. Sometimes, I don't know, it's hard to be nice. I don't know why that is. I think I've been defensive all my life. I don't know why that is, either. I've never had anyone but Alan depend on me. This is all as new to me as it is to you. I'll try harder to be nice." Isabel sniffed. "If that's an apology, I accept." "Damn good thing. We're here. Since we didn't lock the door, I guess we just waltz in like we belong here." "I have Charles on an open line, so let's get with it.
Alexis said. She shoved the phone in her pocket and motioned to the two women to move closer. Charles said he didn't send anyone to help us. Then who the hell was that person back at the cemetery? Isabel demanded.
Maybe our guardian angel. Whoever he was, he saved the day, or rather the night. Hey, maybe it was Bobby Harcourt. Did you recognize his voice, Isabel?
Catherine asked. If you recall, I was dangling over the grave at the time. No, I didn't recognize the voice, and it was hard to see the man's face with the watch cap, those things coming out of his ears and those funky-looking goggles. Maybe it was one of those men with the special shields.
No, not them. Charles would have known. We can talk about this later. We have a job to do, so let's do it and get back to the farm. I still think it was the husband. Rosemary was expecting him,
Catherine said as she opened the front door.
Since we shredded our latex gloves at the cemetery, we can't afford to leave any fingerprints. Hershey probably has some pantyhose we can use. Alexis, check out the dresser drawers and don't leave any prints. Isabel, come with me.
Alexis moved off, but not before she tossed the cell phone to Catherine. Catherine's hands were feverish as she removed the desk drawer and then the false bottom to reveal the safe. The phone to her ear, she followed Charles's instructions for a full 15 minutes, stopping only once to push her hand through one end of Rosemary Hershey's pantyhose.
It's not opening, Charles.
Let me try, Alexis said as she dropped to her knees. Let's go through it again, Charles. Catherine is all thumbs this evening. Slow. I understand. 12 minutes later, the last tumbler fell into place. Alexis sat back on her haunches. And victory is ours, she said triumphantly. Get one of those pillowcases and we'll put everything in it. I just heard the front door open, Isabel hissed, her eyes full of panic. Oh, God, it's Bobby. He's going to come up here. Hide. Where? The wild-eyed women hissed in return. Isabel ran to the closet. Alexis crouched down behind the recliner in the corner, and Catherine was left to stand behind the open door. She had the good sense to turn off the desk light before she scurried to the door.
Are you here, Rosemary?
Bobby shouted from the hallway.
What the hell is that smell?
No games. It's late, and I'm tired. Okay, have it your way. I'm leaving. The light in the office came on. Bobby stood in the doorway taking in the scene, the desk drawer on the floor, the open safe. He made a snorting sound before he turned off the light. The women heard him walk down the stairs and the front door close.
Now that was close,
Catherine said as she stepped away from the door and out to the hall where she waited for Alexis and Isabel.
If I'm even halfway correct, I think Mr. Harcourt correctly assumed Rosemary cleaned out her safe, which he probably knew nothing about, and took off. That's what I would think if I was in his place.
Let's get out of here. God, I cannot wait to get back to the farm. This has been one hell of a night. I don't know if I'll ever sleep again. That guy, the one Charles didn't send, you all believe he pulled her out, don't you?
Yeah, sure, Alexis said. Of course. Why else would he let us get away? Catherine said.
But what if he didn't?
Isabel, shut up. He got her out. I'm trying to be nice here. Don't push it. Rosemary is probably in some five-star hotel right now, soaking in a hot tub. She's sipping fine wine and nibbling on chocolate-covered strawberries. Now wipe down anything you touched and let's go home.
The tape.
We're going to let Charles worry about that tape, Catherine said. I'm still trying to be nice here, Isabel. Keep pushing it, and I'm going back to being my old nasty, ugly self.
Isabel clamped her lips shut. Alexis did the same thing. Catherine tossed the pillowcase onto the back seat, climbed behind the wheel, backed out of the driveway, and headed for McLean. 40 minutes later, Catherine signaled to turn into Myra's driveway. A car roared past them and out to the highway. Who was that?
Probably a friend of Charles. Who else would dare use this private driveway?
Catherine pulled abreast of the keypad to punch in the code. A plastic bag holding the tape recorder was stuck to the pad with duct tape. Catherine pulled it off and handed it to Alexis.
I think maybe that guy who just roared out of this driveway was our guardian angel. I don't want to ever talk about this again. Agreed?" "Agreed," Alexis and Isabel said in unison. Catherine parked the car and got out, Alexis and Isabel right behind her. "We did it." "We did, didn't we?" Alexis laughed. "We sure did. Okay, let's go and tell the others all about it." Myra held the door wide open. "Welcome home, girls." Epilogue. Charles stood behind Myra's chair, his hands on her shoulders. His face wore a huge smile. Myra was smiling too. The others relaxed. Smiles were a good thing. It was late morning, and they'd celebrated the previous night's events with a gourmet breakfast after sleeping late. Now they were all assembled in the command center, waiting to see what Charles had to say.
"Ladies, I have always believed a picture is worth more than 1,000 words, although in this case there are words to match the picture. Myra, do the honors."
Myra reached down into the canvas bag at her feet. She held up 6 copies of the Post, which she handed out. She could barely contain herself.
"And it's above the fold."
The women laughed, sputtered, choked, and then high-fived each other. Smack in the middle of the front page was a picture of Rosemary Hershey, covered in mud, dressed in her muddy tutu, holding her tattered parasol as she was helped from the 15-foot grave. The caption under the picture said, "Miss Hershey, a well-known Washington, D.C. architect, was singing and saying she was going to dance for her husband when she inadvertently toppled into the freshly dug grave." The article went on to say that she had been taken to George Washington's psychiatric unit.
"Are we all comfortable in agreeing that Isabel's case is satisfactorily closed?"
All the women agreed.
Charles made copies of the tape and sent them to the architectural board, the insurance companies, and the lawyers involved in the initial lawsuit. Later today, the contents of the safe will be delivered to Mrs. Myers by a trusted friend. She will now, thanks to you, have a much easier life, and young Tommy's future is secure. The money won't bring back their family. Nothing can do that. But I hope Mrs. Myers felt some satisfaction this morning when she read the paper. On the off chance that she didn't see it, there will be one in the packet we'll be leaving with her. Well done, girls. Do any of you have anything you want to add or say at this time?"
The women shook their heads. Isabel spoke up. "Can I hear the tape one more time? Just the part where Rosemary confessed. I heard it, but I was so busy trying not to fall into that grave that I think I missed half of it." Charles walked back to his workstation to return with the mini-recorder. He pressed a button to fast-forward the tape. Isabel clasped her hands against her chest and sucked in her breath. She closed her eyes and listened to the voice on the tape.
"All right, you bitch. I did it. I stole your designs. I framed you. Now are you satisfied? Get me out of here!"
Isabel's clenched fist shot into the air. "That'll do for me." She looked around, her face serious, her voice just as serious. "Thank you all. Thank you all so much."
"It was our pleasure, Isabel,"
Charles said. The others nodded, smiles on their faces. Beaming from ear to ear, Myra said,
"Ladies, it's time to choose the recipient of our next mission. Isabel, choose a name."
Isabel reached into the shoebox. She handed the folded slip of paper to Myra.
"Alexis," Myra said happily. "We'll now adjourn and meet here 1 month from today. Thank you again for all your efforts."
The women laughed as they filed out of the command center, chattering about how they were going to spend the next month. Outside, they hugged one another before they climbed into their vehicles to go their separate ways. We hope that you have enjoyed our presentation of Sweet Revenge by Fern Michaels. Copyright 2006 by Fern Michaels. Read by Laurel Merlington. Directed by Sandra Burr. Engineered by Laura Stahl.
Performance copyright 2006 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.